Hello, everyone. I am Santiro. Welcome to my stream. I wanted to pick an interesting location to do this final part from, and I decided Hero's Audience was a great choice. So here we are in Hero's Audience. Nice, overcast desert, because that makes sense. So today, this is of course my Guild Wars 1 stream, and today we're going to conclude the series I've been doing, talking about if I were put in charge of redesigning, reworking is probably the better term, the Guild Wars 1 professions as they currently are in the game, like right now, as plopped in right now. What are some of the ideas that I'd have? What are some of the potential approaches? Now, as I've been going through all of this, keep in mind that any of it probably deserves a little bit more time than I'm able to give it through these streams. I just brought up the approach text because I think it's relevant. If you're watching the VOD, the approach text is also in the description, if you ever wanted to check it out there. But the whole approach to this has very much so been well, let's just kind of discuss things, and let's kind of think about some potential ideas, and what are some things that I'd want to try. But everything's always a starting point, and some skills I'm fine with, and some skills I'm not, and a lot of them I'm not. It's interesting to think about, though, and it's a useful exercise just for thinking through game design stuff and kind of processing those things and whatnot. I seem to have a visitor. So, today I'm going to talk about the Ritualist. It's the last of the professions. I've talked about all of the other ones. If you're watching the VOD, you probably have already seen a card pop up with the link to the playlist. At least, that's the plan. I need to put points in channeling. Obviously, this character is running a Soul Twist bar. We'll talk about Soul Twist. So, as I like to do, before I begin talking about individual skills, let's talk about the Ritualist. I also took a screenshot before I started the stream, so don't need to do that here. You're currently lacking a Ritualist. Aha, so your Dervish will have to do, eh? Also, welcome, Topat. It's good to see you. So, while I think Paragon is probably the worst, conceived profession from, fundamental flaws in its design, which I talked about extensively in the Paragon section, which I forget which other profession I bundled that with. But the Ritualist, I think, is the messiest design. It is the most inconsistent profession. Its power level is all over the place. What it does is all over the place, and it's got, half-developed themes and too many mechanics. Excuse me. Have the hiccups. So, Dervish, as an example, just a little bit of contrast. Dervish has a big enchantment theme in two different ways. Either enchantments that you want to keep on you, or the teardown mechanic, right? And the teardown thing, that's a couple of different ways of interacting with enchantments. Ritualist has a fairly big-sized spirits theme, as you'd expect, with its emphasis on spirits. It also has weapon spells and a lot of theming around weapon spells. And then it also has item spells, which are their own thing. Ritualist is kind of like Necromancer again. I will agree with that. Although I'd also say Dervish is monk but offensive. I feel like Dervish is, what if we made the monk profession that was the offensive servant of the gods instead of the defensive one? Hey, Clean Star, good to see you. And to some extent, the Ritualist is succeeded in Guild Wars 2 by the Engineer, since they play in similar territories of utility stuff and turrets, which is what spirits often are. But yeah, so you've got a lot of mechanics stuffed into Ritualist. It's trying to do a lot of different things, and it's not quite sure how it's trying to set up its synergies and its AB mechanics. So I'm going to be talking about AB mechanics a lot because they're all over the place here in Ritualist. Just to define what I mean by AB mechanic, an A mechanic is a setup and a B mechanic is a payoff. So an example might be Caretaker's Charge. If you're holding an item, you gain energy and health. This makes it a B mechanic. It is, Dervish is basically Paladin but Scythe. I usually think of Paladins as a little bit tankier, a little bit more heavy armored, but yeah, it's similar sort of concept. They feel a little bit more like offensive monks to me, but they mechanically they kind of are playing in that archetype as well. But Caretaker's Charge is the B mechanic. The B mechanic is rewards you for holding an item. The A mechanic is the item spell that you're holding. So that's kind of an A-B mechanic. Another example would be Essence Strike. The payoff for having a spirit in range. The spirit is the A that you require. The B is the payoff for having it. So there's a lot of A-B mechanics. There's a lot of very variant ones. By far, my biggest problem with the Ritualist is its powerful stuff is too good. But from a design standpoint, my biggest problem with the Ritualist is that it's got like enough smattering of different sort of like A-B mechanical themes that just doesn't quite have enough support. And so like you've got like half implemented support for weapon spells and half implemented with like Wielder's Strike or what is it? Wielder's Remedy and things like that. And then you've got like half implemented support for holding items with things like Soothing Memories and Channeled Strike. And then you have a like fully implemented thing of like support for spirits with like Essence Strike, Gaze from Beyond, Spirit Burn, Spirit Boon Strike, Men, Body, and Soul, Spirit Light. Like if you look through, like Ritualist really is hitting the spirits theme pretty well, but it's kind of like you've got a bit of range that you can go in there if you're trying to do that. It's basically the problem that I have with Overcast stuff, where it's like the Overcast thing that they have going on at Elementalist is also an A-B mechanic, where the A mechanic is Overcast and the B mechanic is things that care about being overcasted, right? And so you've got like Flare. Okay, well, how many enablers do you have for that? Your enablers are your A's, right? How many enablers do you have for your B's? And it's one of those things where with Overcast, there's not enough enablers for the number of payoffs that they have. One of the things that's a problem here in Ritualist is that they just do not, like, they feel like they're trying to have some payoffs, but then they're not doing it very well, is basically the way I describe it. It doesn't feel like those are very loud. The other thing that I have as a big problem with Ritualist is it has too many, like, irremovable buff mechanics that are also, like weapon spells and item spells are basically the same idea, kind of. Right? Here's an irremovable buff, like Warmonger's Weapon. Irremovable buff. You put this on an ally, it can't be removed, but it can be overridden by another weapon spell. This means that you want to limit the number of weapon spells you're using in a team composition at large. And then it also means that you have to care about how powerful the weapon spells are because the opponent can't remove them from like that standpoint. And then you have item spells, which are only you, and you can only use one at a time. So any given one of them is only going to have a build. Like you're not really going to be making builds that are going to want to hold multiple item spells. That's kind of what I'm coming down to. So Ritualist is extremely messy in this regard. And it has, like, realistically, if I were to do things with the Ritualist, I would cut weapon spells, probably. Weapon spells or probably item spells. One of those two. I would cut one of them. It's just having too much going on if I were to redesign it from scratch. But that's not how things are going. So, you know, none of that. The other thing that I will say as well is I think that there's a really interesting mechanical space to play in with weapon spells, which is weapon spells that are offensive. So the prime example I have of this is Dulled Weapon. Dulled Weapon is a hex spell that reduces enemy offensive capabilities. I think this would be a lot more interesting if it were a weapon spell, to where you cast a weapon spell on the enemy, and that would allow you to override positive weapon spells on them, and they could only get rid of it by overriding it with a weapon spell of their own. And I think that idea of like, oh, these are weapon spells that you put on enemies, and these are weapon spells that you put on allies, and having a difference there would be really interesting. And I think that would have been, like, that as a mechanic, I think is a really cool idea, and something that I would have liked to have seen. I think it's a neat space to play around in. So this brings us to the challenge of like working with the Ritualist. What sort of things do I want to like do? I'm supposed to have the most fun gameplay and Destructive was Glaive, the class's playstyle. Yeah, like the thing is, they're just very narrow, right? There's way more weapon spells than there's far more item spells than there's any need for, because there's just like they are intrinsically like built around me is kind of the way they want to be. You can only have one at a time. Destructive was Glaive is a really cool one, but like just trying to make good use of them. Like this is one of the things I was looking at the other day. If you look at Restoration Magic, it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I missed that one. 10. Like 10 item spells. You're only ever going to use one of those at a time. Like there's no reason to have that many item spells. And so it's one of those things where the sheer number of item spells is excessive. I think some of them play pretty well, but just like, and the thing is, their names are so specific that you can't really change them to something else very effectively. Like Blind was Mingson. Okay, this is clearly supposed to be someone's ashes, right? It's supposed to be an item spell. The other issue of them like locking you off of your weapon and some of that interplay is a little annoying. What's also notable about that too is it means item spells and weapon spells have some sort of inherent like contrast to them. Obviously, a bunch of weapon spells like Spirit Light Weapon don't care about you being able to attack, but others like Nightmare Weapon do. But anyway, it's just a whole mixed bag. And then, like I said, I find Ritualist to be the profession that's just the most inconsistent power level-wise. Some of the skills are real strong, and others are just super big clunkers. And there's not a whole lot to say about that angle other than that. One thing that I will point out that I think is really important as well is the Ritualist. You'll notice that this bar that I have right now has remove hex on it. Ritualist cannot remove hexes. And I think that's a really important design decision that ArenaNet made. Hexes are able to be removed by like Mesmer, Monk, technically Paragon, and Dervish. Let's see. Warrior can't, Necromancer can't, Ranger can't, Elementalist cannot, Assassin can't, Ritualist can't, and yeah. And so like Dervish can only remove hexes from itself. It can't remove it from allies. So this is a really important distinction point for the Ritualist. It makes sure that it plays differently from the Monk in that regard. And having sort of deficiencies like that is really, really important to sort of the balance of the game at large. But the Ritualist does feel a little bit like a blending of like Necromancer, Monk, and Elementalist thrown into a blender. To me. I am going to switch the secondary over to Necromancer just because Necromancer has very few. Dervish actually I think has, yeah. I'm going to switch over to Dervish just that way there's fewer no attribute skills. Not that there are many no attribute skills to begin with in Ritualist, but you know. Let's see. Is there anything else that I want to discuss beforehand? I know you mentioned Taupat that you think the spirits in general should not have collision in PvE either. They don't in PvP apparently, which sounds right. I haven't done anything with them in quite a long time, but you were mentioning that you think that they should not be able to body block enemies in PvE. That would definitely change stuff. I don't know if I have a strong opinion on that myself. I could certainly see trying it and seeing how that changes things. but I don't necessarily have a strong personal thought on it. Is there anything else that I want to mention before I go? I think the only other sort of like big thing is sort of where I see the Ritualist in the metagame. I mean, this is a broad thing. So the fundamental issue that the Ritualist has is when they were designing the monk, they wanted to avoid making smiting prayers strong, and they, of course, being ArenaNet, because they didn't want a character that would be effective at dealing damage and healing damage at the same time. They clearly violated that concept with the Ritualist. It's capable of dealing solid damage and having solid damage mitigating factors and healing. And in fact, the Soul Twist communing bar is basically just hands down better defense than what monks typically are able to provide, just because it's party-wide and very powerful in that regard. What seems to me to be the challenge here with trying to do stuff with a Ritualist is if you disrupt the things that it's really good at, which is primarily Soul Twist and then Signet of Spirits, which, let me tell you, Signet of Spirits is a skill that I think should be in communing. Well, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, that makes sense. So if they're aggroed, so not so much stopping enemies from aggroing onto spirits, but rather to make it so that way you can't kite through spirits and thus body block enemies on them. That makes sense. So the question then becomes like, okay, so if you're changing stuff up enough with the Ritualist, I'm thinking ahead already. But if I'm changing stuff up enough with the Ritualist, what happens to its metagame position? Where does it belong? And that starts becoming an interesting and somewhat difficult question. I think one of the big challenges is like trying to figure out how to like turn this sort of like nebulous idea into an actual thought. One of the big issues I think with the Ritualist is, I also need to make sure I talk about spawning power before I head off into skill land. It needs to have some way of actually being good at the things. Okay, so to kind of back up, like restoration magic tends to be run on secondaries a lot of the time. I want to do stuff to address that, and we'll talk about that when we get to restoration magic. We got a couple of other attributes to get through first. I really do feel like communing is a little bit understuffed, quite frankly. And it's hard to set up the Ritualist to be able to properly compete in the metagame because it's kind of a jack of all trades, master of none profession. Like, it's got really good healing power, relatively speaking. Binding, but more. Yeah, I mean, communing is basically just binding rituals, right? The issue is it's just not, like... Again, Restoration Magic is used a lot on secondaries because Men, Body, and Soul and Spirit Light are very strong spells that don't rely on Divine Favor to actually be effective heals. Like, that's part of why, and I would want to kind of adjust that. But the Ritualist is not as good of a healer as the Monk. It is not as good at offense as the Elementalist or the Mesmer. So it's kind of in this weird spot where it's like, it only is powerful because it has a couple of certain things that are excessively strong. So it's like if you put those things that are excessively strong into a healthier place where they're not as excessively strong, where they're not metagame defining. Like, if you do that, then what space is there for a primary ritualist? Because people still bring Splinter Weapon if Splinter Weapon continues to be a strong skill. And they, are running themselves as a physical attacker. I mean, if we look at the metagame is all Mesmer. So, I don't know. It's one of those things that's kind of a tricky business of, like, how do you actually make the ritualist good at doing its things? So that's going to be an interesting thing to try to think through and figure out as I kind of go. I think part of it is spawning power is just underpowered as a primary attribute. So let's just start there with spawning power. So the effect of spawning power is creatures you create or animate have 4% more maximum health for each rank of spawning power, and your weapon spells that you cast last 4% longer. So originally it was just the increased health. This is really cool because it applies to nature rituals and minions, Necromancer minions. So the rituals is able to make tankier things that way. The issue is that that's not that important. And weapon spells last longer. The issue with that is the good weapon spells are Splinter Weapon, and that one doesn't last very long anyway. And if you were wondering why there isn't more weapon spells in that list, that's because anything else that's not Splinter Weapon is just not as good. I do think that there are some decent ones. I think some of them are decently strong. And Weapon of Warding and Weapon of Shadow are both really solid options. The thing is, this, like, basically enchanting mod for weapon spells was added to try to... Yeah, Weapon of Aggression is not a bad skill. It just is a very clunky skill, so that kind of makes it not great. Like, a lot of them, like, there's a lot of them that are okay. It's just none of them are Splinter Weapon good, and you just don't have a whole lot of room for weapon spells. That's really what it really kind of comes down to, and that's in part because they compete for spots on, like, actually applied to a character, right? So, yeah, anyway, making weapon spells last longer was a thing that was, like, there's an update that was done a while back that basically, like, cut the duration of a lot of weapon spells and then added this effect of spawning power. And that was done in part because of runner elementalists using Weapon of Warding to make themselves really tanky as flag runners in PvP, in specifically in Guild versus Guild. At least that's what I recall it being. But anyway, this weapon spells thing was entirely done for that reason. I personally, like, don't have a strong feeling on that in and of itself. It would be good for ritualists to be a bit better at weapon spells than other professions, but they get that by being able to invest more attribute points and hit breakpoints better. So I don't know. Like, Splinter Weapon right here is 4 targets at 12, and at some point I believe it goes up to 5 targets, but it might be more like 15 channeling. And this character doesn't have enough rune power. Excuse me, it doesn't have enough runes for that. But so to me, spawning power needs to somehow be more useful as a primary attribute, more meaningful. So let's see. What's the big thing that Ritualist has going on that could help with? Because it's like spirit durability is not the most important thing. Like, it's nice, but it's not vital to making the Ritualist able to do its thing well. The thing is, though, like, what should be the Ritualist's thing? Like, what sort of things is it supposed to be doing? I think that's part of the trick, part of the challenge. There's a couple ways that we can kind of do stuff. I'm not familiar with the anchor. I assume that's some sort of concept from something else that I've not interacted with. I guess the question is, how much should Ritualist be trying to lean into specifically doing stuff with spirits? It's a really complex form of support you put at the center of an army. I see. Yeah, I mean, it's a kind of a question of... right, and this is a squad, more of a squad-based game, which is part of the problem. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where just making stuff tankier is just not... Dump item spells and give them wards. I mean, that's certainly not an unreasonable idea. This is one of those things where if, like, the way that I'd approach this if I were doing this fresh, like if I were conceiving the Ritualist from the beginning, I mean, first of all, it's like, how far back are we making decisions? Like, I agree with the general premise that Izzy Cartwright basically has said of, like, add attribute lines, not professions, in retrospect. Kind of like what they've done with Guild Wars 2, where it's like, oh, elite specializations and stuff. I kind of like the idea of adding additional attribute lines to professions. I mean, that comes with its own problems. I think the thing that I like best as an idea is to actually like introduce mechanics. Yeah, there's just too much stuffed into the Ritualist. But it's one of those things where it's like, I would go, okay, weapon spells are a feature of Cantha. They're a feature in factions. They're a mechanic that we're implementing here. So, I mean, for those who played Magic the Gathering, what I'm basically talking about is the professions need to function like the colors of Magic. And so I think what would have made sense would be to have gone... instead of adding new professions, I could see adding 2 attribute lines to each profession as you go. A new primary attribute line and then another secondary attribute line. And that's where, like, Necromancer, you could have added spawning power and communing or something like that. And then spawning power would have been mutually exclusive. Like, I would have had primary attributes be mutually exclusive. So you could either do soul reaping or spawning power. Now, obviously, you need to make spawning power worth using, but and then you would have had communing that you would have had tacked on, or things like that. If you have that online, that'd be interesting to look at after the stream at some point. You could link it in the Discord. But the big thing that I would look to do, because I'm like, I would probably... I'm a bit dubious about adding attribute lines in general. And the overall reason for that is because adding attribute lines, like, comes with its own sort of burden of coming up with new attribute lines and a reason for them to exist. So there's a little bit of a trick there too. What I think is probably the most extensible design, by which I mean, like, able to be extended over multiple games, would be one where, like Magic the Gathering, rather than trying to add, like, extend professions too much. I kind of like the idea of adding new skills that are like centered on certain mechanics. So the way that like in Magic the Gathering, I mean, it was originally block mechanics or like set mechanics or whatever, where there's like a new set mechanic where it's like, oh, we're going to Theros. Here's Monstrous and here's Devotion. And so I would use that sort of idea where there's like different mechanics and different professions get certain amounts of them. So, for example, you could have done with factions, you could have done binding rituals and had as a mechanic, right? And you'd have had binding rituals for the monk and the necromancer that are different. And then you could have had weapon spells and give weapon spells to a couple of the professions. Probably the elementalist, the necromancer, and the monk. And then you'd have had some other mechanic that, like maybe the shadow steps or something that you give to, like, say, Mesmer and Warrior or whatever. But it's like my basic point is like I would have taken a couple of like mechanics and be like, okay, here are these mechanics that are specifically showing up here. And then the other thing that I would have done is like in future things is like, oh, here's weapon spells back, and that sort of concept. But like that's going really far back. And then if you go a little bit further forward in design, where it's like, no, we're doing new professions, and here's the Ritualist. Here's ideas for the Ritualist. They commune with the dead and they can channel the power of the dead and things like that. And at that point, like, I don't know what the design meeting was like where they decided that it should have Restoration Magic and Channeling Magic that are basically like air magic and healing prayers, kind of like Restoration Magic is kind of an amalgam of healing prayers and protection prayers in some regards. But like having both of those in one thing is just smells of problems to me. At least in terms of the things that they're talking about wanting to be careful of and avoid and things like that. So yeah, I'm not sure 100% which I would have cut between item spells and weapon spells, but I'm pretty sure it would have been item spells because I think that just adds too much clutter. And I think that it would have been better to not have them. However, I'm not renaming stuff. I'm not deleting skills. I'm not changing icons or anything like that. That's just the approach that I'm taking. It's like, okay, you're plopped down here. You don't have like the resources. Like you have the resources to do massive programming work in order to be able to reconfigure things, but you don't have any art resources. So go at it, redo things, but you're kind of limited in some regards to how far you can go. And in that front, I have a bunch of item spells that I need to work with, and it doesn't really make sense to me to change them to something other than item spells based upon like the names and everything. And so yeah, it's a little bit of an awkward situation. Poor communing, so short on skills. So yeah, in terms of like spawning power, I'm not really sure, but I do feel like spawning power should probably have something more going on. Some of the comments in that conjecture, the dude I was talking with that we left in, is really funny. I don't feel like I have full context for that. Topat. Okay. I'll take a look after the stream. So yeah, spawning power. I mean, just making your spirits tankier. I don't know. I don't have any immediate ideas for spawning power. That's part of the problem, is its name is like really kind of general. spawning power. I mean, if you really wanted to make it interesting, you could make it give +1 level to some creatures you summon or animate. Yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know even how much having weapon spells last longer or not is that useful. I know I'm not gonna worry about it too much more. It helps some of the stuff like agony and whatnot. I zoomed in too far because I accidentally had my cursor in the wrong spot. I didn't mean to zoom at all. Okay, well let's just go ahead and kind of jump into skills. I do want to also get to the PvE-Only profession linked skills today. So the Kurzik/Luxon ones, the Sunspear ones, and the PvE-Only elites that they added for the 15th anniversary. Okay, so Agony, this is a binding ritual that makes things lose health, but it loses health as well as it does it. So 9 health loss is equivalent to 4.5 health degeneration, but of course it kind of stacks with it. This is a spirit that has a tendency to kind of kill itself somewhat quickly. What do I think of this one? I mean, Agony is one of those ones I think is like fine, I guess, but not like exciting. That's kind of where I land. So, hey, Korengar the Mighty. Welcome. You don't understand why people pick it on SOS bar over another spirit. I feel like, yeah, I mean, I feel like Agony is one of those that, like, the nice thing about running with Agony is it makes a lot of little numbers pop up, which is really fun. Because it does a really good job of making a lot of little numbers pop up. Like, those nines ticking all over the place. Well, it's going to be more than 9 probably if you're running an SOS bar, but those 9s popping up all over the place is a lot of fun. But I feel like this, frankly, needs to be somewhat desynced between the amount of health loss it causes and the amount of health loss it incurs. And I don't know how much health loss it should do. You can use Summon Spirits to heal it. You can also use Spirit Boon Strike to heal it. I don't know. I don't know that I have a ton of feelings on this one. I feel like it would be kind of interesting if it didn't have a specific duration and if it was slightly higher level, so it was tankier, just sort of on its own. But it's one of those things where what I think would actually be the most exciting with Agony is if instead of causing enemies to lose health, it caused damage that would allow it to trigger Painful Bond. Like, if Agony could trigger Painful Bond, that I think would be really spicy and really exciting. And that to me is something that I would like to see. So that could be really interesting. I'm not sure if that'd be too strong or not. But, hey, why not? Why not give it a shot and see? I think I'd like to give it a shot and see. So Ancestor's Rage, at one point in time, like, give it way lower health per level than other spirits and just make it damage itself at the same rate it hits everything else. I mean, I'm not quite sure I understand what you're saying. It does lose health. Are you saying rather than losing health for each foe, it loses health at the same time? Like, the spirit causes 9 health loss each second to foes within earshot, and this spirit loses 9 health each second, rather than for each. I mean, that would be an alternative, as well. What I would like to try, Sure. Rather than hitting itself for 10 times all of the other things that it hit. What I would be interested in trying, like I said though, I mean that's definitely another idea that makes it stick around a bit longer, which frankly making it stick around a bit longer helps it a lot with being effective with stuff that wants you to have spirits around. Ancestor's Rage. So Ancestor's Rage, yeah, originally this kind of just triggered immediately, and then they changed it so you couldn't like stack it with a bunch of things. I don't know that this necessarily needs to have this delay in PvE. Does anybody know if this did not have that 1 second delay, so you couldn't just like have like everybody just apply this to a melee dude at once, would that matter? I feel like you get rid of the 1 second delay and the skill would be fine. I always have kind of considered this one of the better of the Ritualist offensive skills, so I don't know that I feel like I would want to change anything with this right off the bat other than getting rid of the 1 second delay, which is a little bit goofy. Ritualist just deals lightning damage. That's just what they decided. I don't have a specific problem with it. I think it's the idea of like they're channeling power from the dead. It helps differentiate it from the Necromancer, which deals cold damage. And its lightning damage does not have armor penetration, unlike the Elementalists, so that makes it a little bit different as well. I don't see any particular reason for it to not be lightning damage. Bloodsong was moved out of communing at some point in time. So, yeah. It has something to do with some of that. Like, there's some trope stuff about the dead using electricity and, like, Frankenstein type things. I don't know. There's some stuff that kind of, I feel like I've heard about playing in sort of that space. So I think that's probably why. So Bloodsong was originally in communing. I would have to try to find what update it was that they moved it out of. Actually, I wonder if the wiki has that information on hand for their reasoning for why they did it. Because it was originally in communing. No, that's in communing. Okay, they changed it in the February 1st, 2007 update. Hang on, I can't see a chat at the moment. That's the February 1st, 2007. Nope, that's... I don't want the news archive, I want the game updates. Boy, they did a lot of stuff here. Oh, that's when they removed the evade mechanic from the game. And made weakness cause -1 to all attributes. I didn't remember that those happened at the same time. Fixed a bug that prevented players from seeing the damage caused by their own traps. That's an interesting update. Wow, apparently they made Black Mantis Thrust have a 4-second recharge during that update, so clearly they didn't stay on that one. It's interesting looking at these game updates. There's often articles that accompany these explaining why they made the changes they made, but this doesn't say here. Yeah, let's see. Basically, to buff SOS, this was still in Binding Rituals or standard 35-second casts, so Rit wasn't a great spot. I mean, that's fair. Except this is before SOS did that. Signet of Spirits at this time gained you energy if you were within earshot of a spirit, like it does in PvP. So, don't know what to say on that front. Anyway, I want... Communing is a bit low on skills. I would want to move Bloodsong back into communing. I think communing is where a lot of is where attacking spirits belong. Like Agony I think is fine here, but I think Bloodsong absolutely belongs over here in communing. Caretaker's Charge. This has always struck me as a bit of an underwhelming skill. If you're holding an item, it refunds itself and you gain health. The thing is, this doesn't do a whole lot of damage. This is one of those elites that I kind of put in the and we'll get to Signet of Spirits and stuff with that in a moment, but Caretaker's Charge just feels very underwhelming to me as a skill. What would I want to do to make it feel like a more useful skill? Yeah, I mean, you can absolutely want to make item spells wards. I'm not going to. But, or I wouldn't necessarily do that, but I don't mind seeing what your thoughts are if you were to do that. I feel like this is a weird one because Caretaker's Charge. Item spells are more iconic if they're writ than weapon spells. Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you on sort of that thing. I think weapon spells play better, but item spells are more like of a flavorful fit. It's kind of an awkward thing. If you're holding an item... That's only because this version of weapon spells got moved into elementals and GW2. I mean, there's some argument for that. I think the big thing for me is weapon spells don't feel like they embody as much of the like working with the dead flavor that the Ritualist has otherwise. There's some argument that they're kind of working with the spirits of the dead to like put a spirit into a weapon, but the item spells very much so feel like they belong in Ritualist with like, oh, we're channeling the power of the dead. Like that's kind of the whole idea here. So yeah. You know what I actually kind of like is making this like an elite version of Spirit Boon Strike. Where this is an elite spell that like deals damage, and then if you are holding an item, all allied spirits like all allied summoned creatures in earshot are healed or gain HP. Probably drop its recharge down to 3 seconds. Let it refund itself, that's fine. Maybe reduce the refund to like 3 energy if need be, and maybe boost the healing more than the 41. But rather than healing you, have this be something where if you're holding an item, it heals like minions and spirits in earshot that are allied to you. I'm not exactly sure how you want to kind of word that, but I like that as an idea for this. Because then that allows them to be able to serve in a position where it's like, oh, you use this and you are helping keep all of these other things alive. I don't know if it needs to have the item spell requirement or not, but I kind of like having an item, holding an item. I mean, there is some argument to that in some regards, yeah. But yeah, I kind of feel like I'd want to go that direction with Caretaker's Charge. And just kind of test it out there and see how that feels. Channeled Strike. Okay, so this one is... It's like, it's your offensive thing for holding an item. The problem that I have with this one, I don't know if y'all have played with this much, but it gets very energy intensive. Like, the Ritualist just does not have a whole lot of great ways to manage this energy well enough to really make good use of Channeled Strike. So I kind of want this... I feel like I want to dramatically increase the amount of additional lightning damage if you're holding an item. Or change it to... just increase the raw damage by like 11 points and make it AoE if you're holding an item. I actually kind of like that idea. Target foe is struck for 88 damage at 12 channeling. I like 88 damage. I don't know why. It just feels good there. If you're holding an item, foes... I'm not sure if adjacent or nearby would be... better, but... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is like so many skills that deal damage are balanced around trying to prevent them from being too strong of a spike skill in PvP. That's really what it kind of comes down to. Is like so much of it is kind of built around that. So I like the idea of this being like less raw damage and more like when you're holding an item, it goes AoE, and that to me would be interesting, and that's the direction I'd want to go with Channeled Strike, and that would make it feel like the 10 energy cost is worthwhile at that point. Like, you always build these knowing that they're only going to be used if they meet the condition. So, Clamor of Souls, I personally think the skill is extremely weak. What I'd actually do with this is I would put the Signet of Spirit effect on Clamor of Souls and make this an elite binding ritual that summons the 3 spirits, and I'd change Signet of Spirits, of course. And then I'd move it to Communing. And I'd put it at 15 energy. Probably 1 second cast time, 30-second recharge, that's fine. Maybe make the spirits a little bit stronger. Because it's... I think that's not the worst idea. Let's actually put some points in Communing so I can... So, like, Pain is, what, 25? I could see bumping their damage up to, like, 20 at 12 Communing when it's in Communing. But yeah, I'd turn Clamor of Souls into that. I don't think that... I think this effect is theoretically too good to be free and also belongs in Communing, and Communing is short on elites. So I'd absolutely... Like, that's what I would do. I think Clamor of Souls is the best candidate for that. Cruel is Daoshin. So this is... I mean, it's an item spell. You hold his ashes. It makes your Ritualist skills have some armor penetration, and then when you drop his ashes, it does AoE damage. It's the non-elite version of Destructive Glaive. I think this skill could be buffed a bit. I think it could be brought down to 10 energy and like a 15-second recharge and a 1 second cast time, and it would be fine. Like, I feel like it's at a spot where they're trying to make it not too strong for PvP, and I think it could be buffed for PvE. So, Destruction. So this one's a really awkward one to try to use. You want it to go off on enemy melee attackers, I guess, to do damage. Of course, it has a 150 damage cap. You could theoretically do some weird stuff with it where you, like, use Draw Spirit, or you rush in as an assassin and then you swap your Ritualist Destruction Spirit into the front line or something like that. You could do some weird things, but... I kind of like the idea of this having some sort of passive effect that, like, leave the effect as it currently is, and then also add on, hopefully your Twitch recovers. But add on some sort of passive effect that that gives allies within its range. I don't know if earshot is how big that range should be, but like some additional armor penetration as well. And that could also scale up with channeling. I just like the idea of like you drop destruction and enemies that get near it are going to take damage when it dies, but also it helps allies hit harder for that period, and that to me would give it some more use, and would also just it would help give the Ritualist a role in supporting the team and actually getting damage in on enemies. That to me is a useful place. So Destructive with Glaive is a skill that I wouldn't change. I think it's good where it's at. Essence Strike is a weird sort of energy management skill that kind of does some nice incidental damage, some nice incidental energy gain. I don't necessarily feel like anything with it needs to change. I feel like this is one of those skills that you're kind of like happy to slot in on a Ritualist bar. What I could see is with more of the spirits, like, because obviously I'm talking about moving Channeling Magic's major spirit creation skills over into Communing where they belong, in the form of Clamor of Souls taking over Signal of Spirits thing, and then Bloodsong both going it down into Communing, right? Bringing this down to 27 skills and this up to 25. With that sort of change, Essence Strike probably needs a slight bump up because you're going to be split in your attributes probably a little bit more often. So I don't necessarily mind bumping the damage of this up by like a few points and the energy gain rate shifting it a little bit as well, just to make it a little bit more generous. But not up by a whole lot. I think Gaze from Beyond is probably a little bit underrated as a skill, if I had to guess. It does a decent length blind for 5 energy, which is not bad, and some damage on top of that. I like this one decently well. I could see it drop down to an 8-second recharge as well being a reference to Essence Strike being at 8 seconds. I'm not sure. It's one of those things where like it's a little bit hard to know how everything would kind of fit together, but this is definitely one of the like better skills in my mind because it has a pretty lengthy blind at 5 seconds, which can be useful for helping to protect your backline. It's the sort of thing where maybe in PvE that could be a bit more aggressive still, and maybe have like a 5-second recharge or something. I'm not quite sure on that front. It's one of those things where like fundamentally I don't feel like this is a skill that needs to change, but it's the sort of thing where over time I might want to like iterate up on some of its numbers if I'm just feeling like, no, this is a little too weak. And recharge is the first one that I'd be looking at of like, okay, well, what if we adjusted its recharge? Gaze of Fury. This is a really cool skill. This is one that I'm a little bit... Like, I wouldn't necessarily change a whole lot about this skill. I am a little bit torn on whether or not it belongs in channeling or communing. Actually, another alternative is spawning power. I feel like this originally had a different effect, and then they made it this. Yeah, so use a lot of Destructive with Glaive with those too. Yep. I'm curious now. I need to check. What does it say? That I saw. Wow, Caretaker's Charge was once significantly stronger. Decrease the amount of health lost? What the heck did Gaze from Beyond used to do? Hang on. What, you don't have a skill history page for this one? I'm just looking stuff up on the wiki at the moment. Oh, interesting. Gaze from Beyond used to be the spirit nearest you loses health and then striking foe for each point of health loss, similar to Spirit Transfer, except damage. And what Gaze of Fury used to do, or did it always do this? It has his skill history for the PvP version. What's the PvP version? Destroy target allied spirit. So it doesn't hit any spirit. Wiki's being a little laggy still. History. Okay, Wow, this has just a few revisions. Destroy target spirit and create a level. Okay, no, it looks like it's done that for a long time. Not sure if that's the original version, but yeah, I feel like Gaze of Fury is a little bit peculiar in channeling magic, but not completely out of place. I like it as a tool. So I wouldn't necessarily do anything to Gaze of Fury because I don't feel like anything needs to be done to it, but it's just one of those things of like, actually, I think your local DNS server is currently using water cooling, as in being flooded, or more literally. So yeah, Gaze of Fury. Moving along, wouldn't do anything to. Moving along, Grasping is Kurong. So you hold Kurong's ashes for a while, and then when you drop his ashes, all nearby foes are struck for damage and knocked down. This is interesting in that this is our first item spell that we've run across. It's an elite, or no, it's not the first one. We've had Cruelest Dash and Destructible Glaive. It's our first one that we've run into that doesn't have a passive effect while you're holding it. I think I kind of want all item skills to have a passive effect while you're holding it, and then an effect when you drop it. I don't know if that's just the Melvin in me that likes that sort of design pattern being reflected universally across the board, or if it's because I feel like item spells that don't have both parts or at the very least have a passive effect while you're holding it, kind of feel like they're missing the boat on what makes item spells distinct. Like, the servers got rained on when it's a specific type of drizzle. I see. Yeah, that's not desirable at all. So, like, when I look at Grasping as Kurong and it doesn't have a hold effect, I'm like, this feels like it's missing something. So I would want to add, like, because basically, like, the thing that makes item spells distinct is when they have both a passive and a drop effect, because other things don't generally do that. Like, I know there's some dervish enchantments that have an effect while they're on you and then, like, a start or end effect, but, you know, it's one of those things that, like, for the most part, what makes item spells, like, as it is, Grasping as Kurong is a spell that might as well not... Excuse me, I have all these hiccups. Grasping as Kurong is an item spell that might as well not have this this whole, like, be able to be held. Like, it might as well just be a spell that's, like, invoke the essence of Kurong to deal 63 damage to all nearby foes and knock them down. Like, not doing things on both ends just feels a bit like it's missing the boat to me. Like, it's missing its potential. What I actually kind of like as I'm thinking about this a little bit is I kind of... I could see that. What I was actually kind of thinking is, like, enemies are grasping for you and they're kind of failing, but yeah, I could see that, whereas trying to hang on to things. What I was actually thinking was kind of the Shield of Judgment effect that, like, whenever, not that it deals damage, but whenever a foe strikes you with an attack, that foe's knocked down. No damage on that, but just, like, Oh, you hit me. You got knocked down. Whoop, you hit me. You got knocked down. That's kind of... I don't know if that'd be too strong or not. Maybe decreases duration if it is. That's kind of what I would want to try first. Is just like the first idea that comes to my mind. Yeah. Exactly. So like it doesn't deal any damage, but like whenever you attack the person getting knocked down is a decidedly potent effect. That I would love to try and just see if like, okay, is this too strong or not? I don't know. It seems like an interesting idea though, and I'd like to try it. Let's see, that brings us to Lamentation. Lamentation is suffering. And I actually kind of like that parallel, that Lamentation like has the exact same degen stats and area of effect size and everything as Suffering from Curses. I think that's a really cool idea. And then the armor ignoring damage when it's applied, if you're within earshot of a spirit or corpse, is fine as well. I feel like this is like borderline decent. I would try it at a 10-second recharge and see how that felt. But I don't feel like I personally would want to change this effect all that much. So, Nightmare Weapon. I think this spell is actually pretty good. As like, consider this, right? It makes your ally deal armor ignoring damage, and that damage heals them. Like, yes, it's not necessarily adding damage to them, but against high armor targets, it absolutely does increase their damage. And the fact is, this works as an interesting heal skill, and I quite like... Yeah, it would work really well with Triple Shot. I quite like Nightmare Weapon. I think I would try it with a decreased recharge of like 5 seconds and see if that's too strong, but just sync it up with Splinter Weapon, you know? I feel like Ritualist needs some strong stuff, so I don't mind trying that and seeing if that was too much or not. But I feel like Nightmare Weapon is one of the better sort of weapon spells. And again, like, we're talking about over 3 attacks, that ally heals himself for even at 12 channeling magic. This is a 126 point heal to an extent. The attack limit on weapon spells is insulting in PvE. I mean, if this was not going to be the next 3 attacks, it would have to be a lesser amount of lifesteal, I think. I don't know. I see this almost as more of a healing skill anyway. Offering of Spirit. Ah, yes. This skill. I don't know why you'd use this skill over Offering of Blood if you were looking for this effect. Certainly as a primary Ritualist, I could see maybe wanting this. The problem is Ritualist has a lot of energy management elites. I probably would decrease that a little bit, maybe. Yeah, maybe a little bit. The biggest issue that I have is when they... Let's grab a Necromancer here. So just compare pound for pound. I'm just going to change this to free up attribute points. Here's Offering of Blood. This is 15-second recharge. So the recharge is the same at 15 seconds. Actually... Yeah, whatever. But this is 18 energy gain. This is 15 energy gain at 12. This only costs 1 energy. This costs 5. So the net difference is huge. This gets you 10 energy. This gives you 17. This always costs 20% HP, and this sometimes costs 17%, but easy to have it not cost any. Net 10 energy every 15 seconds isn't terrible, but it's not astounding. I think what I would do with this is change its stats to be more in line with Offering of Blood. So decrease its cost to 1 energy, and maybe increase its energy gain up to 18 as well. I'm not sure how similar they should be. I'd start with them in a very similar place. And increase the life sacrifice to 20%. And then say if any spirits are within earshot, one of them sacrifices a health instead. Like, instead of having it be something where the life sacrifice is negated, it's the spirit sacrifices 20% health. And just boost Offering of Spirit and do that. So that way what you're doing is you're offloading the sacrifice. I think that, to me, would be a much more interesting skill that I'd consider actually using. And I'd actually consider using sometimes instead of Offering of Blood. And that would be kind of cool. I don't know, like, this probably should be, like, a little bit worse than Offering of Blood, but I'm not sure by how much. But at bare minimum, I'd want to bump its sacrifice up to 20%, its energy cost down to 1%, and offload the life sacrifice to the spirit within earshot, to one of the spirits in earshot, rather than having it just completely negated. I think that makes more sense flavorfully, and I think that allows you to kind of bump up its power a little bit. So, again, I'm not quite sure where the numbers would need to end up being, but that's a balance pass. Painful Bonds. Target foe and all nearby foes are hexed with Painful Bond and take 18 damage whenever they're hit by a spirit's attack. I'd reword this to say take 18 damage whenever they're dealt damage by a spirit. That would make it, or at least I'd certainly have it trigger off. Again, I'd want this to be able to work with Agony. But Painful Bond is a fine skill. Renewing Surge. This one is a skill that I think is a little bit easy to kind of underestimate. It refunds itself 8 damage each second, or for 8 seconds, like having the 10 armor ignoring damage that's 5 equivalent health degen. This is like a summon phantasm that is not affected by the health degeneration cap, and refunds you energy when it ends. It does have a little bit of a longer recharge. I feel like this is one of those skills that's like kind of a little bit borderline. I could see making a little bit of an adjustments to it, maybe dropping it down to like a 13 or 12 second recharge just to make it a little bit more appealing, but I don't feel like this one actually I'd want to do a whole lot to. Without seeing how kind of things shake out in a broader meta. Signet of Spirits. So I already discussed moving this functionality to Clamor of Souls and then down into Communing. I would want to give Signet of Spirits kind of the same effect it has in PvP back to it. I think that gives some interesting build options. Just that way people know what I'm talking about here. I'm just going to pop into PvP. So you can see this is 1 energy, 20-second recharge, Elite Signet. You gain energy if you're within earshot of a spirit. I would want to change Signet of Spirits back into that effect in PvE as well. Again, moving the summoning multiple spirits effect into... let's see. Where was I? I was somewhere over near here. Yeah. Use the musical arranger as a positioning tool. That energy management skill has a really useful place and opens up some options, and is part of why I feel like Offering of Spirits needs to have a little bit more oomph as well, because it would be trying to compete with Signet of Spirits, which, again, I'm not quite sure where numbers would settle down. I would just start by basically merging the PvE and PvP versions. It plays super well with Quickening Zephyr. Like, yeah, all of your skills are more expensive, but your energy management elite that relies you on having a spirit in earshot. Oh, look, Quickening Zephyr is a spirit in earshot. Oh, look, it's recharging in half time. Huh, that doubles the energy output from it. That to me is really cool. And in general, like, I like that as an option for like monks or whatever else needs energy management. So I would try that. Again, I'm not quite sure where the numbers would rest, but I feel like that's always true. I feel like I repeat myself a lot with that. Spirit Boon Strike. Target foe struck for some lightning damage, and all your spirits within your shot are healed. I don't know how good this one is. Yeah, it is nature ritual that you can just tow around with you. Quickening's effort does tend to die fairly quickly, but I think I wanted to increase it or something. I don't remember. It's also good if you know you're going into the Realm of Torment, because that doesn't care if it's your spirit. It just cares that there's a spirit in your shot, if I remember correctly. Rather than jump back into PvP again. Signal Spirits PvP. Yeah, within earshot of a spirit. It does not care whether or not it's an allied spirit. So if you're going into the Realm of Torment and you know Quickening Zephyr is going to be around, it is an option, at least for AI and stuff. Yeah. Yep. Nature rituals are... Well, I talked about them extensively in the Ranger portion, didn't I? No need to re-go over that here. But yeah, Spirit Boon Strike. I feel like this is one of those, like, is this a decent spell? Does this need a little bit of a buff? I feel like it needs a little bit of a buff. I feel like it needs, like, another 6 to 9 damage. Or, like, boost its numbers by, like, somewhere around, like, 6 to 9 at 12. I don't know. It feels like... I feel like Spirit Boon Strike wants to be a little bit stronger, but not a lot stronger. Does that make sense? I don't know. I'm not sure what land is trying to compete in. Spirit Burn. So this one's pretty good because it makes a long-lasting burning. Spirit Boon Strike. I feel like a lot of the power of Spirit Boon Strike is in the healing to your spirits and allowing them to be able to stick around longer. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those ones where I feel like I wouldn't change the effect of this. I would just like bump it up in power until it felt like it was right. So I'd start with like increasing its strength at like 12 to by like +6 and see, okay, does this need more? And then kind of like keep pushing it up until it felt like it was in a good spot. It's kind of what I'd be doing with it. I feel like Spirit Burn is one of those ones where it's probably a lot better than it looks because 4 seconds of burning is actually a lot of armor ignoring damage. The biggest problem that Spirit Burn has is there's a lot of other ways of inflicting burning, which kind of makes its burning a little bit redundant. And also destroyers. So I think what I would consider trying with Spirit Burn is make the setting things on fire be adjacent range. So target foe struck for 41 lightning damage. If any spirits are within earshot, Spirit Burn causes burning for 4 seconds to all foes adjacent to that target. Yeah, I mean, part of the problem with a lot of conditions in PvE is A, a lot of them are actually not that hard to cause, and B, they don't stack very well with each other, and C, most of them, especially the degen ones, are just insignificant in the face of raw damage. It's a little tricky, but I do feel like setting this at least to adjacent range AoE on the burn is not bad. Or maybe just make the whole spell adjacent. I don't know. I don't mind having a couple more AoE options in Ritualist. Sure, why not? Spirit Burn. Make it adjacent range. Spirit Rift. Open a Spirit Rift to target foe's location. After 3 seconds, all adjacent foes are struck for a bunch of lightning damage and suffer from cracked armor. This is one of those spells, and I'm like, this is fine, but really clunky. I think I like the idea of adding a snare effect while waiting for those 3 seconds. I don't know if it needs it or not, but I would kind of try it. Of like, open a Spirit Rift to target foe's location for 3 seconds. Foes adjacent to that location move 50% slower. And then after 3 seconds, all adjacent foes are struck for 105 lightning damage, suffer from cracked armor for 16 seconds. Something like that. Just the animation, everything works so well with the 3 seconds and all that sort of stuff. But this is one of those like meteor shower length. I mean, it's not quite meteor shower length, but it's like it takes a while to actually do its thing. So adding a snare there to the like you opened it and created a snare right away, like having an immediate effect on this is something that I'd want to try. And a snare feels like the sort of thing that I'd want on this. Spirit Siphon, this is a fine energy management skill. I think it works super well. It can be a little positionally awkward. What I actually like, and I talked about this when I was doing the whole skill review project, where I was reviewing all the skills, many of those reviews of which I would revise at this point after playing the game a lot more. But one of the things that I really like about Spirit Siphon is it's using a different sort of resource that's shared by the party, which means that you don't really want to have Spirit Siphon on multiple players, and I think that's really interesting and really cool. Where it's like, this is a very potent energy management tool for a character, and becomes decidedly worse the more copies of it you have in your team, and I think that's really neat. So, Splinter Weapon gets left alone. Wailing Weapon, like Splinter Weapon's a really powerful tool. I just want to comment on it. Like, I wouldn't change Splinter Weapon because I feel like it's a really powerful tool. It gives Ritualists something that's really useful, and it also does a lot to help physical attackers, which is, I think, something that's really important in PvE, because physical attackers have an inherent disadvantage to spellcasters because there's a lot more ways of mitigating physical damage, and also, like, blind and block, for example. And also, a lot of physical attackers are melee, and getting up into range is a giant pain in the rear end. Yeah, no, like I don't have any problem with it's not about like doing things to spirits. It's that like if I have this on multiple party members, you can't drain energy from the same spirit in an effective way twice, right? So I'm not sure quite what you're saying there. But yeah, so I think it's really important to provide good tools for physical attackers. And Splinter Weapon does that to help kind of make them effective in PvE. Wailing Weapon. So let's refamiliarize myself. For 8 seconds, target ally has a wailing weapon. Whenever the wailing weapon strikes an attacking foe, that foe is interrupted. I think this could be just a lot stronger in PvE. I'm not quite sure. I feel like this could be fine at like 16 seconds with a 20-second recharge at 12 channeling. Yeah, the cooldown versus duration is terrible on this. Like, the thing is, this effect is one of those things that's a lot stronger in PvP than it is in PvE. Going up to an enemy that's attacking you and, like, interrupting them, like, every time you hit them, that's pretty cool. That helps mitigate damage a lot on that one foe. Excuse me, or against that one foe, but, like, by itself, this is not the most exciting effect. I mean, it's nice when you happen to interrupt something like an eviscerate or whatever, but you know, it's not tremendously exciting in PvE. So, like, you could probably double its duration and bring it down to like a 12-second recharge, and it would be fine. Be interesting on a barrager, but yeah, like. I think I just, now that I'm thinking about it, just straight up start with like double its duration stat, like, and drop its recharge to 12 and just see how would that affect things, and would any further action need to be taken at that point, or is that good enough? It would have really nice synergy with Frustration, though. Put Frustration on somebody, every time they get bopped and interrupted in their attack, they take damage. That'd be pretty sweet. Warmonger's Weapon. So this is 10 energy, 30-second recharge. For 11 seconds, if target ally attacks a foe who is not attacking, that foe is interrupted. So this is obviously a very powerful effect. I don't know why this one lasts longer than Wailing Weapon, because I feel like this effect is stronger. Obviously, this allows you to interrupt spells and things like that. I would still adjust it so that way you could get... I'm not quite sure exactly where the stats kind of work out. I'd need to crunch the numbers. But I'd want to get it so that way at like around 15 channeling and 12 spawning, you get 100% uptime on one person. Something along those lines. Does that make sense? Basically, I'd want to make this so that way you could like throw this on a barraging ranger and they just be mass interrupting and things like that. I think this is a very potent effect. Basically, is what I'm saying. Wailing versus Warmonger is honestly the exemplar of what's wrong with weapon spells. Very small differences of execution of the same effect. Yeah, I mean, they're like counterparts, right? Where it's like, oh, this does that and this does this, but Warmonger's is a significantly more potent effect, just because interrupting spells is a lot more useful than interrupting attacking. There's a lot of weapon skills that are kind of that way. I could actually, now that you kind of mentioned it, like Warmonger's weapon is great. Like this effect is really useful, and making it so that way, like every barrage is an interrupt on non-attack skill usage, very strong. I could see, like, again, buffing this that way you could keep it up 100% on one person with like enough stat investment. Wailing Weapon, I could legitimately see just changing the effect. I probably wouldn't to start, just because I'd like to try the synergy with Frustration, and like Frustration and then Wailing Weapon on your ally who's attacking the person with Frustration on them, like putting Frustration on a physical attacker and then Wailing Weapon on an ally to attack that physical attacker, and just seeing like how much frustration damage you could get. But I think the reason why Barrage and Volley strip preparations is because having the preparation effect hit multiple things like that becomes extremely efficient. But yeah, I mean, it is a good question. It might just be a little bit of a holdover from balancing for PvP. Yeah, I don't know. I could absolutely legitimately see changing Wailing Weapon's effects to something else entirely, however. What exactly, obviously, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I could see making Wailing Weapon an offensive weapon spell. That's something like, for end seconds, whenever target foe attacks, or actually no, I would make it basically a single target panic. For end seconds, whenever target foe has a Wailing Weapon, whenever that foe uses a skill, all other foes adjacent to that foe are interrupted. Something like that, where it's like a single target panic effect. That to me would be another potential direction to go with Wailing Weapon. That would be interesting, and I like the idea of having negative weapon spells that you place on enemies. That's a design space that I want to play around in, and I feel like Wailing Weapon could be a good candidate for that. So yeah, there's another potential idea of something to try with Wailing Weapon. I feel like Weapon of Aggression, I would want to change from you to target ally, and just start there. Its other stats might need to be changed as well. I feel like its duration could go up. I feel like its energy costs could potentially be tweaked as well. I'm not quite sure what I'd want to do with it, but I'd want to see first, how does this feel if I change it from you to target ally? So that way you could use this on yourself, but you could use this on any ally that you wanted to attack faster. I still don't know that that's particularly good, by the way, because it would not work with Splinter Weapons, so, you know, that's kind of the thing. I definitely feel like this one could be at 5 energy and potentially be okay. I also feel like this could have a substantially longer duration and be okay. So, I don't know. Like, I just like the idea of actually giving somebody the ability to improve the attack speed of an ally, and allowing Weapon of Aggression to be used on allies, I think would be a great way of doing it. So, like, I don't know how strong that would be, so I'd just start by adding the target ally, or changing it to target ally instead of you, and seeing where it would need to go from there. Weapon of Fury. Target ally gains more adrenaline and 1 energy whenever the ally successfully hits with an attack. Weapon of Fury is one of those skills that I think is, like, very, like, hot mediocre. The icon is amazing. Look at that friggin' lightsaber. It's so cool looking. But as a skill, it's pretty weak. I think what I like as just an idea to try it, that I would want to try on this, is making it have that ally's attacks, like basically adding kind of a Splinter Weapon-esque splash damage to it. Not as much damage and maybe not capped. Just like for 17 seconds, target ally gains 41% more adrenaline and 1 energy whenever that ally successfully hits with an attack. Or like gains 41% more adrenaline and 1 energy and deals, like, let's just say 20. Or maybe like 30 lightning damage to adjacent foes whenever that ally successfully hits with an attack. Something along those lines. Where it has a bit of, like, it would add some additional splash damage to attacks. I think that would give it a lot more use and would be a lot more interesting. And I would want to try that. Yeah. Wielder's Strike. Target foe is struck for lightning damage. If you're under the effects of a weapon spell, you deal additional lightning damage. This has always struck me as a bit weird. And a bit weak. Like, most of the channeling weapon spells benefit from the thing attacking. And this is a spell then that you're casting, so that's always struck me as very strange. There's a couple of different... yeah, right now, Warmonger's Weapon does have more of the elite effect than Weapon of Fury. I will agree with you on that. I'll agree with you on that. I feel like adding splash damage that, like, lasts the entire duration of Weapon of Fury would push it up into feeling more like an elite than it currently does, though. So there's a couple of different directions I could see going with Wielder's Strike. I could see making this a melee attack that, or just like an attack skill that works with any weapon. That's like, attack target foe. This attack does plus N damage if you're under the effects of a weapon spell. That to me is an interesting idea. That would play nicely with some of the other things going on with Ritualist, and would also be really interesting for, like, secondary Ritualists. The icon showing an exploding weapon also makes me think of a couple of other options. So something like spell, the next time target ally hits with an attack, their current weapon spell ends and deals a bunch of AoE damage, something like that. I could see something like that. I could also see something like target creature's weapon spell ends, and all foes adjacent to that creature take N lightning damage. something that like blows up the weapon spell. That would add some interesting counterplay to weapon spells by adding a way to remove them. But yeah, shatter enchantment of weapon spells. Yeah, but like, hello, also Avatako, something like that. I don't know. Welcome. But like something where you could blow up enemies' weapon spells or your allies' weapon spells. And it would always hurt your enemies, of course. It wouldn't hurt your ally, but if you blew up your ally's weapon spell or the enemy's weapon spell, it dealt damage. That could be an interesting direction to go with it, too. I would probably want to try out a couple of those different ideas and see which one felt like the best one to have, and kind of settle on one of those. All right. Well, that kind of gets me through channeling magic. I already have 12 points in communing. Hooray. So let's talk about communing. So just as a reminder, moved a couple of additional... I would move a couple of skills from channeling to communing. So that would give a little bit more in here. As it is, communing feels a little bit light on skills, and that's because it only has 23. Like, it has the fewest of any of the Ritualist attribute lines, which is kind of wonky. It's possible I might want a Restoration Magic or skill or two to go into communing as well. In particular, there's a lot of item spells in Restoration Magic, and it would make sense to me to have some of them go into communing, especially Tranquil's Tennyson. But we'll get there when we get to Restoration Magic. Anguish. So across the board, I feel like communing attack spirits are in a kind of an odd spot. They're just kind of beat out right now as the game currently sits by this raw strength of Signet Spirits. And the fact that this is one skill that makes you multiple different attackers is really, really good. In the land where the Signet of Spirits effect is on Clamor of Souls and is an elite in communing, and Bloodsong's back in communing, I feel like communing attacking spirits become better in many regards, just because there's a reason to be going into communing in the first place for attacking spirits. I'm still not quite sure how that ends up balancing out in the long run of things. But by and large, I feel like I want all of them to have a 30-second recharge for the attacking spirits. And so that starts with Anguish going down to a 30-second recharge. I'm not quite sure on the energy cost on this one, but I feel like a lot of the attacking spirits are actually more like 5 energy. Pain certainly is. Pain's 5 energy and Bloodsong's 5 energy. I feel like on that front, I'd want Anguish to be 10 energy. So what I would first start if I was balancing things is I'd drop this to 10 energy with a 30-second recharge and just see how that feels there. I feel like its damage numbers are fine. It deals double damage to hexed foes. That's cool. Armor of Unfeeling. Your spirits with an earshot take 50% less damage and immune to critical hits. Okay, so this is one of those things where I have a technical question on this skill that maybe the wiki can answer. Which is this applied to the spirits that you currently have active when you use it? That's what I assume. The effect is applied on skill activation to spirits within a range. It does not affect spirits summoned after or brought within range afterwards. Okay, that's kind of what I would have thought. So yeah, I feel like this is a skill that I wouldn't change anything to. This is an important tool for allowing your spirits to be tankier. So I wouldn't really feel a need to do anything to Armor of Unfeeling. Binding Chains. This is one of those effects that's surprisingly potent. 90% snares are strong. This is a fairly large AoE range, and it actually does a decent amount of damage if the foes continue to try moving. This hits to 75 armor ignoring damage. Well, 72, but... So, Binding Chains actually kind of strong. Does it belong in communing? This is a weird question. Does Binding Chains belong in communing? I feel like it probably does. What I'm thinking right now is I kind of want this to be something that cares about spirits rather than... I Commune with the spirit chains, exactly. I kind of feel like I want this to be... like, okay, here's an idea. A much longer duration, and then having it be whenever target foe, or like, I don't know how you word this, so I'm going to just be wordy. A longer duration affect a area of foes, and then whenever one of those foes is near a spirit, they move slower and take damage. Commune spirit chains. You're assuming the intention there might have been a combo for Anguish. Yes, I agree. Painful Bond is the standard spirit support support hex. Yeah. I think Painful Bond being in channeling is fine. It adds an awful lot of damage, so having you split attributes for that seems reasonable. But I like the idea of Binding Chains being a much longer lasting hex that basically has its effect only when an enemy is near a spirit. But like affecting an AoE of enemies like this says here. That to me is an interesting idea. The damage might need to be a bit lower. The snare might need to be more like 75% rather than 90. But being something where it's like, oh, you ran into range of a spirit, all of a sudden you like can't move and you're taking a bunch of damage. That to me is really cool, and I like that sort of design for Binding Chains. So I try something like that and see where it needs to go from there. Brutal Weapon. Again, in communing, I guess so. Why not? Give target ally a brutal weapon for a while. The bearer's weapon strikes for plus damage as long as the bearer is under no enchantments. About 7% of spirit spamming potential damage comes from channeling, not communing. Yeah. Yeah, and again, that's just because Signal Spirits is so good. Brutal Weapon is one of those skills that, like, it's just really clunky to use. It's clear that they have the under no enchantments line, so it doesn't stack with enchantments like Order of Pain and the Conjures. Oh, yeah. Have Armor of Feeling be allied spirits within earshot take 50% less damage and are immune to critical hits. I can see doing that. That's a reasonable thing. I didn't catch that, but yeah, I think that's reasonable. I would just get rid of the as long as the bearer is under no enchantments line. If people want to go into communing and give an ally a long-lasting weapon damage buff rather than splinter weapon, go for it. That's my feeling. Just get rid of the under no enchantments line and it's fine. Disenchantment. This is okay, so there's a whole range of like offensive spirits here that like technically have different versions for PvE and PvP because of cast times, but I want to actually check. Disenchantment. The wiki is being a little slow today. Cool. 15:130. Oh, wow. Okay. They think this is a strong skill in PvP. 25 energy, 5-second cast time, 45-second recharge. Wow. Wow. And here I was thinking this is probably 10 energy skill in PvE. I mean, I still think that. But, you know. Like I said, I'd try dropping this to 10 energy. Again, there's a lot of different changes that happen. I don't know if this spirit would suddenly become a lot more popular if your multiple spirit summoning effect was in communing. Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's overcaught. Again, you have no control over what it hits, so like the unpredictability of it is to me the reason why it needs to go down to 10 energy. Like it's still a potent effect and it hits, you know, additional damage and stuff like that. I don't think it should be 5 necessarily. But I don't think it should be 15 either. I'd put it at 10. And that brings us to the first of the triumvirate of popular defensive spirits. So Displacement is a target-rich environment versus a skill where you can literally not get the disenchantment effect at all. I assume DE is disenchantment effect. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? So displacement blocks incoming attacks, and then whenever it does so, it takes a pile of damage, so it can only block so many. I'm going to have a really hard time saying what I think I'd want to do with Displacement, Spirit, Shelter, and Union. And the reason why is because I don't think that they're to blame for the power of Soul Twist, the Soul Twist build. Soul Twist is. So I legitimately do not know what I'd want to do with these until I saw the effects of, like, how useful are they after taking an axe to Soul Twist. I'll talk more about, like, that in a bit when I get down there. I feel like I legitimately would want to drop these guys down to 30-second recharges, however, instead of leaving them at 45. Beyond that, I'm not sure. And I would need to see how adjustments that I would make to the overall environment of the Ritualist end up playing out to see what else I'd want to do to them. Like I said, I drop them to 30-second recharges. I generally want my spirits at 30-second recharges, so it's easier to have them up for each encounter. Because if you're not able to do that, your Ritualist is slowing your entire party down or just not going to be as effective. The reason why it's slowing your entire party down is because you are waiting for it to get its spirits back, like spirits recharged before you go into the next encounter. That's not fun gameplay. In general, I don't think it's a good idea to make the player feel like they have to sit around after an encounter in order to be able to recover their resources for the next encounter. And that includes having their skills recharged so they can use them again. There's not really like an amazing way of necessarily managing some skills in that regard, but I definitely feel like having the binding rituals have 30-second recharges or less. I wouldn't necessarily make them super less than 30 seconds, but unless Arena already had them that way. But that's something that I just want to do in order to be able to kind of maintain a consistent pace of play, and I feel like that would be important. These guys' recharges as it currently is pretty much ignored because they're only really used with Soul Twist. But again, I'm going to repeat myself if I keep talking about that. So we'll talk about Soul Twist when we get down to spawning power. For now, let's just go ahead and move on because I don't really have a whole lot to say about Displacement beyond that. To Dissonance. Dissonance is in exactly the same boat in my mind as Disenchant, where the effect is theoretically strong. It deals damage and interrupts with every hit. Sign me up. For 25 energy, maybe not as much. The fact is you can't control what this thing hits. It is an unreliable interrupt at best. So that's kind of a neat bonus effect. It's mostly just a damaging spirit. I would honestly try it at 10 energy and a 30-second recharge. And double its duration. Like 22 seconds of life. I would at least try 30 seconds at 12 communing. I could even see boosting Disenchantment's lifespan a little bit, but I think 30 seconds is probably fine at 12 communing. And I would absolutely try it at 10 energy and a 30-second recharge. That may prove too strong, but I'm okay with kind of toning it down again. I don't expect it to actually be too strong at that value, though. Dulled Weapon. So this to me is a really prime candidate for becoming a another negative weapon spell. I would have this be a weapon spell that has this basic effect. For 13 seconds, target foe and all adjacent foes cannot achieve a critical hit and deal less damage. I would strongly consider dropping the AoE on it, dropping the energy cost to 5 and dropping the recharge to like 7. I could see moving it to channeling. I feel like it could be fine in communing or channeling. I don't have strong feelings that way. But either way, I feel like this is a really good candidate for an offensive weapon spell. And I could see dramatically decreasing its energy cost and recharge, like I was saying. And seeing how that fits, maybe tweaking some other stuff as well. but I kind of like that that basic start. Earthbinds. I feel like Earthbind could be 10 energy, but this is definitely a strong effect. Not so much because of its increased knockdown duration, but because for some reason it's able to circumvent the anti-knockdown skill that some enemies have. So you can knock down things like giants and whatnot that normally can't be knocked down. So from that standpoint, I'm not quite sure where Earthbind should sit. I wouldn't nerf it. I might buff it a little bit. But I don't necessarily feel like I'd want to have that much of a desire to change it, if that makes sense. Ghostly Weapon. Ghostly Weapon's really weird to me. It's kind of redundant with Guided Weapon. A Guided Weapon clearly being a much stronger skill. I feel like I want Ghostly Weapon to have a very different effect. Actually, what I'd do with Ghostly Weapon is I'd probably make it an offensive weapon spell, give it a shorter duration. Okay, let's just kind of talk over. I'd make this weapon spell for, I don't know, like 10 seconds. Let's just go with 10 seconds as kind of an end seconds. Target foes' attacks have a 50% chance to miss. And then give it like a 5-second recharge or something, and like a 1-second cast time probably, instead of quarter second. But just basically make it something that makes enemies miss with their attacks. Like, give them a miss chance. I'm not sure if, again, that's just like a baseline effect. Where the numbers would need to be would require some testing. Guided Weapon is way too expensive. Like, this effect is really useful. Making an ally's attacks unblockable is really, really good. And I appreciate the Ritualist being able to do this. It should not be 15 energy. It should be like... I feel like if I were not changing any other stats, I would make this 5 energy. If I was adjusting some other stuff, I could see it being 10. But I would try this just to start, just making it 5 energy and seeing how that plays. And kind of rolling with it there. Mighty was Verizon, or Vorzon, or whatever. So you hold his ashes, and while you hold his ashes, you gain armor and incredibly increased maximum energy. I do like the idea of my item spells all having drop conditions, or like drop effects as well. And I'd kind of want to have one on this guy. I think this one would be more useful if communing was more useful. So if people had reason to go into communing, they'd, for other things in the very tight Soul Twist bar, I think they'd be more interested in Mighty Was Vorazon as well. Just because plus 15 armor and plus 30 maximum energy is actually pretty good. Especially if you're not able to get some of the other effects off of like a staff or something. As for effects, because I do like the idea of adding some sort of drop effects to it. I feel like it would have a fairly minimal drop effect. I actually kind of like the idea of when you drop his ashes, your spirit, the attack of spirits in earshot of you is like plus 10 damage or something. Maybe have it scale up a little bit. Yeah, it is better than the staff for just pure mana. Because staffs top out at like plus 15 with an insight and maybe an additional 5 above 50 HP or while enchanted mod. With the most being like plus 7 for below 50% HP for 22. It's not quite as good as a high energy set, but it doesn't have the energy recharge decrease that those have. But yeah, I kind of like the idea of when you hold Mighty of Verizon's ashes for up to 51 seconds. While you hold his ashes, you gain plus 15 armor and 30 maximum energy. When you drop his ashes, spirits within earshot deal plus N damage with their next attack, where N is like 1 dot 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 9 dot 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 11 or something like that. Not a huge thing, but just a little bit of a buff, and just see how that feels. I don't know if I'd want to change anything else about it. That feels to me like more of a bonus that's tacked on whenever you need to refresh it. But I kind of like that as an idea. Just, I don't know, it's this nice little add-on. So Pain is fine. The biggest problem Pain has is just communing is not great for offensive spirits. So Restoration. So this is really, really obnoxious when enemy ritualists use it. I don't know if you all feel that way or not, but I certainly do. But I also like basically never use it because it's a really awkward way to try to res your own party. I actually like the idea of Restoration. I don't mind it in communing, to be clear, but I like the rather than Restoration magic. Although it feels really weird to have the Restoration spirit not be in Restoration magic. Yeah, res spamming enemies is miserable. I kind of like the idea of Restoration being a spirit that says whenever an ally within earshot dies, Restoration sacrifices like 40% or like maybe 35% of its HP and resurrects that ally with that much HP. Something kind of like that. And have it be something where it resurrects allies, but it sacrifices its own HP to do it. And so having more points in communing makes it higher level, which makes it have more HP that it can restore those allies with. And having more spawning power would also do that. I kind of like that idea where like you place it and it whenever an ally dies, it sacrifices itself to resurrect that ally. I don't know if I'd want it to also sacrifice an equal amount of its energy to give to that ally. I would try that and see if it's too strong or not. Something like that, where it's like... And again, the exact numbers, I would not have them scale with communing. The main thing that would be scaling would be its effective strength because of its level. And then see if that's too strong with things that can restore spirit HP. And things like that. But it seems like an interesting idea, at least. Its AoE range would be another thing that I'd consider. I'd try it at earshot to start. See if that feels like it's too much. See if it feels like it should be smaller. See, like, there's all sorts of things that need to be tweaked with it. But I like that as a basic effect that I'd want to try initially. Shadow Song. This one's a really useful spirit. I could see dropping this to 10 energy as well. And just be like, yeah, if they're an attacking spirit that has a nice bonus effect, it should be 10 energy. The 15 is... I don't know. I like this one regardless, but... Exactly. Why not? But yeah, I feel like Shadow Song could easily be 10 energy, and that would be fine. Like I said on Shelter, I wouldn't know until I was able to kind of test things with other changes I'd make. The other skills, 30-second recharge. I might drop its energy cost, honestly, if Soul Twist is not there in the way that it currently is to allow you to kind of power this out all the time. Segment of Ghostly Might, yeah. I agree with, I think it was Toapat that said it. And just making this say, instead of, for 17 seconds, all spirits you control within your shot attack 33% faster and deal +9 damage, make it be all allied spirits within earshot attack 33% faster and deal +9 damage. And just do that. Yeah, just do that. Soothing. So this effect is actually surprisingly useful. Also really annoying to kind of face when you're in the Jade Sea. But I also don't tend to bring it very much. I could see making this 30-second recharge, because of course I want it to be 30-second recharge. I could also see decreasing its energy cost. I don't know. I should try playing with the spirit a bit more and just see how effective it feels, even at like helping mitigate damage. Because doubling the adrenaline, or like having adrenaline gain, making skills effectively require twice as much adrenaline, is a really powerful way to slow down all sorts of enemy attackers. So it is too situational. This feels like one of those things that, like, I haven't played with it enough to quite have a good feeling for it, but it feels like it should be. Yeah, that's also part of it. I don't know. I would definitely try it at like 30-second recharge and just like stick it at 5 energy and see how it feels kind of there. Threatening warriors typically have excessive mana and primarily use mana skills. Yeah, that's true too. I could also see it being something like maybe decrease its range, and then all foes within this range attack 50% slower instead of taking twice as long to build adrenaline. Not quite sure how big its range should be at that point. I think probably smaller than it currently is. Maybe 33% slower, something like that. But like decreasing attack rate would be, I think, a more useful effect in PvE. So I would try that, I think. That feels like a more useful skill. Leave most of its stats the same. 30-second recharge. That might be worth 15 energy. Would I spend 15 energy for a meekness effect on a spirit? Yes, I would. So I tried at 15 energy, 30-second recharge. Leave the dies after 39 seconds, level 10 spirit thing, and just all foes within its range attack 50% slower. Try that one out. Sundering a weapon. Sundering a weapon is useful. Giving an ally some armor penetration and causing cracked armor is pretty good. I don't know that I'd necessarily do a whole lot of sundering a weapon. I could see dropping its recharge from 10 seconds to more like 6. Union, as I mentioned, with Shelter and Displacement, changes to Soul Twist would mean that I'd need to reevaluate this, but I would drop it to a 30-second recharge. But I would have to evaluate it within... Like, I wouldn't change its basic effect, but I'd have to reevaluate it within the context of a different overall environment for Ritualist. Vital Weapon. Target ally has a Vital Weapon and has a bunch of additional maximum health. This is one of those skills that I feel like is not amazing. Like, just increasing maximum health works as a really potent one-time heal, and then kind of not beyond that, and you kind of put yourself in a bit of a hole. I feel like I don't mind this being a way of giving an ally an increased maximum health, but I'd want it to also increase the amount of healing that ally receives by some amount. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, is it's only really useful because it's a long-lasting, cheap weapon spell that you can use with Spirit Strength, for sure. Yeah, because like again, I feel like this would be a lot more exciting if it also gave you like I'd probably have it scale to where it's basically taking the maximum health it gives over 480 as additional bonus healing. So I don't know, what does that work out to? Let's bring up a calculator. Okay, so that's about 30% additional healing at this amount of communing. So like if Vital Weapon was like for 25 seconds, target ally has a Vital Weapon and has plus 148 maximum health and receives plus 30% benefit from healing. You know, I would consider that a lot more appealing of a skill. Put that on your entire party. Everybody's healed a lot better. The development wall, or the different dude I developed it with, we haven't been able to figure out the last 3 skill slots. I remember that one just does viable SC damage with any melee weapon. I think I vaguely remember that. That was the one that you were saying, like, you would absolutely like to swap on Great Dwarf Weapon, right? I don't really remember the details. Specifically. Wanderlust. This has always struck me as a little bit of an anemic elite. Like, okay, yeah, this one. Oh, yeah, Strength of Honor. Vital Weapon, Spirit Strength. Yeah, so you're stacking a bunch of additional damage skills. And then Spirit Strengthening. And then it doesn't really matter what weapon you use, but the problem with this bar is you're locked into your primary and secondary. I feel like what I'd want to do with this is I'd want to drop Strength of Honor, move over to a bow, and use volley. Because you could slot on volley without any marksmanship and use a spawning power bow. And that would get you AoE on that front. I mean, the big problem is losing access to weapon skills. Like any meaningful weapon skills is really, really painful with this. So while you can attack really, really hard with a ton of plus damage and it doesn't really matter, the fact that you can't get any, like, it's a single target, which I guess is what you meant by ST, single target. I feel like I usually want to run Sight Beyond Sight on something like this for the can't be blinded. Anyway. Wanderlust. So let's see. Whenever the spirit's attack hits a stationary foe, that foe is knocked down and the spirit loses 54 health. It dies after 54 seconds. I feel like I would want Wanderlust in PvE. I would want to drop the recharge to 30 seconds and make it so that way it doesn't lose health and it deals damage in line with probably around the 17 damage that a lot of these effect spirits have. So a lot of them are deal 17 damage and when struck by its attacks, do whatever. So something like 10 energy, 1 second activation time, 30-second recharge. Create a level elite binding ritual. Create a level 10 spirit. Whenever this spirit's attacks hit this spirit deals 17 damage with attacks, and whenever it hits a stationary foe, that foe is knocked down. The spirit dies after 54 seconds. Something like that. I feel like I'd try that with Wanderlust, because as it is, like, Wanderlust does not deal any damage. It's kind of like an upgraded Dissonance in some regards. It doesn't stop foes that are chasing you, but if they're standing still to attack you, it will knock them down. It's basically just an upgraded version of Dissonance, and I don't think it needs to be killing itself and dealing no damage in order to be that. Not in PvE. In PvP, it's a lot more potent. So I would do that at bare minimum. Weapon of Quickening. So, target ally has a Weapon of Quickening, and spells and binding rituals recharge a lot faster. This is one of those effects that I think is actually a little bit strong, but is really clunky because the 2-second cast time and 10 energy are both kind of high. I would try this at 5 energy and 1-second cast time, and just try that change and see how it feels there. I feel like this is probably actually pretty good, and it just like is a little too clunky and expensive for it to see much use. You can keep this up on a decent number of people, especially with good spawning power. Like, this can easily be a 30-second duration with like 12 spawning power. So like, you could keep it up on like 5 or 6 party members. And 33% boosted recharges, or like having recharges 33% faster is pretty strong. Like, that takes your 15-second recharges down to 10 seconds. Like, think about how strong it feels in Mesmerland to have, you know, your fast casting, which is 3% right here. Like, that's 11 fast casting equivalent to the recharge rate of things, right? And like, your energy surge recharging in 10 seconds instead of 15 feels pretty good. Being able to just kind of give that off of that would be really strong off of Weapon of Quickening. But it just, I feel like this is one of those skills that just reads a little bit worse than it actually is. And part of that's the cast time being really clunky, and part of that's the energy cost being kind of high. So I don't know. I would try adjusting those so that way it's easier to kind of spread this around. And it's one of those things where my inclination would probably be to overbuff some of the skills that feel really weak in order to kind of get them played with, and then see if they need to be toned down a little bit. Does that make sense? I feel like that's kind of the direction that I want to go with things, because I want to push things strong enough that players are like, oh, that's actually good now. I want to give that a try, and then find out if it's like too good. And then if it is, it's like, okay, we'll tone that down a little bit and just be like, hey, we're overboosting these skills because we want to see if like the effect is good and has usefulness. And if it seems like it's too dominant in the metagame, we'll tone it down a little bit to kind of try to bring it more in line. But I feel like I want to shoot them way up and then kind of like overshoot a little bit and then have them kind of come down a little bit. And maybe the overshoot is actually fine. But yeah, that's kind of the direction I want to go. Now, this brings us to Restoration Magic. Restoration Magic is full of item spells and is really awkward. The problem with Restoration Magic is it has a couple of decent Resurrects in Deathpact Signet and Flesh of My Flesh, which compete really nicely with Monk Resurrects for a couple of reasons that I'll get into when I talk about them. And then it has the really solid party heal in the form of Protectivist Kalai. I need to put some points into Restoration Magic here before I talk about it, though. In the form of Protectivist Kalai. And then it has the phenomenal Men Body and Soul and Spirit Light. And the okay Soothing Memories. And then after that, it kind of drops off real hard. Life is an alright spirit. But the problem with Restoration Magic is, like I said, those skills, really good. A+ skills. Really kind of maybe a little too strong on secondary Ritualists. And decidedly, the exemplars of Restoration Magic, and everything else is kind of mediocre at best after that. Also, for some reason, they thought Vengeful Weapon was so great they needed to make 2 different elite versions of it, which is a little bit mind-boggling. I feel like what was happening here is they just kind of ran out of ideas. Zinre's weapon has been a couple of different things. Was Weapon of Remedy as well? How did Weapon of Remedy's skill history change? Right seconds. I fail to see. Oh, they... Okay, the only change they did to Weapon of Remedy is they added its ability to trigger off of lifesteal. Zinray's weapon, however, has been quite different. So at one point in time, the original Nightfall release, it was 25 energy, quarter second cast time, 30-second recharge. For 9 seconds, target ally has Zinray's weapon. Whenever a foe casts a spell on that ally, that spell is disabled for an additional 13 seconds for that foe and all party members of that foe. Then they were like, maybe we should try a 10 energy cost and 10-second recharge and causing exhaustion. So for a little bit, for a week, they tried the exhaustion version of Zinray's weapon, and then decided maybe only Elementalists should have exhaustion. And they reverted it. Oh, and at that time it was in communing. And then they moved it in 2008 to Restoration Magic and made it the effect that we know now. Yeah. Anyway, we'll talk about Zinray's weapon when we get to it. But yeah, so Restoration Magic, I feel like this is an attribute line that like needs some love and some hate at the same time, in the sense of like it needs a bunch of buffs in some places and some nerfs in other places. So we'll get there. So Blind was Mingson. This one, again, I like my item spells to not just be a thing that you hold and then you drop for an effect. I like to have a passive effect. And what I kind of like as an effect for Blind was Mingson is while you hold his ashes, whenever you're struck by a foe, that foe becomes blinded for, let's see, 1.2.3 seconds, something like that, where it's it causes basically sort of a Weapon of Shadow effect. Whenever that ally is struck by an attack, that ally's attacker becomes blinded for 5 seconds. Instead of 5 seconds, I'd have it scale up a little bit and kind of just start at like a very low amount. It wouldn't affect that initial attack. I'd want it to affect like that foe after they hit, so it would kind of like make them miss their next attack, is kind of the idea. I kind of like that as an approach. I don't know if that'd be too strong or not, but hey, I'd want to try it. And again, I like to overshoot and then reel down a little bit. So Death Pact Signet is fairly favorable. I feel like this is actually fairly decently balanced in the game. The reward is a fairly solid resurrection skill. It doesn't cost any energy, has only a 3-second activation time, and a reasonably low 12-second recharge. It resurrects a target party member with your current health and a good chunk of energy. But that ally, if they die within the next 2 minutes, you also die. Although, if you die this way, you do not incur a death penalty, which is good. I feel like this skill is in a really good spot, personally, in terms of like risk versus reward. If you don't expect your party member to repeatedly die, then this is great. If you find that that's happening, then this will like create... great Signet, and then your ally Leroy's. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's one of those things where this is great. All fun and games until it's used on your Bipper, and then your Bipper gets spiked down again after using Bip twice in a row, and then another of your party members dies, and then one of your party members resurrects that party member with the Signet, and then they resurrect the Bipper again with the Signet, and then you like set up this chain reaction of allies dying. Like, Death Pact Signet is a skill that you need to be careful of how much you use, and so I feel like it's in a good spot where it's like, it's a really good resurrect up until the point that it starts being a really bad chain effect, causing your party to wipe harder. And I think it's a really like good spot in that regard. So I could see making the next time your ally dies within 120 seconds, I could see dropping that to like 90 seconds. But I think that's a really interesting downside on a resurrection skill. And so I like where Death Pact Signet sits as a resurrection option. Defiant was Zinray. So this one, while you hold her ashes, you cannot lose more than 20% of your max health from a single hit. When you drop her ashes, you steal 41 health from all nearby foes. I feel like this is one of those skills that's like probably okay. Certainly a little underwhelming. It's a little hard to evaluate, though, because in the context of restoration magic, it's hard to make a bar of all restoration magic and want to use this one. The biggest issue that this has, in my mind, is that the AI looks at that last line, when you drop her ashes, you steal 41 health from all nearby foes, and says, ah, this is what this skill does. And so instead of holding on to these ashes for the max damage protection, the AI just runs off and drops it in a group of enemies. So that's not exactly ideal. I feel like this effect probably belongs more in a different attribute as well. Yeah, 20% mitigation should be a fine amount of individual mitigation, but on an elite in the fact that the game doesn't work this way. Yeah, I feel like it's 20% just to make... I mean, while you're holding these ashes, you can't even 55 properly anyway, because you need your offhand to be able to 55, but... It feels like the sort of effect that's like... could be really useful for increasing durability, but the AI doesn't hold it, and I feel like in practice, I would want... I mean, Zinray's weapon is just much better at that sort of thing, right? The next time target ally takes damage from a foe, that damage is limited to 5% of that ally's maximum health. Like, that sort of effect of like, oh, it protects against the next hit against them, or like a short duration prot spirit sort of effect could be pretty nice. I feel like Defiant with Zinray is just not spectacular. Wow, there's so many spawning power elites. So, what would I want to do with this? First of all, I feel like I would want to make it feel like it fit into restoration magic better than it currently feels like it fits into it. Half of your primary attribute skills are elites, or there are no elites. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, Mesmer's primary attribute is, like, mostly elites. Soul Reaping has a decent balance. There's just not a whole lot. I mean, that is, like, close to half, but there's just not a whole lot. Strength has a lot of skills in it. Has this had other effects in the past? Let me check that. Defiant was in right. Oh yeah, this has had updates. Original skill, hold Zinray's ashes for... So it's 10 energy, 1 second cast time, 15-second recharge. Hold Zinray's ashes for 10 seconds. While you hold her ashes, enemy spells that target the caster and the caster's allies use against you are disabled for an additional 17 seconds. While you hold her ashes, enemy spells that the caster... That's weirdly worded. While you hold her ashes, enemy spells that the caster and the caster's allies use against you are disabled for an additional 17 seconds. So it was made significantly nerfed when they actually released factions. Then they decreased energy cost to 15. And then it had... At the same time they were doing the buff to Zinray's weapon, they did the same sort of thing to Defiant with Zinray, giving it exhaustion for a week. August 9th, 2007, reverted skill to its original behavior on August 16th, 2007. This was in communing at the time. And then in on August 7th, 2008, they changed it to this sort of Spirit effect and moved it to Restoration Magic. So this is one of the things that's happened, is part of the reason why Restoration Magic and Channeling Magic have more skills than Communing is because Communing has had skills taken out of it and placed into the other attribute lines, which I think is, I'm not sure if interesting is the right word, but it's notable to me. It makes me think a lot about how Curses has 49 skills because it kept absorbing skills from other things. Like, there's almost no PvE-only skills on Necromancer because, like, Plague Touch was no attribute, and then it was absorbed into Curse. Did I say PvE? I don't know. There's, like, no attribute skills on Necromancer. I feel like I misworded that because Curses kept, like, absorbing some of them and things along those lines. I don't know. But yeah, Communing was basically pillaged by Channeling and Restoration because Arena apparently didn't know what to do with Communing. Yeah. Where are you getting 13 spells in fast casting? I'm seeing only 10 here. I know there's an additional PvE only for 11. Are you potentially looking at PvP versions of skills? If you're looking on the wiki. There's a larger selection of no attribute skills. And the fluff partition between Communing and Channeling was internally really well developed. Oh, it wasn't internally really well developed. Yeah. I definitely feel like I would want to consider something different for Defiant Will Incinerate. I don't mind moving it up into Communing as well. I'm not sure what effect I would be going for. But Restoration Magic basically taking 2 of Communing as elites in the form of Defiant Will Incinerate and Zinerae's weapon seems a bit excessive to me. And I like the idea of moving them back into Communing and giving them effects that feel more appropriate to Communing. I'm not sure what Zinerae should be about. Obviously, they went with initially disabling spells used against you for additional periods of time. And kind of like a complicate effect. Right, so complicate, for those who don't know, is if target foe is using a skill, that skill is interrupted and disabled for target foe and all foes in the area for an additional 10 seconds. That was kind of the effect that they had on Defiant Will Incinerate, where skills used against you are kind of like blacked out for that team. And then and they had that effect for Defiant Will Incinerate and Zinerae's weapon. That's apparently extremely strong. And so they moved them out of, and they were originally Communing. They moved them out of Communing into Restoration Magic and changed their effects to be what we have today. I feel like the idea behind them were that they would allow you to be able to counteract teams, particularly in PvP, teams that are built around one skill. That would be extremely strong against AI, where mobs all have the same bar. So you would end up disabling, like, one enemy used this against you. Like, one enemy used Spiteful Spirit on you, their entire party can no longer use Spiteful Spirit for the next, like, 15 seconds. That's a pretty useful effect. I have no idea if that would be something people would be able to make good use of. I don't remember what exactly they were saying for their reasoning of changing them back in the day, and I don't know how much those posts are available these days. They would post them on guildwars.com, and I feel like guildwars.com has maybe, I'm not sure if it has an article archive or not. I could try to check, but I don't think that's necessarily super useful. I feel like it was a PvP change, though, like something that they changed for PvP purposes rather than a change that they made for PvE balance. I don't necessarily know that original effect is a great idea, though, to have. You think all of it's archived on archive.io? Yeah. It didn't like your random link there. It might be archived on archive.io though. I feel like I would expect it to be on the wiki, but the wiki's not necessarily as thorough on some of that. Oh, we lost Favor of the Gods. Yeah, it doesn't have anything for blog posts. Okay, so what would I want to... Again, I don't necessarily feel like I want the Defiant part of Zinray to be about disabling skills, but I do like the idea of putting them both back into communing. I just need to figure out what Zinray would be about. Defiant with Zinray would be an elite eternal aura. I don't have context for what that would mean. Let's see. The Dervish Sunspear skill. Oh, yeah. Now I'm connecting. Yeah. The plus maximum HP resurrect allies when they die. I could see it being some sort of like trigger like that. That almost sounds like an elite version of Lively was Naomi. Yeah, exactly. What's more defiant than die? No. Defiant was Zinray. Yeah, I mean it's one of those things of like, how is Zinray being defiant? What is she defying? What if it was something like a dark bond effect, but a little bit more generic? Like lead item spell. While you hold Zinray's ashes for up to 51 seconds, or hold Zinray's ashes for up to 51 seconds. While you hold her ashes, 75% of damage that's done to you is redirected to the nearest allied animated or like summoned creature. So like minion or spirit. In kind of like how do they word it in Dark Bond? Whenever you receive damage, your closest minion suffers 75% of that damage for you. Something kind of like that, where it's like whenever you suffer damage, 75% of that damage is suffered by the nearest allied like minion or spirit instead. And then some sort of effect when you drop her ashes. I'm not quite sure what yet. I'll get there. Maybe something like when you drop her ashes, a random nearby ally is resurrected with some amount of HP and stuff. I kind of like something like that. That's not bad. I don't know. It's a starting point. It's a starting point to work from. I don't know if that's elite worthy or not, but it feels really potent to say, oh, I'm hard to kill. Yeah, it is. I know. I kind of like the idea of it being kind of a shield that redirects to other things, but I don't know if that 100% feels like Defiance, but versus like hiding behind things or something. But whatever. And then that would allow boy, my voice sounded really weird there for a second. That would allow Zinre's weapon to be like, I would want it to be kind of a short duration, like 4 seconds or something. Maybe the duration is what scales. But like elite weapon spell for more like Hardly, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't know. It's an effect that works really well on like a weapon skill and a held item. I like the idea of a weapon skill then that then does that same sort of redirect thing. Again, though, I'm not entirely sure how elite that feels. Would I consider using something like that? That's the other follow-up question. I mean, there's other directions too. Another direction that I could see having is I like that redirect idea, but yeah, I'm not sure how much it feels like it fits. Maybe something like hold Zinre's ashes for up to 51 seconds. While you hold her ashes, you gain health equal to, I don't know, 15% of the HP you're currently missing each second. That's maybe a little bit more restoration magic-y. You are immune. Just immune? Immune to what? Or just immune? I actually kind of like the idea of restoring a percentage of the HP you currently are missing. What about a can't be interrupted effect while being held or something? May I introduce you to Tranquil Tennyson. While you hold Tennyson's ashes for up to 70 seconds. While you hold his ashes, you have plus armor and cannot be interrupted. That would be why. Not a bad idea. Just a done one. I could see moving the Tranquil Tennyson effect to Defiant with Zinre, and then moving that to Communing. And I actually kind of like that idea. I agree. Okay, so let's go on this roller coaster ride. Let's take the Tranquil Tennyson effect, move it to Defiant with Zinre. I think increasing its duration a bit, so that way you can more easily get up to 100%. Move that into Communing. And then take Zinre's weapon, move that into Communing as well, and have it be... I'm not quite sure how long it should last, but just like for N seconds, target ally has plus armor and cannot be interrupted. And I'm not quite sure what the stats would have to realistically be on that. Or maybe have something like Zinre's weapon like ignore some number of interrupts rather than straight up making it immune to interrupts or something like that. I'm not sure. But I like the idea of Zinre's weapon basically being like, oh, I give that ally Zinre's effect, but it's a short duration. Like, it's not something that lasts as long as actually carrying her ashes around. So I'd put that on Zinre's weapon and move that to communing as well. I still want a drop effect. Tranquilist Tennyson does not have a drop effect. And I like my ashes having a drop effect. So I feel like the drop effect that I'd want on Defiant was Zinre in that sort of like plus armor and can't be interrupted land is now this is a tricky one. My brain's going to what I want to do with Tranquilist Tennyson, and that's not helpful at the moment. I don't know why I like to look up at that corner of my ceiling to think, but I do. What would be knocks down? Yeah, I could see when you drop her ashes, all nearby foes are interrupted. That's not bad. I kind of like that. Yeah, the main reason why I wouldn't want to go for AoE knockdown is that's already been done on Graspingless Kurong. So I'd want to differentiate the two. So I like having it be like when you drop her ashes, all nearby foes are interrupted. I think that's interesting. And then Tranquilist Tennyson, what I'm thinking with that is, and I'm not sure what the stats would be on this, probably 10 energy, 1 second cast time. I feel like I'd want it to be about a 25 second recharge maybe, for the effect that I'm going to be saying in a moment. And like hold ashes for like around 30 seconds at 12 restoration. And then, yeah, we're not going in order here. While you hold Tennyson's ashes, while you hold his ashes, you restore, and I like the effect that I was basically talking about for Defiant Ones in previously, but you restore 15% of your missing HP per second. So if you're missing like 100 HP, you restore 15. If you're missing 50, you restore roughly 7, right? Where it scales, the amount of healing that you're getting off of it scales with the amount of health you're missing. And then when you drop his ashes, all allies in earshot restore 50% of the HP they're missing, or 30%. I'm not quite sure what that number would be. I'd start at 50%, and that's probably going to be too much and need to be toned down a little bit. But something where it's like almost an elite version of Protective Was Kalai, where you hold the ashes, and while you're holding the ashes, it's constantly like giving you this pretty strong heal. Again, the numbers might need to be tweaked down, but I would start a kind of aggressive and then be like, is this too strong? And find out. But yeah, that's the sort of thing that would reward you for having more maximum health too, which is really interesting. And it's the healing would scale proportionate to the amount of HP you're missing, which is also really interesting to me. So if you're missing a lot of HP, you get a big heal from it. If you're missing a little HP, you get a small heal from it. So that to me is what I'd want to do with Tranquilist Tennyson. Okay, so now that we've covered half of the elites here, let's move on to Flesh of My Flesh. So Flesh of My Flesh annoys me a little bit in that it's just like the generic resurrect. And I want monk to be the profession that has the resurrect everybody wants to bring instead of it being ritualist. I feel like I did enough talking about some of the resurrects in monk that could maybe make them a little bit better. I feel like I want Flesh of My Flesh to somehow be nerfed a little bit in some way. Just to kind of have it compete a little bit differently. Resurrect target party member with your current HP and some energy. I don't know. I don't know that it needs to be, like, really knocked down that much. But I feel like I would consider bumping its cast time up to 5 seconds. Maybe. Yeah, 5 or 6 second cast feels... I don't feel like you need a deep wound. I just think increasing the cast time a bit so that way it's not like... Because, like, I mean, again, I don't 100% remember what changes I proposed to all of the monk resurrection skills. But if you look at a lot of them, like this is a 6 second cast time. This is a 4 second cast time but requires touch range. This is a 4 second cast time but requires touch range. This is half normal range. So, like, the healing prayers resurrections all require you to kind of get up in your ally's grill to some extent. And their cast times are generally a bit longer. And then Protection Prayers has Rebirth, which is a 5 second cast time and has huge downsides. Again, I was wanting to change that, but I forget exactly how. Light of Dwayne is hot garbage. Vengeance is a 4 second cast time, but is temporary. Resurrect is 5 second cast time and is terrible. 4 seconds is the limit of combat range. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, but anyway, Flesh of My Flesh feels like at 4 seconds and full spellcasting range, it's just a little too good relative to where a lot of the Monk Resurrects are. And again, I would change the Monk Resurrects some, and I don't exactly remember what I said in that episode because it has been a while. But I feel like Flesh of My Flesh is something that it's a little too effective as a resurrect relative to the monk resurrects, and I want it to not be quite that. I mean, it does cause you a lot of health loss, but oh yeah, 4 seconds casting time is the limit for combat viable resurrection. I was kind of thinking that's what you meant, but I wasn't sure, so I just wanted to check. So yeah, this is one of those ones where it's like almost, but Generous with Tsungurai. This is a weird one in that it's like one of the health sacrifice skills that actually requires you to sacrifice health and doesn't get rid of the sacrifice if you're in earshot of a spirit. This is also like your self-heal. You gain maximum health, and when you drop his ashes, you gain HP. Does anybody ever use this? I feel like this would actually not be half bad with infuse health. But this always kind of has struck me as a bit of a weak skill. I don't know why this has a health sacrifice on it. I don't think it needs a health sacrifice. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those skills that I think is like mostly fine, but it's just like a little underwhelming. If I did anything to it, and I have to look at the other item spells really quickly. Yeah, I'd probably do that to Lively as Naomi. I feel like Generous with Tsungurai is like, I feel like this is one of those that's kind of like fine, but I'd probably get rid of the health sacrifice on it, or have, if you're in earshot of a spirit, you don't sacrifice health or something. So, like, don't know. It just... It feels a little bit weak to me. What I kind of like as an idea is something where get rid of the health sacrifice, and I don't know what people think of this, but hold Sungurai's ashes for 51 seconds. While you hold his ashes, you have plus 122 maximum health, and whenever you cast a spell on an ally, you give that ally like 30 maybe of your HP. Basically, your ally steals HP from you, but you word it where, oh, you're being generous. You're giving your HP to your ally. I'm not quite sure if 30 is the right number for that, but that's kind of at 12 restoration, but that's kind of like a ballpark starting point. And then when you drop his ashes, you gain 244 health. Basically, just kind of like get rid of the health sacrifice and instead have it be when you cast spells to heal allies, they take some of your HP to do it, to like heal them for more. That to me feels like it kind of fits more in with the flavor, or as Toapat likes to say, the fluff of the name, and makes it a little bit more compelling of an effect. And also allows it to compete a little bit with Kali. 3 times rank plus 1 HP. Yeah, so at like 12, that would be 39 HP. Something like that. That's a general mechanic that I'd try, just to kind of make it a little bit more appealing. Also, it works better with Ghost Mirror Light in that circumstance. Ghost Mirror Light, target other allies healed for 75 health. If you're within earshot of a spirit, you're also healed for 75 health. Ghost Mirror Light is one of those skills that, like, I like it when it costs 0 energy and has a longer recharge and is called Signet of Synergy. But I don't like it as a spell because it just reads really weak. I think if I had the generous Sungrai that I mentioned, Ghost Mirror Light suddenly becomes a lot more appealing because I'm like actually giving a decent heal off of it and it's restoring my HP as I do so. That to me is kind of exciting and I like that idea. And I'd actually like Ghost Mirror Light in that world and wouldn't really feel like I need to change it. So I like in a vacuum without doing other changes, I'd want to do something to Ghost Mirror Light to make it feel more appealing. But in the world where I've changed Generous Sungrai to allow me to donate my health to my allies, then being able to heal myself and an ally with Ghost Mirror Light simultaneously suddenly becomes a lot more exciting. So in that circumstance, I would actually kind of mostly leave this alone, I think. Yeah, there we are. Life? Okay, so I wouldn't change anything about life, but I would change the AI to not drop life unless we were actually in combat. That's all. You know, just the simple things of making life not get dropped all the time. Lively was Naomi. So this is one of those skills that, I don't know about you, but I basically don't ever use this one. 15 energy, 6 second cast time is painfully long, 20 second recharge. Hold Naomi's ashes for up to 45 seconds. When you drop her ashes, all party members in the area are resurrected with 63% health and 0 energy. I feel like this skill should probably have a 3 second cast time. Maybe more of like a 25 second recharge. And I want it to also boost something while you hold her ashes. The initial thought that I had was that it would give you additional healing power while you hold her ashes. But that sort of becomes redundant with Generous Sungrai. Yeah. I mean, this needs to have a static effect while you're holding it. What about this? Lively was Naomi makes me think, what if this gave you a 25% move speed buff while you hold her ashes? Item spell. Hold Naomi's ashes for up to 45 seconds. While you hold her ashes, you run 25% faster. When you drop her ashes, all party members in the area are resurrected with 63% health. And, like, let's add a little bit of energy in there. I mean, this is an AoE res, so there's that going for it. Move speed feels like part of Lively. And like I said, 3-second cast time, it can probably... I don't know if 15 energy is too much or too little or about right. I'd probably try it at 10 energy as well, just to see if that felt a little bit better. 15 feels a little bit high. I would like to get some energy resurrect in here as well. Maybe the same amount as Flesh of My Flesh, so it's 17% at 12. But it's just really amusing to me of like, oh, you carry your ashes, now you can run all over the place. And like that has some benefits as well. 3 times R plus 1% HP and R mana. Yeah, I could see that. 12, and then that would be 3 times rank, so that would be like 40% at 12. Something like that. Yeah, I could see something like that. I could also see, like, in the area is a decent size AoE, so. The resurrected movement speed. So, like, are resurrected with some health and energy, and for, like, 5 seconds, those allies move 25% faster or something like that, so they get a little bit of a movement speed buff on resurrect. I could see that being an interesting idea, too. So that brings us to Mend, Body, and Soul. So Mend, Body, and Soul is really cool in that it scales with Spirits in Earshot. In the area is a big AoE, I agree. It's not Earshot, but it's still really big. This is like one of those skills that like is a really awkward to resurrect, but is better than Light of Dwayna. Friggin' Light of Dwayna. I guess this is all party members in the area as well, but it's hard to use super well. I don't know. This is a better version of Light of Dwayna, though. I'd take this over Light of Dwayna any day. Like, Light of Dwayna is a 4-second cast time as opposed to 6. But this is locked in the amount of HP that it resurrects with. They have, and this is more energy. Lively was Naomi. I've got hiccups. Lively was Naomi is only 15 energy instead of 25. And you can bank it. Oh yeah, that's way better than Light of Dwayna. But Mend, Body, and Soul's scaling with spirits in range is really cool, and it would be kind of nice actually. To have a few more skills that scaled with the number of spirits in Earshot. That's something that I might consider with some spawning power stuff. I could actually see going back to channeling if I was thinking about it. I could see going back to channeling and having like Essence Strike. You gain 2 energy for each spirit in Earshot or something like that. Or having one of these like deal damage scaled by the number of spirits in Earshot as well could be an interesting idea. None of these immediately jump out at me as something that wants to do that, except maybe Spirit Rift or Gaze from Beyond. So I might think about that when I get into spawning power. But Mend, Body, and Soul. Yeah, Ritual Lord a lot more than Soultist. Why is Mending Grip 33% less efficient than Mend, Body, and Soul? I don't know why Mending Grip is hot garbage. It's just really bad. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for you, Topat. I really, really do not. But Mend, Body, and Soul, what I actually want to do is I want to take this and take the 15 attribute value, staple it into place, and then pull the bottom end down. So that way at 12 restoration magic, it's weaker. Like basically where it's weaker if you are not able to spec into it as a ritualist. I might put that at 13, where like the 13 attribute value, which is, I mean, I don't need channeling points here. 13 is 102, so I might put 102 here, and then what's it at like 1 off of my screen? Cool. So this is like 26. I'd probably drop this dramatically. I'd do a similar thing to Spirit Light as well, where I'd take it so that way they're still effective as a ritualist, maybe even a little bit better when you're speccing into restoration magic. But if you as a Ritualist highly, but if you're not going deep into Restoration Magic, I want them to be significantly worse than what they are. I don't want them to be as good for secondaries. I think that secondary healing should have to, like, look to other things to some extent, or that Men, Body, and Soul should not be such, like, the powerhouses that they are, relatively speaking. 40 times R squared power. So, like, at 12, that'd be 144 plus 40 for, like, 184. I had to think through my math there for a moment. That's a pretty strong heal. Anyway, my basic point is I feel like Men, Body, and Soul and Spirit Light are too efficient as secondary healing. I think they're too efficient at low attributes, and I'd want to make them a little bit worse and a little bit better at higher attributes. Where those exact numbers are, I'm not 100% sure. But... Mending Grip. So this is weird, but when I read Mending Grip, I immediately think of an enchantment spell that is like enchant target ally. As long as they are affected by a weapon spell, they have like plus health regeneration. Does anybody else get that vibe from it? Because that's totally where my brain goes. I feel like I'd want it to be like as long as enchant target ally for end seconds, as long as that ally is under the effects of a weapon spell, they have plus 5 health regeneration. And maybe lose a condition every 3 seconds or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if condition removal would be necessary on that or not. Here's the thing. I don't really feel like it would be, because Wielder's Remedy allows you to heal conditions when you cast weapon spells on allies. So, I don't know. I just like the idea of this being, like, plus 5 health regen on an ally that, as long as they're under the effects of a weapon spell, and its duration is what scales with, I could also see, like, having it be more of the Healing Breeze or something. But I don't know. I like the idea of yeah, I don't think it needs to be Spotless Soul either. That was if we wanted to keep the thing. I just like a pretty good duration, like scale pretty nicely off of Restoration Magic, and just set it to plus 5 health regeneration while under the effects of a weapon spell. I like that sort of direction. At 12, probably something like a 30-second duration, roughly. I mean, the numbers could otherwise stay the same, frankly. But that to me feels like more the direction that I'd want to go with it. That to me feels like a more usable skill as well. Preservation. So, like, Preservation is one of those skills. First of all, the AI needs to stop dropping this the same way it drops life. That's really annoying, just be running along and have it constantly dropping Preservation. The fact that this is a completely random heal is really annoying. I would have this be like, I don't know about the frequency, but every 4 seconds, the spirit heals one non-spirit ally in the area for 94 health, but it targets the ally with the least HP. It might need to be recalibrated to not target minions. So it might be like every 4 seconds, the spirit heals An ally, a non-spirit, non-minion ally with the least health in the area for 94 health or something like that, where like you can reliably expect this to be basically healing the ally that has the least HP. That to me, like, I don't know where it would be at that point, but as soon as this has like better targeting parameters where it's a reliable heal on somebody who actually needs it, that immediately starts becoming something that's interesting to me. I'm not sure if I would want to change it beyond that. An alternative thing that could be interesting to try is whenever like basically transferring or like healing allies that are below 50% HP, like by a decent chunk, and then it loses health. That's an alternative idea. So something along the lines of every second, all non-spirit, non-minion allies in earshot below 50% HP are healed for, say, 50 health or 60 health or something. And the spirit loses like 10 HP for each ally healed this way or something. I'm not quite sure where I'd want to stick the numbers, but that just kind of give you an idea of the sort of thing that I'm thinking about. Or like whenever an ally in earshot is dealt damage that... how is... Here, let me look at the wording on Illusion of... So, whenever damage drops an ally's health below 50% of their maximum, that ally is healed for N health, and the spirit loses X health, where N is bigger than X. And then dies after 90 seconds or whatever. Where, like, the idea is it helps keep people alive. Or even something else that would be really interesting. Sorry there, that bounced everything around as I adjusted myself. Is if it was like... like, whenever an ally is dealt damage that takes their health below 50% of their maximum, preservation heals them back up to their maximum and loses half of the HP equal to the like half the amount spent to heal them or whatever. To where it basically is giving out its HP to keep allies at 50% health. Whenever they're dealt damage that takes them below that threshold. I don't know. There's a couple of different ideas there that I'd want to try and figure out which one feels like it plays the best. I feel like the one where it's just healing the non-spirit, non-minion ally in probably an earshot, maybe instead of in the area, just to have a little bit more range, but something along those lines, that has the lowest HP. That feels like it would be a pretty good spot. But some of the other ones that like try to keep your health up at a certain threshold feel like they could be very strong as well. I'm just not sure if it'd be too strong or if it would just play poorly or whatever. But I would want to try some of those ideas and figure out which one I like best among them. I definitely feel like the current effect is way too unpredictable and unreliable to be worth using, though. Protective Ally, this one's a fine skill that I wouldn't change. Pyrrha's Li Ming, I feel a similar way about this one. This is a really nice party condition cleanse, and it does that job really well. So I don't feel like it needs to change. Recovery to me feels like it costs too much energy. I feel like it should be 10 energy. I think the effect is good, though. Recuperation. Okay, so this one feels like it's way over costed. Like, yeah, giving your entire party plus 3 health regeneration is pretty good, but I'm curious to see where this is in PvP, actually. Recuperation. So how does that compare to the PvE version? $25, 3/4, 45. Starting 3 at 12. So in PvE, the spirit has slightly higher level and a quicker cast time. Fix the scaling so it doesn't stop on recoup. Do they have it? It's 1, 2, 3. It does hit 4 if you manage to get up to 19 attributes. I'm assuming you're talking about recuperation with down to 5 mana in PvE and fix the scaling so it doesn't stop. Yeah, at bare minimum, I think... I'm not sure which scaling you're referring to. I assume you're talking about the HP regeneration amount. I could see adjusting this a little bit so that way, in terms of the HP regen, so that way the +3 starts at 10 restoration instead of 12. And at 16 restoration, it's hitting +4. 15 or 16, something like that. And then, yeah, I feel like the regen scaling spends 8 ranks at +2 pips. I mean, I can look at... I don't know what they have going for their math here. So it's 2 starting at 4, and then, yeah, 12. So 3 starting at 12, and then 4 starting at 19. So that's 7. 7 ranks there to hit that breakpoint. I mean, yeah, it starts off at 1, but that feels to me like it's a graph that's been scaled down a little bit, not... Not a whole lot that way. But yeah, like I can see making it a little bit. I'm not sure about 5 energy, but certainly 10. No more than 10. And 30-second recharge seems reasonable to me. I could see 5 though. Like, this effect is just not that strong in PvE. It's not bad, but it's not 25 energy strong. And having recuperation be kind of like the standard spirit that you have hanging around, rather than life, or maybe in addition to life, seems pretty good. So yeah, I would absolutely buff recuperation quite a bit. 30-second recharge, 5 energy is fine to try. And like I said, drop the +3 breakpoint down to 10, and give me like the +4 breakpoint at like 15 or 16 restoration magic. That's where I kind of adjust things to try there. Rejuvenation. So this is like the counterpart to Agony. And it feels a bit underwhelming to me. It basically feels like an alternate version of recuperation, is what it feels like. With its like roughly 4.5 HP recovery for each ally in your shot, but it quickly kills itself. Yeah, where it's losing HP, or where it's losing 9 HP each second, not for each party member, but just 9 HP per second. Yeah, I could see doing something like that. Again, I had a different idea for where I'd want to take Agony, of making it synergize with different things. I don't necessarily feel like Rejuvenation has to be the healing counterpart to Agony, but like there's a part of me that likes that sort of relationship. Let's see, is this... Yeah, that's non-spirit allies. I kind of feel like I want a different effect off of this, though, quite frankly. Granted, there's no spirit named Compassion. Yeah. I feel like what I'd want this to be, and this feels like a little bit of a weird effect, but I feel like I'd want this to give energy to allies below 50% HP. Yeah, I agree. Compassionate is a better name for a counterpart. But yeah, when I look at rejuvenation, I like the idea of it being some sort of like energy gain thing. Or something that specifically benefits low health allies. That to me feels kind of like you're rejuvenating them. Right? If we wanted to go really weird, this could eat death penalty. But that seems a bit too wonky for a normal skill. And not a PvE only skill. Frankly, it's wonky for Asura's scan, so whatever. Yeah. No, it feels like something that's trying to restore a bunch of your resources. Like it's revitalizing, right? Thinking everything was going to eat DP as an elite, it would be defiant. Yeah, I could see that being a way to eat DP if anything was going to. Yeah, I really want rejuvenation to be some sort of like refreshing effect. That this feels kind of like rejuvenation as an effect, but I kind of want maybe something like allies in earshot with have +1 energy regeneration if they're below 50% maximum energy, or like they gain an energy or whatever. They gain energy every 3 seconds if they're below. This is the same thing, but like +1 energy regeneration if they're below 50% 50% maximum energy, and plus like what I'd almost want to do actually with this is like have the scale be the percentage of resource. So if they're below N% maximum health, they have plus like just a set +3 health regeneration or something. And if they're below maximum HP or below N% maximum energy, they have +1 energy regeneration. Something like that feels to me like where I'd want rejuvenation to be. None of this like sacrificing itself for the allies, but rather like it helps. And of course, N would start at a low value, like 20%, and would scale up to like 60, 75, something like that. Like +1 energy regeneration is just not that strong. That's 1 energy every 3 seconds. It's not. It helps, but it's not amazing. And a little bit of additional health gain while on low. And of course, that life regeneration would stack with recuperation. So I feel like I'd want to try something like that just to see how it plays. See if it's too much, too little. Kind of tweak from there. I'm not quite sure where the energy cost on that would be, so I'd just leave it at 10. But I always thought it was a woman celebrating I don't know. It's a very weird icon. Is that a weird angle too? I can totally see Surfer Dude. It is a weird icon. Resilient Washiko. Yeah. For each hex or condition you are suffering while holding your ashes, you gain health regeneration. When you drop them, you lose 3 conditions. I like Resilient Washiko decently well. The main issue that I have with it is it looks kind of poor compared to Pyro's Leaming, in my opinion. I think this is one of those skills that's actually fairly decent, but there's so many item spells and restoration magic that it doesn't really have a good chance here. So I'd actually consider moving probably Resilient Washiko. I'd consider moving to like a different attribute like Communing. Right? Why is it at that weird angle? Yeah. I feel like I like Resilient Washiko. Just move it over to like Communing and see how it feels there. See if it feels too weird. It is definitely a restoration-y effect, but you could change the when you drop her ashes effect if it feels too restoration magic-y and to have that effect in Communing. Oh, you know what I actually kind of like as a drop effect? When you drop her ashes, you gain energy for each hex and condition you are suffering from. That almost feels more channeling, actually, to me. But, yeah, so I kind of like the idea... Now I kind of like the idea of moving this over to channeling and have it read, while you hold her ashes for up to 17 seconds, whatever. For each hex or condition you are suffering from while holding her ashes, you gain +3 health regeneration. When you drop her ashes, you gain... like 2, 3, I'm not quite sure. You gain some energy for each hex and condition you're suffering from. I'm not quite sure where I'd set that number for amount gained. I feel like I'd have that scale. I also feel like I could see setting the held ashes to a specific number and maybe increasing the recharge a little bit on that, but I'm not quite sure. But I like that in channeling. And that lets it not try to compete as much with Pyro's Leaming. Resilient Weapon. This is one of those skills that's like almost fine, but it should really be like 5 energy instead of 10. So I would drop Resilient Weapon to 5 energy. I feel like it becomes a lot more attractive there. Part of the thing is like cleansing the ally from the conditioner hex is usually stronger than giving them a skill that gives them some health regen to help compensate for whatever that hex might be doing and some armor. So I could also see increasing the health regeneration amount as well as dropping this to 5 energy. But I would start by dropping to 5 energy. I would also consider dropping the recharge to like 3 or 4 seconds. But the first thing I'd try is dropping to 5 energy and then see where I might want to go from there. I think the overall effect of Resilient Weapon is fine. It's just, it's overcosted for what it does. Yeah. Soothing Memories. I feel like this skill is fine. I don't really feel like I'd want to change anything about this one. I think the healing amount is probably about where I'd want it to be. And being a reward for holding an item is good to have. Spirit Light I already discussed. I would decrease it at lower attributes and increase it above, like keep 13 the same and scale it so that way it's less at lower amounts and more at higher amounts. Spirit Light Weapon is a fine skill. That's all I have to say about that. Spirit Transfer. So this is one of those skills that I think is kind of strong, but also kind of weak, and it feels really weird. It basically is kind of a heal other. I feel like I'd want to try it with target allies healed for 6 for each point of health lost, rather than 5, and see how it feels there. It feels like it might play a little bit better. But this is one of those skills I think is actually kind of solid. It is just very expensive, and part of the big problem that Spirit Transfer has is it just doesn't stack up as favorably to Spirit Light. So I could also see lowering the recharge to more like 3 seconds. Maybe both. But this is one of the skills where I just kind of tweak the numbers some. Spirit Leech Aura, I would move to Spawning Power. It's really weird here. Yeah. I would either move this to Spawning Power or I'd move it to Channeling. It feels like Nightmare Weapons, so that would kind of incline me towards moving it to Channeling. It doesn't feel like a thing I'd expect here in Restoration Magic. Yeah, I can see that as well. Instead of all of your spirits, all allied spirits with an earshot. I agree with that as well. We already talked about Tranquil was Tennyson. Vengeful was Kanai. So Vengeful was Kanai is one of those skills that, man, so many of these skills kind of like, maybe I want to make more radical changes to stuff to kind of support other themes better. I don't know, having item spells in general feel like they're better helps a lot. This is one of those skills that's really kind of tricky to figure out what you're going to do, because if you buff it too much, it becomes a really strong farming option under the effect that it currently has. And I think there already are farms with Vengeful was Kanai, where you kind of use this as your offensive source. Yeah. Rituals are already competing on spirits that they can bring, because you can't have the same spirit in the general vicinity. So you have to like coordinate what spirits you're even bringing, and then you can't like buff allied spirits. Is definitely sad. Yeah, I like the idea of changing a lot of those around. I feel like I'd want Vengeful was Kanai to be different somehow. Do people still do Vengeful was Kanai farms? I have no idea on that front. Vengeful Weapon, I think, is a fine skill. I could see increasing the lifesteal of it by like 10 points or something. More to Zinray's weapon strength as it currently is, so like up to 68 on that. I think Vengeful Weapon being a bit stronger does not hurt to have. But Vengeful was Kanai, that's what we're talking about here. So what I'm kind of rattling around in my brain is like, I feel like I'd want to buff this skill in some ways, but I also know that it becomes a very potent farming option, particularly with 105ing. So 55ing works by using Prot Spirit and a bunch of superior runes and an offhand that has minus 50 HP to get yourself down to 55 H. Or the offhand has minus 50 HP on it, so that gets you down to 55 HP, and then Prot Spirit brings the damage that you take down to 5, right? That's how it works, and then you can use stuff to like try to out heal that with like Healing Breeze, or use Shielding Hands and proper stacking of your enchantments in order to be able to take that damage down to 0. Vengeful was Kanai works with 105 HP just fine. You can even have a little bit more health than that, but it doesn't really matter. As long as you have less health than the amount of lifesteal that Vengeful was Kanai, like, or you want health that is no more than 10 times Vengeful was Kanai, so that way Prot Spirit brings you down below. Needs better deep scaling, the ability to naturally hit continuous hold without a Mesmer with Time Ward. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I'm not sure how much Vengeful is Kanai 105 HP, because if you put 5 superior runes on your armor, you'll have 105 maximum HP, and then you can Prot Spirit. And then you'll take 10 damage from attacks, but steal 29 health from the foe, so you'll basically be invulnerable, right? For the 10 seconds that you can hold Kanai's Ashes at 12 restoration magic. So when I'm looking at this and like, I have no idea how effective that sort of farming is. It probably doesn't hurt to throw some of those communities a bone, as it were, because there's a lot of other skills that I'd change that would kind of make things bad for them, especially Spirit Shadow Form. that is like the backbone of a lot of modern farming. This is a little bit weird in Restoration Magic with a sort of like vengeful effect the way that it has it, but it kind of fits with Vengeful Weapon. It's one of those things where like I'd be inclined to give it the drop effect that current Defiant Wizardry has. When you drop his ashes, you steal 41 health from all nearby foes, and then buff the duration to be able to go to permanent uptime at like higher restoration magic. But the thing is, I kind of want the skill to have a use outside of just farming scenarios. Like if it's part of a 105 farm build, 105 max HP farm build, like I'm cool with that. But I would legitimately want it to be a skill that could actually see use in scenarios outside of that. Like this is the problem with Era of Enchantment, which I talked about, where it's like that skill is so narrow in terms of what it does that it's only really useful in certain applications and certain scenarios, where you build around it doing that thing and make it really powerful, and then that's kind of what you do. Otherwise, you're kind of in a position where you just don't use the skill because its effect is not one that's useful outside of the like specific application. And I feel like Vengeful Kanai is a sort of skill that's useful precisely in the application where now you want a Ritualist elite named Hot West Soup. That's really funny. So like Vengeful Kanai, as it currently exists as a skill, is just a sort of skill effect that's like, okay, but like ordinarily, when would I use this? Like this is the sort of thing that I would love to throw on an ally as like a weapon spell, right? Where it's basically Healing Hands, the lifesteal edition. Like that's a really good skill. But when it's Healing Hands yourself, lifesteal edition, and you can't attack, like you can't use your weapon, that becomes a lot less exciting of a skill, in my personal opinion. So well, obviously, the drop effect is to deal fire damage to enemies, and or to set enemies nearby you on fire or something. I don't know. What would Hot Soup do when you drop it on somebody? It burns them, right? But it's not... Oh, I know. It deals fire damage and blinds enemies when you drop it. That's what happened with Hot with Soup. But it would also hit you. You and adjacent foes take fire damage and are blinded when you drop Hot with Soup. There you go. How's that for an effect? Because you're splashing hot soup everywhere and into everybody's eyes. So, like, basically what I'm getting at with Vengeful Kanai is I feel like I'd want a really different effect with it rather than the one that it currently has, because I'd want it to be an effect that feels like, oh, I want to bring this elite on my restoration magic ritualist and not as like part of some sort of specific farm, to where like I'd have use for it like outside of the farming scenario. And I'm not quite sure what that looks like just yet. I think... Okay, so I have an idea. I don't know how this is, but what if it was something like whenever you cast a spell that targets an ally, that ally steals X health from one random foe near them. Drop effect, steal health from all nearby foes. I'm not quite sure how much the steal would be. Probably fairly similar to the donation amount that Generous was Tsungrai would do. But I like that as an idea, where it's like, here's the offensive version of Generous was Tsungrai. Congratulations, it's elite status. And I like that as sort of the direction to go with it. No maximum HP increase, but... Yeah, I think I like that idea. Make it the offensive counterpoint. Of course, if there's no enemies nearby, it doesn't have any like additional healing that helps that ally with, but... Okay. I like that effect. Let's move on. Vengeful Weapon. Like I said, I feel like I'd want to buff this thing's lifesteal to the same sort of like range that current Zinray's weapon... Like, we already talked about how I changed Zinray's weapon, but to where current Zinray's weapon... lifesteal is. So the 68 health at 12 restoration and bump Vengeful Weapon up to there. Vocalist Sogalon. So, okay, so this is an interesting item spell that seems like a really sweet build around, except, I don't know if anybody else has experienced this, there's not a whole lot to build around with it. Like, it has this fundamental problem where, most chants are not chants that stick around, so it doesn't really help with chants very much. Like if you look at Paragon, most of the chants are I don't know why. I'm going to zoom back in just a second, but I was just zoomed really awkwardly there. Like if you look at most chants, let's see, type, sort by type. This is a thing that you can do. You'll notice it's like the next, with an earshot, and the next attack skill, the next attack, the next time each party member with an earshot uses a spell. Making these last longer, and Defensive Anthem is like one that actually wants to stick around. Most of these are like skills that trigger off of the next time you do a thing. Much summer scaling, so Warrior and Paragon can actually use it. Chants and Echoes honestly have the school reversed. Oh, I kind of see what you're saying. Yeah. Where these are like an echo of an effect, and then the chant is a thing that you're kind of repeating. So like you're repeating the burning refrain. Yeah, I think I see what you're saying there. Maybe. But anyway, so my basic point is like a lot of those are only defensive Anthem's the only chant that I want to like have stick around. So it's like useful with that, but as Topat was mentioning, what? Oh right, sort's weird. I was confused for a moment there. It's real hard for a Paragon to use this effectively because they really have to invest a lot into Restoration Magic. So if they're investing like 10 into Restoration Magic and getting 40% longer, that's kind of underwhelming. The other problem with Vocalist Sogalong is it's, I don't know, this item spell that you're kind of holding in your hands that prevents you from attacking. So there's a bunch of, like if I go /warrior and we go back to type sort, and we look at shouts, like there's some shouts that I want to have last longer, like charge lasting longer is cool. Can't touch this lasting longer is fairly irrelevant. Brace yourself as well. But I'm not, and like fallback lasting longer is nice, but I'm not going to use it with Fear Me because like Fear Me requires adrenaline. Find their weakness doesn't really matter. For Great Justice is not really useful to scale up with that particular skill. If I'm going to make For Great Justice last longer, I'm going to use Enduring Harmony on myself. Oh, yes, because I need to make Help Me last longer. There we go. Making I Way last longer. Ooh, I can get a little bit longer duration on I Will Survive. Yeah, I mean, it does allow that, I guess, but I mean, it's just awkward to try to use it to make your shouts last longer. Some of the command stuff is the main stuff that I could see it working decently well with. Because command actually has some, like Never Surrender, that has a duration. That extending is really nice and doesn't cost adrenaline. You could use it with shields up, I guess. Stand Your Ground, it could be kind of nice with. Stand Your Ground, it's not hard to get 100% uptime on, though, so you don't really need it for that. They're on Fire, it could be moderately nice with. To the Limit doesn't matter because you can get that 100% uptime. It does not work well with Watch Yourself. So basically what my point is, I don't feel like there's a whole lot of shouts or chants for it to interact super well with. It's fine, but it feels like a very underwhelming... That is not the Ritualist. It feels like a kind of an underwhelming skill to me. I would probably drop it to 5 energy. And I agree. I would sort of buff its value range. I could see it being like 60% longer at 12 Restoration Magic. So you could have like your 40% longer at 8 and your 50% longer at 10. Something kind of like that. It would open up some options for like command, a command paragon. Of course, at that point, you can just spec in restoration, restoration command and leadership. You don't need spear mastery because you're not wielding a spear while you're holding this thing. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're thinking way more aggressive. Yeah, so that would easily get to doubling pretty quickly, which would allow you to have like 100% uptime on incoming if you wanted to. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where balanced would be with that. I mean, I don't mind it being substantially more aggressive. It's just one of those things, like, it only works with, or it doesn't work very well with adrenaline shouts and chants. Of course, the only ones you'd really want to use it with is Watch Yourself anyway, which also automatically ends after a certain number of hits, although I think I might have changed that, would change that in my proposal. So, I don't know. I can see Vocal with Sagalon being a lot more... Like, this is a really cool cross-professional synergy skill, and I really like that sort of effect. I just think it could stand to be a little bit stronger, is kind of where I'm at. And part of that is, like, the skills it has to synergize with. But... And again, like, I proposed a lot of different changes to shouts and chants that would probably make this a little bit worse, and... Anyway... Well, if it makes for Great Justice last a few minutes, it'd be okay. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. If I'm speccing a bunch into Restoration Magic to do a really long one of those, that's not bad. Okay, just a few more skills in Restoration Magic here. And then we'll take a short break and talk about the PvE-only skills there after talking about Spot and Power, of course. That sort of problem you have with Dwarven Stability. Yeah. They should just last that long to begin with, sort of thing. Weapon of Remedy, I feel like I'd want... Do I want an elite version of Vengeful Weapon? I don't really feel like I do. I feel like what I'd want with Weapon of Remedy is I would... Frankly... I would want to change this to be like a 4 or 5 second duration, a like 20-second recharge at 5 energy and a quarter second cast time, and like elite weapon spell for like 5 seconds. Let's just go with 5 seconds. Basically put the current Vengefulest Kunai effect. Whenever target ally is struck in combat by a foe, that ally steals 29 health from that foe, sort of thing, at this attribute level. And make this basically Healing Hands for Restoration Magic, where it's a lifesteal effect instead. I think I'd want to do that to Weapon of Remedy. It doesn't quite fit the name as well, but I don't care. I'd prefer that effect. All right. So yeah, I feel like Weapon of Remedy, I'd want to change into that, because I like that idea of that effect existing in Restoration Magic, and I feel like Weapon of Remedy is the skill that I do that to, so here we are. Part of me would want to swap Vengeful Weapon to have that effect and make it elite, and then make Weapon of Remedy a non-elite, and just do this sort of thing that Vengeful Weapon currently does, where it's a one-shot thing, but it doesn't matter that much. Weapon of Shadow, this is a really cool effect. That, like, I feel like the next 3 times that ally hits with an attack, their target is, I don't know why it says his target is blinded by 5 seconds. It works on female characters too, but I feel like that whole line is extraneous to the primary effect of Weapon of Shadow. I would change Weapon of Shadow by omitting that last line, dropping the energy cost to 5, dropping the duration to more like 3 seconds at this requirement level, changing the cast time to a 1/4 second, and dropping the recharge to more like 10 seconds. So that way, like, this is an emergency, like, protect that ally who's currently being spammed by attacks. I could even see dropping the blind duration from 5 seconds to 3 seconds, something like that. But I like the idea of this being, I mean, very similar to what I was proposing for Blind was Mingson, but kind of like target ally, you are being protected from attacks right now by blinding all of the foes who are trying to wail on you. And just make it fit into that role a bit better. That's what I do with Weapon of Shadow. Weapon of Warding, I like this skill reasonably well. It is a bit expensive, but this is one of those skills that's really awkward because it's kind of more of a 7 energy skill, not a 10 energy skill. I feel like in PvE, it's reasonable to bump the duration up a few seconds and also the health regeneration up to more like +6. I feel like at 12 Restoration Magic, +6 health regeneration would be, and a 9-second duration would be fine. It starts to feel a lot more worth its energy if it's got a much stronger heal attached to it. Because, like, the effect is kind of hard to cost at 5. Like, it's too strong for 5. But 10 feels a little bit too much for where it's currently at. So, putting it at, like, 6 health regen at 12 restoration, maybe 7 at, like, 15, 16 restoration, that feels better to me. Wielder's Boon. Okay, so this is one of those things. Wielder's Boon is usefulness is directly proportional to sort of how many weapon spells you want to be dropping on people. I think the first thing that I'd do with this is I would swap the healing values. So the bonus, like the base heal is a bit stronger and the bonus is a bit lighter. And I'd probably drop the recharge to 3 seconds instead of 4. So yeah, and then you could actually use it with some of the other weapon spells if those were a lot more appealing. That would, you know, the weapon spells that stick around on people, if those were more appealing, then it becomes a lot more interesting as well. So something along those general lines is, I think, the direction that I'd kind of go with some of that. All right, that sums up Restoration Magic because I already talked about Zenari's weapons. So let's go ahead and spec into spawning power up to 12 and start talking about this, starting with the unfortunate Anguished was Lingua. So back in the day, Anguished was Lingua made a Spirit of Pain when you dropped it. Now it does this weird hex thing that is kind of not very good because there's just not very many Ritualist hexes. Like there's some notable ones, but I'm talking to, like, I propose changing Dulled Weapon away from being a hex, and that leaves 4 hexes. Like right now, Anguishless Lingua only works on 5 skills as it is in the game. And like when I was doing my big ol' review, I was commenting on this of like, this does not seem great. Sure, you make these guys all cost 4 less energy. That's fine, I guess. And you can recharge them when you drop her ashes. Well, you're not doing that super often because it's a 30-second recharge, so that's a little underwhelming. And I was proposing taking Dulled Weapon and making it a weapon spell that you cast on an enemy, so that pops it out of hex territory. So that leaves you with a few hexes. Like, no. The skill needs to do something other than that. I'm not quite sure what just yet. It may not stay in spawning power. The immediate idea that comes to my head is giving you health regeneration for each dead party member, but that's a bit of a weird effect. Let's see. Anguished was Lingua. Hold her ashes. While you hold her ashes, do an effect. When you drop her ashes, do an effect. What would I want those effects to be? What feels appropriate for Anguished? Like, all of the effects that I can think of with this are ones that are, like, negative, where it's like, oh, while you hold your ashes, you lose health when your party members die. It's like, great! Why would I carry them again? So I need to kind of go into the area of, like, you're spreading her anguish. I'm a little hesitant to do anything having Ritualist interact with hexes in that regard. I don't mind them mitigating hexes, but making them expire faster, like I'm really hesitant to have Ritualist interact that way with hexes just because they shouldn't get hex removal, and that feels like it's soft hex removal. I mean, this becomes a lot more interesting if you just remove the word Ritualist from it. While you hold her ashes, your hexes cost 4 less energy and last 33% longer. When you drop her ashes, all of your hexes are recharged. I could see that. I'm not sure that that's necessarily an exciting direction. I'm not sure if that would belong in spawning power or not either. Hex duration reduction is weird because some of the most dangerous hexes want you to expend them faster. Yeah, there's also that too. Wastrel's Worry and is the prime example of that. Incendiary Bonds also wants to end faster. I feel like maybe something like okay, so this is kind of a weird idea, but maybe in like move it to communing and have it do something to benefit spirits adjacent to you. So if you stand in your spirit pile, it benefits them in some way. Like, maybe, I mean, it works in spawning power, it works in communing. I kind of want to put stuff in communing because I feel like communing is maybe a little short-shifted on skills. But like, while you hold Lingua's Ashes, spirits adjacent to you have plus HP regeneration. When you drop her ashes, some sort of effect. Not quite sure what yet. I kind of like that idea. Like, specifically giving your spirits HP regen. Is interesting. I could also see it doing another effect, like Anguish's Lingua. Hold Lingua's Ashes for up to blah, up to end seconds. While you hold her ashes, adjacent spirits, adjacent allied spirits attack 25% faster. When you drop her ashes, adjacent allied spirits are healed for X health. That's another potential idea. I kind of like the increased attack speed, like they're lashing out in anguish, but doubling damage attacks foes is also an idea. I like something that's playing in that territory though. Well, while you hold her ashes, it makes your spirits more. It makes spirits around you more effective damage dealers, and then when you drop her ashes, it heals the spirits. I kind of like playing in that territory, and I would put that in communing. There's a couple of different options to try there, though, for sure, and see like which one kind of feels better. Let's move along to Attuned with Sonkai. So I don't know if y'all can spot what bothers me about Attuned with Sonkai, but it's the 75% uptime. I could see some dramatic changes to this. So the things that kind of interest me most on ideas is for a drop effect, when you drop this, all of your other spells and binding rituals are recharged. I could also see... I kind of like the idea of changing this away from being an energy management skill, which is what it is. Attuned to Sonkai is like giving someone Reinhardt's Warhammer when they need a 5-pound sledge. Overkill is what you're saying, eh? I also kind of am amused by the idea of Attuned with Sonkai going in a completely different direction, where it's like, oh, more like attributes or something. But that's not really a ritualist thing, so I think I'd want to avoid doing that. That's an elementalist necromancer thing. So... what would I want to do with Attuned with Sonkai? Attuned with what? What if, this is a really weird idea, what if this was something like, Hold Sonkai's Ashes, like make it 100% uptime, because I want things to be 100% uptime. But whenever you use a skill, you gain 1 energy for each other skill on your skill bar that shares an attribute with that skill. And then have the duration be what scales up with attributes. I mean, that's a potential other option. Like, that could be an idea. While you hold Sonkai's Ashes, your next end spells or binding rituals use bonding power instead of their normal attributes. That's also an interesting idea. I kind of like the wonky thing I was proposing, though, if I'm... Just because I like the idea of rewarding you for building all with 1 like attribute. That's probably too strong, though. Isn't it? I could see putting it at, like, if you wanted to go in that sort of, like, direction, attuned with Sonkai, the item spell, hold Sonkai's Ashes for, I don't really care, 30 seconds, give it like a 25-second cooldown, hold Sonkai's Ashes for 30 seconds, while you hold her Ashes, binding rituals you use your spawning power attribute instead of the normal attribute. When you drop her Ashes, all of your binding rituals are recharged. I could see that as an option. I could also see it affecting all rituals. Just that way it would work with nature rituals too, which would be interesting. That feels like a very specialized direction that's not quite really that useful. It feels like it's kind of playing in the same territory as Ritual Lord to some extent. Let's see. I feel like I'd legitimately want to try, like, while you hold Sonkai's Ashes, whenever you use a skill, you gain 1 energy for each other skill on your bar that shares an attribute with that skill. Oh man, and then something like when you drop her Ashes, you lose energy for each skill that shares an attribute with another skill on your bar. Something where it's like, it rewards you while you're holding her Ashes, but when you drop her Ashes, you lose your attunement, and it costs you a bunch of energy. That's an interesting direction. I kind of want to try something like that. I'm not sure exactly what the statting on that would be. I'd probably want it to have a fairly quick turnaround time, so you kind of have to cast it fairly often. It feels like the sort of thing that would be a very powerful skill. So I'd probably do something like 5 energy, like a 1 second cast time, like a 15-second recharge, have the duration scale up to 15 seconds or like 14 seconds. Have the duration equal to rank in spawning power. So if you get up to 16, congratulations, you get to keep holding it. Then whenever you use a skill, you gain 1 energy for each other skill on your bar that shares an attribute with that skill. When you drop her Ashes, you lose like 3 energy. And it's the duration that scales with rank, right? You lose like 3 energy for each skill on your skill bar that shares an attribute with another skill. So if you're going like 7 skills, you'd get 6 energy whenever you use one of them, which would be really, really strong. But then when you dropped her Ashes, you'd lose like... Each one would make you lose like 18 energy. That's probably a little too harsh. Maybe like 1 energy or something. So you'd lose like 6 energy per skill. So you'd lose like basically your entire energy pool. Basically, when you drop her ashes, you lose all of your energy. Something like that, where like you could kind of balance out how much you lose energy wise by like mixing some attributes, but then it doesn't give you as much energy. I feel like playing around in that sort of like territory, I'm not sure exactly how I'd balance that in terms of like numbers and stuff, but something like that sounds really interesting to me. Maybe a wording like yeah, I don't know. I'd have to kind of like mess around with the numbers and kind of actually like calculate out some math and things like that. But I actually really like that idea of a direction for Tune with Sunkai, where you're like, okay, I can cast it, and now I have a period where I have a bunch of energy that I can spend on things, and I can really build up. Oh no, I had to drop her ashes and lose all of my energy again, or like most of my energy. Okay, now I can use her ashes again and build up my energy and have, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what that would play with, but I feel like that could be an interesting play pattern, and it's certainly something that I would want to try. I'm not entirely sure where it would end up, and I need to see how the initial play is. Excuse me, to figure out like, okay, how is this? It feels like an interesting build puzzle though, for somebody to solve. Boon of Creation. This is a fine skill that should be 5 energy with like a 20-second recharge and 1 second cast time. That's where I'm going with Boon of Creation. How's that? How's that for everybody? Consume Soul. I don't like this current implementation. What I would do with Consume Soul is I would have it be something like steal X health from target foe. If that foe is a summoned creature, steal all of its health instead. Consume Soul recharges instantly, and you get refunded like 3 energy. Something where you can go like pop, 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 pop with it. I don't know if that'd be too strong or not, but I just like the idea of just eating a minion master's entire army with Consume Soul. Like, just make this a really, really good anti-summon spell. Something in that general direction is kind of what I do with it, where it's like, yeah, you don't really want to use this on a non-summon. You can, but you don't really want to. But if you use it on a summon, that summon's gone. That's the direction that I'd go with this. And obviously there'd need to be testing to kind of balance things or whatever. Doom spell, strike target foe for lightning damage for every recharging binding ritual you have. I would rather Doom be strike target foe for lightning damage for each spirit in earshot. Like, do a Men, Body, and Soul offensive edition. And I could see moving it from spawning power to channeling magic as well. Channeling magic, the spell does like, I don't know, at 12 channeling magic, 20 lightning damage for each spirit in earshot to target foe. I'm not quite sure where the numbers would need to be on that to make that balanced, but something along those lines is what's interesting to me and what I'd want to try. I don't know if I'd want to put maximum damage on it, or if I would want to put a maximum damage on it so I can have a higher number, so you don't need as many spirits to be able to get good damage out of it. But that's the direction that I'd want to go with Doom, rather than this awkward mess. Empowerment. Let's see. All allies within its range holding an item gain maximum health and maximum energy. I feel like I would want to change this so that way the maximum energy scales up with spawning power as well, where at 12 spawning power, it's 15 maximum energy. You can have it start at like 7 or 8 for the lower end, but I'd want it to be able to scale up as well. And I feel like the maximum health increase from it's a little weak. I would want it to be more like 60 maximum health at 12 spawning power, so maybe like 5 times rank, and 3 times rank as potential ideas. But somewhere in that general vicinity. I feel like this is one of those binding rituals that's like all right, but not terribly exciting. And having it be closer to like just a little bit stronger feels like it would be good to me. Energetic was Lisa. While you hold Lisa's ashes for 13 seconds, or you hold her ashes for 13 seconds, while you hold her ashes, you gain +2 health regeneration. So that's 26 regeneration units, or whatever the heck I want to call it, which divided by 3, 26 over 3 is not very even, but that's close to 7. That's almost, but not quite 9 energy. So this is netting you like almost 9 energy over the 13 seconds that you hold it, and then an additional 8 when you drop it. So this does a really bad job of energy, of like being energy management. I don't mind the basic idea, but I would want to. So like right now, this is netting closer to like 17. So this is netting you like 7 energy. And it takes until you run out the duration and drop it to actually net benefit energy from this, which is not great. You could dramatically increase the energy by giving it +3 pips of energy regeneration, which would be like, this is one of the things about the game. I feel like they overestimate how much energy a pip of energy regeneration gives. Like it feels like whenever they're talking about energy regeneration, they treat it like it's some incredible powerful force. And then when they look at like just raw energy numbers, they just don't. They treat it differently. So like pips of energy regeneration are 1/3 of an energy per second. So like it takes time for that to apply. So like Blood Ritual is a good example of this. Blood Ritual, right here, 13 seconds at +3 energy regeneration is net 13 energy. You've just given that person 13 energy, and it'll take them 13 seconds to get all of it. Like Blood is Power is really strong because at 13 blood magic, which is there, 13 blood magic, this is giving me 2 energy per second for 10 seconds. That's 20 energy. Like giving somebody 20 energy is really strong. It takes 10 seconds to deliver all of that energy. Like if you compare that to Offering of Blood, this is netting me 17 energy. This is like basically like I mean, this is costing 1 energy, this is costing 1 energy. This is basically a 9-second BIP. Offering of Blood is basically a 9-second Blood is Power. I just want that to kind of like sink into some extent. Or like Blood Ritual is another good example of like, okay, that's 13 energy. But like, or an even better example actually is if we go into Inspiration Magic and we're looking at Energy Tap. Energy Tap nets you 7 energy if you're getting the full energy load from it, right? So if you manage to do a successful full tap, that's netting you like that's 7 seconds of +3 energy regeneration. Aetherlord is giving you 9 seconds of +3 energy regeneration and making you lose all of your energy first. Like this is a much worse way of getting energy than Energy Tap is. This will make the enemy lose 6 energy as well. That's 6 seconds of -3 energy -3 energy regeneration. So like this is not like Aetherlord is not appreciably that much better at energy exchange than Energy Tap is. It just takes it longer to do it. It is slightly stronger if you are doing it at 5 energy when you cast it, so you're not losing a bunch of energy. It will net you 9 energy, or no, it will gain you 9 energy. So it actually nets worse, right? Like this gains you 9 energy. This gains you 12. And then they both cost 5. So Energy Tap gets you more energy than Aetherlord does on cast. And Aetherlord makes the enemy lose 3 more energy than Energy Tap does. Like, do you kind of get what I'm saying? Yeah, Mana Now is better than Mana Later. Exactly. Like, Energy Now is better than Energy Later. And, like, the way that they treat pips, I feel like they're treating them as, like, an incredibly powerful thing. as opposed to like raw energy gain. Like a good example, Lissa's aura here at +4 energy regeneration will net you 1 energy every, what is that? That's 1.3 or 1/3 energy per second. So it takes it 3/4 of a second to net you 1 energy. So after 10 seconds, after 10 seconds, this will have net you around 13 energy, right? This will net you at 12 inspiration. This will net you 20 energy every 20 seconds. If you're landing these hits, this is roughly equivalent to +3 energy regeneration for that recharge, right? That's just like constant. Like it's just one of those things where it feels very disproportionate, the way that they treat raw energy gain. Like this is net 12 energy, like 22 energy over the course of 20 seconds, which is kind of what this is what is that? That's like a little over 3 pips of energy regeneration, functionally, that Mantra of Recall gives you. So it's just one of those things where I really feel like the way that ArenaNet balances stuff when it involves pips of energy regeneration is treating pips of energy regeneration as if they were stronger than they are. That's kind of my end point. Like, hopefully the practical examples are helps to demonstrate that some. But you're basically, with Energetic Was Lisa, you are getting roughly equivalent amounts of energy at 12 spawning power for the regeneration part and the drop part. Like, those are netting you roughly the same. Yeah, exactly. The pips are comprehensively valued incorrectly, and I would agree with that description. So, like, to me, I think Energetically Was Lisa, first of all, 2 seconds is a little bit awkward, but I mean, that might be acceptable. I personally would prefer it at 1 second, and I'd try it there. I don't think it'd be broken. But I would want to see this like netting slightly more energy than this. If it was bumped up to +3, I'd either, let's see, +3 pips of energy regeneration would be. The other thing that's really important to remember is if you're low on energy when you use this, losing your weapon, which is probably providing you energy, is going to set you into a hole. And by being put into an energy hole, you're probably not having any energy for a while. So that's another really big issue, potentially, with Energetic Was Lisa. Like, this is just a really awkward spell. It plays a lot better with Empowerment. A lot better. So you're not, like, necessarily losing as much net energy when you cast it. So if this was +3, that'd give you 13 energy for a total of 21 minus 10 is a net of 11. That feels reasonable. I would either adjust it to be +3 energy regeneration instead of +2, or I drop it down to 5 energy to cast. I think I like the idea of dropping it down to down -5. I could also see it, instead of giving you energy regeneration, I could see it giving you plus maximum energy, and then when you drop it, you gain energy equal to that plus maximum. So like, kind of like what Generous Tsungarai does, but like 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 20 second recharge, item spell, hold Lisa's ashes for 13 seconds. While you hold her ashes, you gain plus like 20 maximum energy. When you drop her ashes, you gain 20 energy. Something like that could be. I'm not sure how that would play, but that could be a potential direction to take it as well. But this is not a very good energy management spell as it currently is. It needs a slight buff in some direction. I feel like something that's increasing your maximum energy is probably a little bit better of a direction to play with it, where most of it is just the drop energy gain, but like you get a potential rush of energy if it's a high enough value, depending upon your weapon set and things like that. Item spells are really weird with the way that they interact with maximum energy and all that sort of stuff, being very awkward. So that's enough rambling about Energetic Was Lisa. My goodness. Explosive Growth. This is another really cool spell that absolutely should not have a 2-second cast time. It should be like a 1-second cast time or a 3/4 second cast time, just to make it less tedious to keep up. And I also would like to see it at like a 20 or 30-second recharge, probably 20. Similar to what I do with Boon of Creation, except it's already at 5 energy. Again, this is a cool spell, but it's a little bit like limited to certain builds that to actually get good use out of it, and keeping it up is really annoying. And having 2-second cast times on this and this, which usually want to be on the same bar, means you have so much prep time. It's really annoying. Heck, this might actually, I might actually want to take this down to 3/4 second cast time too. Feast of Souls. Destroy all nearby allies' spirits. For each spirit destroyed in this way, all party members are healed for a bunch of health. I don't ever use this. Like, not to say that I don't think the effect is really cool. Like, it's flavorful. You're eating all of these spirits, and that heals all of your party members. That's kind of neat. But blowing up all of your spirits like that's usually not a great idea. So, I don't know. Explosive growth and Boon of Creation honestly don't even feel like they're intended for it. They read like their Necromancer skills. Kicked out of Necromancer for balance. I mean, Boon of Creation does work on your... Like, this is your energy management for... Or your non-elite energy management for binding rituals. And Boon of Creation very much so is that. I can see that a little bit with Explosive Growth. It is a skill that works really well with minions. Like, they both do. Or that and also Spirit's Gift. I like the fact that they work with minions and nature rituals. I think that's nice. But, yeah, I can kind of see what you mean by that. Yeah, I feel like this is just not a skill that I ever use, because it's like, if I'm going to want to be blowing up all these spirits to heal my party members, the spirits are probably important, or like probably have aggro and are dying, or like party members are in a pretty dire spot. It just takes so much effort to set up a bunch of spirits. Hey, Heaven's Devil. Let me see what your comment was. Feast of Souls fits in very nicely as the 8th skill on an ST bar. Use it when all 3 spirits are below 33% HP, or when you need a big party heal after getting E-Surge or something. Last time you had a writ, you actually ended up salvaging out most of your runes and insignias because you had such low actual resource investiture. That immediately made me think of StarCraft. I don't know why. I associate Raynor with StarCraft, because I haven't really heard of it as a name elsewhere. I do know why. I don't know why I said I don't know why, but I do know why. Yeah, I feel like Feast of Souls is like one of those... Is this fine? I don't know. Probably. Like, is this a skill that I'd want to change given other changes that I'd want to make elsewhere? Gotcha. I'm not as up on my StarCraft lore. What's happening to your character's wrist, by the way? That's very strange. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is one of those skills that I'd actually, instead of saying all nearby ally spirits, I'd want it to be just your spirits so you could control it a bit and not like nuke everything. I feel like I'd like this better if it was just that one. This mapping error in the wrist joint The Ranger Warrior. Ah, I see. Interesting. Ghostly Hastes. For 17 seconds, spells you cast within earshot of a spirit recharge 25% faster. This is one of those effects that I think is kind of cool, but probably should be 5 energy and 10-second recharge, or honestly, like 5 energy with like a 25-second duration at 12 spawning power. I could see trying it at that stat. This is a little bit low. I don't know how, or just like a little bit weak. I'm not quite sure how good that would be. I feel like I'd want it to be, knocking a second off recharges. I don't know. Or like 25% off recharges. Ah, I know. It works well with Attune with Sunkai as it currently is. Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what I'd want to use that with, but I feel like it might be like 25% faster recharges is actually decently strong, like I was talking about with Weapon of Quickening. So I could see having this be a little bit more reasonable to maintain, and it might be a pretty cool skill. I'm curious about what Reclaim Essence used to be, so I'm going to check that. Skill history. Original skill, destroy target allied summoned creature, you gain energy. 5 energy, quarter-second cast time, 5-second recharge. Spawning power. And then it was changed to you gain energy and all of your binding rituals are recharged if a spirit died in this way. And all of your spirits die. I mean, as it currently is, it absolutely does not deserve to be an elite. Like, I've tried working with this. I mean, I did a whole thing where I made a build using every single elite skill or non-PvE only elite skill in the game. And that took a while, but it also meant that I was using a lot of kind of not very good skills, like Reclaim Essence. I feel like Reclaim Essence is something that I want to be slightly different somehow, for sure, because I don't feel like it's strong enough as it currently is. Actually, what I'd want this to be, like, I'd want this to be a quicker recharge, like a 15-second recharge. All of your spirits die. As long as a spirit died this way, your binding rituals your rituals are recharged. Not just your binding rituals, but your nature rituals as well. And I'd also want it to give you, or your Vanguard ritual if you're bringing winds for some reason. And I'd also want it to give you energy for each spirit that died. That'd be a bit peculiar, but or I could see this being an enchantment that you put on you, that whenever one of your spirits dies, you gain energy. That'd be kind of... Reclaim Essence is a very strange name. Like, the original effect was killing a summoned creature in order to gain energy. So it was like a super version of Spirit Siphon. Like I said, I brought it up on the wiki, and it's like, destroy target's allied summoned creature, you gain 5 ellipsis, 17 ellipsis, 20 energy. So that's 17 energy at 12, like it currently does. 5 energy, quarter-second cast time, 5-second recharge. So it's just like, I'm going to eat that summoned creature of ours and get energy back. Like, that's what it was. I could also see it being kind of like 30-second recharge 5 energy, 1 second cast time as it currently is. Elite enchantment spell. All of your binding rituals are recharged as its first application effect. And then for 30 seconds, whenever a spirit you control dies, you gain N energy. Or like, whenever a summoned creature you control dies, you gained N energy. A creature you created. Whenever a creature you created dies, you gain N energy. So it like would work with your minions as well. That could be really interesting. I kind of like that direction where it's almost like a weird soul reaping variant. That feels like it'd be more elite to me, and is like, oh, when you first use it, that's when it recharges everything, and then you can like replace all of your spirits and stuff like that. I don't know. I like that direction better. So I'd kind of go for something like that, I think. Just try it, see how it goes. Renewing memories. For 17 seconds while holding an item, any weapon and item spells you cast cost 29% less energy. What does this have to do with renewing? Huh. I mean, making your weapon and item spells cheaper is also not fantastic. Oh yeah, gotta love that clipping. Your belly's clipping right through your shirt. Let's see, I kind of want this to be something different. I like it being something that's an item spell synergy. What if this was something that was just like, for X seconds, you have +1 energy regeneration while holding an item spell? +1 seems kind of weak. It depends upon the duration. Renewing memories. I see you changed your armor set to one that doesn't have the clipping issue. It's weird when there's weird clipping issues like that. Actually, I kind of like it giving you like scale the duration, maybe, or how about enchantment? 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 20-second recharge for 30 seconds while holding an item. You have plus health regeneration and energy regeneration, where the health regeneration is like what, like functionally like rank over 3 sort of thing, where it's like a Ranger's model is barely functional, where it's like +1 energy or +1 health regeneration at base, and then by the time it gets to 12, it's like +3, and then yeah, probably like ranked over 4, and then or something like that. And then energy regeneration is basically like you need to be at 8 ranks to get like 1. Nah, like 4 ranks to get 1, and then like 12 ranks to get 2, something like that. I like something kind of like that, where it's like, hey, if you're holding an item, you're tankier and stuff. Like you're being renewed by it. I like that as a direction for it. Ritual Lord, I actually think the Ritual Lord's current implementation is really cool. And wouldn't do anything to it. The only thing that I could consider is making the spirit activate more quickly, but that's not necessary. Rupture's Soul. I feel like this is one of those skills that I'm not sure if it's any good or not, and it becomes better in some circumstances. I think it becomes a little bit better if communing, just like attack spirits, are better and cheaper. I still feel like this is one of those skills that should probably be more like 5 energy because it's very expensive, but you wouldn't change it? Okay. It sounds like you're probably a little bit more knowledgeable about that than I am, so that seems like a reasonable assessment. It does feel like one of those skills where, like, if you're being attacked by melee and you use it, it's really good because it just did a bunch of damage and blinded everything. Yeah. Sight beyond sight. I think the skill is fine as is. I think it's a really cool idea. I can see saying that should be 5e for PvE, and I kind of feel that way a little bit as well. I certainly don't mind that change. I would certainly be happy to try it at 5e and see if it felt too strong with everything else that I'd do. Signet of Binding, you lose 80 health, net control of target enemy controlled spirit. With the DWG destruction bar, you use it in areas where 5 to 10 melees charge at you. And then the 125 damage plus 10 seconds nearby blinding, really strong. Yeah, I can see that being really good. Yeah, good synergy with destruction and DWG. I don't mind those bars being better though. Frankly, I don't mind them being better. So whatever. I mean, your PB AOE Ritualist, that has a lot of inherent risks, so I don't mind it being a little bit smoother in order to, like, that doesn't bother me much. Signet of Binding. I like the idea of a skill like this that can take control of enemy spirits. I feel like it doesn't need the health loss. Does this need the health loss? I don't feel like this needs the health loss in PvE. I really don't. So for PvE, I'd probably get rid of the health loss. I don't feel like it needs to be there. Signet of Creation, you gain 4 energy for every summoned creature you control. I feel like I'd want to change the maximum a bit to be just a little bit more like lining up with things. Basically what I'm saying is I'd like the maximum to be more like 12 at 12 spawning power, so that way it caps a little bit higher. Okay, so this brings us to the big one, which is Soul Twisting. Soul Twisting is way too strong, as things currently are. And it needs to be different. There is an older version of it that I think, like, blew up one of your spirits to, like, recharge stuff. Yeah, I'm just going to look at the skill history here, because I like doing that. Original skill on Faction's release was no attribute, 10 energy, 2 second cast time, 5 second recharge, elite enchantment spell, destroy target allied spirit, the next binding ritual you perform, casts it 66% faster and recharges instantly. On Faction's release, it was changed to 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 10 second recharge, but had the same effect. And it was no attribute. On Nightfall release, it was changed to 5 energy, 10 second recharge, an elite skill with no cast time, but the same effect. Destroy target allied spirit, the next binding ritual you perform, cast 66% faster and recharges instantly. They increased the recharge from 10 seconds to 15 seconds on June 1st of 2006. Apparently. And then on February 25th of 2010 is when they changed it to the absolute ludicrous elite that we currently have. I feel like I like the idea of the old Soul Twist, the one that made your, like, destroy one of your rituals. The next one you use activates faster and recharges instantly. 5 energy, 10 second recharge. I don't know. Like, presumably they thought it was like too weak and then too strong, and I'm curious about how some of that stuff ended up. It's one of those things where the current Soul Twisting is just way, way too powerful. And has single-handedly skewed the PvE metagame. Like, there's always going to be pillars of the metagame, but I kind of feel like soul twisting is a bit too much of like the defensive pillar of the metagame. If you're not running a soul twisting ritualist to mitigate damage, you're taking too much damage. And you could be taking less damage. And I feel like soul twisting, like, I would want to see what ripples would happen if it was reverted to that older version that was the 10-second recharge, destroy one of your spirits, your next spirit. Basically, your next spirit activates instantly and recharges instantly. Or your next binding ritual activates like 66% faster and recharges instantly. I mean, it's mostly about the instant recharge. Like, how would that be? How would that affect everything? You need pom-poms? Yeah, you do. Maybe some Homestar Runner to go with them. I don't know. Like, I feel like just going back to that old version and just seeing where things sit is something that I would consider doing if I felt like that was not, like, if that was, because here's the thing, is I want Ritual Lord to be the skill that you use when you want to do stuff with, like, Shelter and Union. I could also see Ritual Lord's recharge going up higher to where instead of at 50% faster, it's more like at 12 spawning power hitting like 75% faster. And then just revert soul twisting back to that older version where it's like, oh, this allows you to be really good at like getting a spirit kind of like going. I could maybe see keeping soul twisting and spawning power and have it be like destroy spirit, your next binding ritual, or your next N binding rituals activate faster and recharge instantly, where it starts off at 1, and if you spec like 10 spawning power, it goes up to 2. I could see something like that, but the current one is just way too strong. So, spirit channeling. This is an okay energy management skill. As we talked about, energy regeneration is not quite as strong as ArenaNet likes to treat it as being. That said, this one does actually hit some decent numbers of energy regen. 60 pips unit is 20 energy, so this is what, like 30 energy or something. This is pretty good energy returns. So I don't know that I necessarily would. Let's see. I don't know that I'd necessarily change this one. If I did change it, actually, I kind of like the idea of this being, like, I think the skill is more or less fine where it's at, but I think it would be a little bit more interesting if it was a skill that's like, I mean, elite enchantment spell. I'm not sure what I'd want duration-wise on this, or recharge just yet, but for some period of time, you have like plus energy regeneration for each spirit in earshot, or for each allied spirit in earshot, something like that, where it's giving you energy regen for each spirit in earshot. Probably something like +1 energy regeneration, and it's the duration that scales. So like if you had +1 energy regeneration for each spirit in earshot, that to me feels like spirit channeling a little bit more. I'm actually curious, has this gone through changes as well? I'm wondering if I'm treading ground that Arena already did. Yeah, it does have a skill history. Cool. Definitely not the territory that they had it in. It did used to be in channeling magic. I'm sure that's no surprise. I like that this warrior is wearing the armor set that the statues in the area are wearing, by the way. The is that the Templar? I don't remember for sure. But yeah, I like the idea of spirit channeling being an enchantment where the duration scales up with spawning power, and then you get +1 energy regen. Yeah, they do have that random Dutch angle. Templar with the elite Templar helmet. Gotcha. So yeah, I think that's what I'd try with spirit channeling. I would want the duration to be able to be like pretty good to maintainable by the time you get up to like 12 or 13 spawning power. Oh, interesting. Spirit to flesh, destroy target touch allies. So this one I would want to increase the AoE to earshot because nearby is really small. I don't know if I'd want to do any more buffs to it at that, like beyond that point. But I would absolutely like start with that and then kind of go from there. The next thing I'd look at would be energy cost and recharge. I feel like the amount of healing that this does for the energy cost is probably decent. It's just a matter of the range being kind of small. Spirit's Gift. This one I think is pretty cool. I would, again, probably drop it to 5 energy and a 30-second recharge. I don't know. 10 energy might be fine. But I definitely drop it to 30-second recharge. Yeah, Guild Wars icon. I like this. I like this skill. I think this is a cool skill. Spirit Strength. This one also seems perfectly fine to me. Wouldn't do anything to that one. Weapon of Renewal is weird. Why is this skill here the way that it is? How's that for a question? Yep, Spirit Strength. And then just right past Spirit Strength. Like, this is one of those cool build around me's that I quite like. And I wouldn't... Like, I don't feel like I'd do any sort of changes to it. So, I mean, I kind of gloss over it. This is not a review. This is a... What sort of quality of life change would you want to do, Heaven's Devil? I'm happy to hear other people's thoughts. Like, this is a very subjective exercise. I mean, that's not Spirit Strength's fault. That's Weapon Spell's fault. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's no issue with weapon spells. Or with, there's no issue with Spirit Strength. The issue is with the weapon spells. Like, that's where, like, Weapon of Aggression being... Like, Weapon of Aggression synergizes pretty well with it, increasing your attack speed. Is really useful. I also don't know why Weapon of Renewal... Ally hits with an attack skill to gain 6 energy. This is just such a weird one. Like, when would I want this effect? I mean, at high spawning power and communing, Vital Weapon has pretty good duration. Well, the other thing, though, is I would change Brutal Weapon to not have the under no enchantments requirement, so you could combine it with Brutal Weapon to get a bunch of additional damage. I mean, I'll grant you that, yeah. Weapon of Renewal lets you take an assassin into Mersat Seals. I guess? I mean... Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, you know what would be interesting with Weapon of Renewal? Is if instead it was like, for 9 seconds, the next time target ally hits with an attack skill, all of that ally's attack skills are recharged. I like that idea. That idea amuses me. I'm still not sure if that's good, but that definitely feels better than what this currently is. Maybe make some tweaks from there. I don't know if that needs to be in spawning power or not, though. That could probably be moved to something else. Let other professions make use of it as well. That's almost a no attribute skill, quite frankly. Just like, for 5 seconds, the next time target ally hits with an attack skill, all of that ally's attack skills are recharged. 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 10-second recharge. The only problem with that is it kind of makes Flourish look a little bit bad, but... Oh yeah, I could absolutely see that. Wielder's Remedy I like just fine as is. I think this is a really fine effect. Like, cool thing here. I can see putting this in no attribute at like a set duration of like 5 seconds and auto or like renewing all of their attack skills and maybe like a 12-second recharge or something, just to make it not like super weird with flourish. Or if you didn't like want that, you could do other things to kind of make it more awkward or whatever, but and require an attribute investment. But I mean, it requires them to actually hit in time. Zeal flourish is a little bit cleaner, whatever. And I was planning on moving flourish to tactics anyway, which gives it a lot of useful strength. Yeah, wielder zeal. I can absolutely see wielder zeal. I could even see wielder zeal as like elite enchantment spell, enchant target ally. As long as that ally has a weapon skill, they attack 33% faster. Seeing a skill in an RPG named Zeal, it makes me expect something that's about to come. Yeah, it makes you think something's going to attack faster. Well, the other thing too is like Wielder Zeal is just it's one of those skills that's trying to solve a very specific problem, and that problem is making your like what skill are you using this with? Are you using this to make your splinter weapons and vengeful weapons cheaper to cast? Cool, I guess. But like I'm not super fond of Wielder Zeal as it currently is personally either. So or I'm not sure if either is the right word, but I'm not personally that excited by it. I like the idea of it being an enchantment you can cast on an ally to allow them to attack faster while they have a weapon spell on. I think that would be a cool idea. The other thing that I think of as Zeal in this game is I do think of energy gain from like zealous weapons and stuff. A long-lasting spawning power weapon spell. Yeah, I mean, it's a question of like how easy do you want it to be for people to be able to have spirit strength be really strong and or like provide the additional damage. Like it, I don't think building the game around trying to make spirit strength easy to use or like trying to like do that feels a little bit like it's defeating the purpose. Like I kind of get it, but like from my perspective where I'm sitting, that feels like somebody saying my profession's not powerful enough. It should be more powerful when everybody else is saying the exact same thing. It feels a little bit like this is the build I like to do, and so it feels a little bit like it's biased towards wanting to make that like the easy, powerful thing to do that you want it to feel like it you want it to be. That's how that feels to me. Hopefully that doesn't feel too attacky. I don't mean to attack anyone. That's just kind of how it sounds to me. Plus 29 damage is a lot of additional damage at 12 spawning, like at just 12 spawning power. So yeah. Like I agree it would be nice if there were and like I said too, I would be proposing a change to brutal weapon that would make it work with spirit strength. So you'd be getting an additional plus 10. In PvE-Only environment, and all martial classes can 150 plus DPS at the master damage. Even with the new bow, and a min-maxed build isn't even close to that. I don't know. Like I said, like that being able to work with I changed brutal weapon to be something that would be able to work with spirit strength, giving you additional damage on that. So I mean, plus 30 armor ignoring damage is fairly useful. Feel free to post template codes in the chat. I mean, if I was wanting to go with Spirit Strength and was wanting to try to actually lean on the fact that it's called Spirit's Strength, what I'd do with it is I'd make this be a skill that's like enchant target ally. That ally deals plus N damage for each spirit in earshot, in their earshot range. Like I'd change it to something like that, and have it kind of scale that way. It'd be something that you can apply to any ally. I'm not sure exactly what numbers I'd stick on that, but that's the direction that I'd go with Spirit Strength if I were to be changing it to anything, which would be a very different build entirely than what it currently is. I don't necessarily mind that sort of thing, but that's kind of the direction that I'd go. And again, I'd allow that to target any ally, so you can be like, oh, I'm buffing this person or that person with it. Same way that I'd like the idea of Wielder Zeal being something that can specifically benefit. Like, Wielder Zeal, like, frankly, I could see Wielder Zeal being a spell that's just like, if target ally is under the effects of a weapon spell, they gain an energy. Something like that is something that I'd do. So that's kind of, if I were to be changing that, that's the direction I go. I do actually kind of like the idea of Wielder Zeal being specifically like, if target ally is under the effects of a weapon spell, that ally gains energy. That feels like a good way of running spawning power to me. Draw Spirit. This is one of those skills I think is like probably mostly fine. It's one of those things where like in PvE, as a player, Summon Spirits is just better, so you never use Draw Spirit. I feel like I'd want Draw Spirit to have no recharge, frankly. So I don't know. That's kind of where I end on that one, I guess. You can also share stuff for those. I don't know if all of you are in the Discord or not, but that's another place where we can discuss this as well. Yeah, like spike damage is different from pressure. Spirit Strength is good for applying pressure because it applies that to every single hit. It's not momentary damage from like using a series of attack skills or something. They're kind of different things, but yeah. Yeah. Sure. And I don't know the stats that you're looking at or any of that sort of thing. But at this point, I have like talked about the Ritualist skills. I do want to talk about the profession PvE-Only skills. But I want to take a short break first. So I will be back in a couple of minutes. Zoom out slightly so we can have a proper dance party. But I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I feel like I've discussed what I would do to the Ritualist. Obviously, different people have different ideas of what they want to do, and that's fine. Game design is, and game balance in particular, are subjective arts. And the science involved is trying to reach your artistic vision. It's kind of like if somebody's a painter and they have an artistic vision, they need to scientifically understand how light interacts with things if they're trying to, for figuring out how to accomplish what they want to achieve visually, and whatnot. But the like what that artistic vision is an art thing. So anyway, like I said, I want to go take a short break. When I return, I will talk about PvE-only skills linked to professions, which feels very long-winded, but that's the proper description for them. So BRB. Hello, I have returned. Okay, I'm happy to like continue looking at builds and stuff, but I'd rather do so like after I finish talking about skills, just because I want to like keep the stream kind of directed. Let's just start up here at Dervish Warrior. So there's a couple of different things here to point out. The first of all is when I'm talking about these elites, the 15th anniversary PvE-Only elites, I feel like these are skills that are kind of like added to be fun. So when I'm looking at them, I'm to some extent less looking at how powerful they are and more looking at how fun they are as skills and like to build around and things like that. There will be some like power level considerations, but that's kind of where I sit on those. I'm more concerned about the power level of the non-elite PvE only skills. So like Save Yourselves, Aura of Holy Might, Eternal Aura, and Whirlwind Attack and such. So I'm probably also going to work bottom up on this just because Sunspear skills, then the Friend of skills, or whatever people like to call those. Alliance skills, maybe. And then the PvE only one that I have to like dig into primary attributes for. So Whirlwind Attack, this is a skill that I think is really, really good to have for Warrior, and I wouldn't change it. Eternal Aura, on the other hand, I mean, I remember back to when this was the skill that you used to be able to keep your avatars up 100% of the time. Because that's what everybody wanted to do. I feel like Eternal Aura is one of those skills, when I look at it, I'm like, I don't ever really want to bring this. Not that the effect is necessarily bad per se. It's an enchantment with no specific duration that kind of sticks around. But it's just not a skill I really care to use that much. And like, the thing is, it's competing in a really tough category, which is like, what am I giving up in order to bring it of the PvE only skills? Because I can only bring so many, right? So I definitely feel like I personally would want to change Eternal Aura to something different. The first immediate thought that I have, and I don't know that this is a good idea, but is to be an enchantment that basically says enchantment spells you cast have like double the duration, or have enchantment spells you cast on yourself have no or have infinite duration or something like that. I feel like that's really finicky though, and not a good idea. And thank you for the welcome back, Heaven's Devil. I don't know. I don't feel like that's an actual good idea, is what I'm kind of saying. Of like, that's the first idea that pops in my head, but I don't think it's a good idea, which is why you shouldn't go with your first ideas. Eternal's such a strong word. You know? What would actually be useful? I think... I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's fine, but I want it to be more compelling than it is. That's the issue. Like, okay, so here's the thing. I kind of want this to be something that rewards you for stacking enchantments, and the reason why is because Aura of Holy Might rewards you for Teardown. And I like Aura of Holy Might. I think this is a great skill, and I like the design of the skill, and it fits in a really nice spot for the Dervish. But I feel like I want Eternal Aura to kind of play in the other direction, where it's rewarding you for having a lot of enchantments on you. I could see this being something like +1 energy regeneration for each enchantment on you. Would that be too much? too little? I don't know. But I like the idea of like +1 energy regeneration for each enchantment. Or like +1 energy and +1 health regeneration for each enchantment on you, or something like that. Enchantment spell, like indefinite duration. Something like that, where it's specifically rewarding you for stacking enchantments. I don't know if that's too strong or not, but that feels like the direction that I'd want to try first and just see. And maybe like tweak from there. But yeah, I think I like that idea. Whirlwind attack, I said, is great. Aura of Holy Might, like I said, I really like this one. It plays into the teardown and really augments that, and I think that's really cool. Save Yourselves. This is an interesting skill in that this skill is really good because +100 armor to all of your other party members is really strong. Depending upon the area. Some areas it's not as good as others. If there's a lot of armor ignoring damage, obviously, +100 armor doesn't do a whole lot, but this exceeds the armor cap. I feel like I probably wouldn't change this one either, but if I were to change it, something that is kind of compelling to me is an effect that you place on yourself that basically says, like, whenever you're dealt damage, your other party members, or like other party members, I'm not sure how you word this exactly, but all of your other party members gain that much damage, or like gain health equal to the damage dealt to you. So like for, like, I mean, leave it at 8 adrenaline, 6-second duration, cool. But like for 6 seconds, whenever you're dealt damage, your other party members are healed for that much. Something like that. Feels probably a little too strong, but something in that general direction I think would be really interesting, and would be an alternative thing that I could see trying with Save Yourselves. If I felt like I wanted to change it, that'd make it a little bit more generally applicable. But I think that this is a fine implementation for this concept. So that brings us to Strength and 7 Weapon Stance, which is over here. Obviously, this is a primary Dervish. I can't spec into Strength, but it gets up to 100% uptime at like 15 Strength, I think. And the increase to weapon attributes is, first of all, that's an increase. Just want to be clear on that. That's an increase. So it adds to it. It doesn't set it, which is what I thought it did originally. For like a moment until I actually used it. It also gets up to very high numbers. So this allows you to become very powerful. This is a really fun skill. I don't want to change this skill because it's really fun. I like this skill. It's very powerful, but it allows you to do weird shenanigans. Like, did you know Victorious Sweep is a melee attack? You could use Victorious Sweep with like daggers or like hammer or something very easily. Like, is that a good idea? Probably not. Like, it's probably better to just use a scythe and like grab other random stuff, but like Victorious Sweep on other random weapons, like, it's cool. Sides are a little too strong as a random side by having AoE automatically built into them, but anyway. I really like 7 Weapon Stance. I think it's a really fun skill. I wouldn't change it because I think it's a lot of fun. Vow of Revolution, this is kind of a skill that's a solution looking for a problem to some extent. It does enable some interesting bars. I like this better for dagger spam than Zealous Vow, but realistically, Zealous Vow does that just fine. I like Vow of Revolution better because you don't have to keep reapplying the enchantment. So, you know, that's a point in its favor. I bet it also works really well with Restoration Magic as Restoration Magic currently is. It probably worked decently with how I changed Restoration Magic as well. The biggest problem that it has is, like, what spells are you using with it? that you like allow you to kind of refresh it in a decent time. I like this skill though because it's a powerful reward for solving an interesting puzzle. And as an interesting puzzle box, I really like it as an option. So I don't know, I feel like this is one of those things where it also plays really well with the anniversary weapon that they gave, which is a staff. And like theoretically, I was like, oh, this helps you be a spellcaster, and this helps give you energy for it, and that sort of thing. So I don't know. I like Vow of Revolution, and I don't feel like I'd want to change anything about it either, except maybe increase the duration a little bit so it's easier to keep it up. You have a little bit more leeway in what you're doing. Also, non-dervish skill is really, really flexible. You can keep it up with PvE-only skills like a Surin Scan and whatnot as well. So that's just useful to keep in mind. You keep it up with Symbolic Strike. There you go. Don't know what you're doing with all that energy in that case, but I also like that it just plays in a very orthogonal direction. I think that's pretty neat. Ranger. So, Never Rampage Alone is a fantastic skill if you're doing stuff with pets. And I like this as a really good incentive for doing stuff with pets. I think that plays in a neat space. And so I like Never Rampage Alone. I wouldn't change anything about this skill either. Triple Shot, I feel similarly about this one. Like this is one of those things where if preparations and stuff were stronger in general, this is a more exciting skill. But I like Triple Shot. This is a neat way of like making an upgrade to Dual Shot specifically for PvE usage. I do think it's possible that there could be other things in this sort of general area that would be a little bit more interesting, but I think Triple Shot is a fine skill for like stacking single target damage with additional like buffs and stuff. So I've always kind of liked this when doing stuff with pets, but I can kind of see what you're saying. I mean, if pets become... A lot of it is how good you think a pet is in PvE. I've liked Never Rampage Alone specifically, just like increased attack speed skills are really nice to have access to. So Never Rampage Alone has always felt to me like a good option. I think for Ranger I was proposing making are any of you /Ranger? No, I can make you /Ranger. I think I was proposing making Bestial Fury something that increased your attack speed and your pet attack speed. Definitely Never Rampage Alone loses value in that environment. It could have other things going on to make it a little bit better. I could see if I wanted to try to buff this skill, what I'd actually do is I'd change it from health regeneration to like 5 life steal on attacks or something like that. Scaling up maybe. I'm not quite sure where I'd have that cap, but like 5, 6, something like that. Yeah, you can go watch the Ranger part for my full discussion there. I think I proposed moving Tiger's Fury out of there as well. But yeah, Triple Shot, like this, again, this is one that plays well with some of the stuff that Ranger's trying to do. And plays really well with weapon buffs, which is something Ranger's trying to do. Together as one, so this is a cool skill that's arguably too powerful. I could probably be brought in line a little bit, but I know this is one of those skills where I settle on like this is a fun skill and it works well, and I'm kind of fine with that for a PvE only elite skill. The only problem or like concern that I'd have with it is if it's kind of like pushing out other skill options, and that to me is something that becomes a problem. All party members near you or near your pet deal +5 additional damage and with attacks and gain +1 health regeneration. Yeah, obviously those scale up much more nicely with expertise. So yeah, like I said, the main issue that I have with Together as one is this doing too much to the point where it's pushing out other elite options? And if the answer is yes, what sort of things should be done to it? I feel like something that I would consider is I would just like, should this really be affecting party members near you and near your pet, or just you and your pet? Like, that's something that I would consider. Removing the sort of AoE factor from it probably badly nerfs this skill. But it definitely is one of those ones where, like, I haven't done enough stuff where I'm playing with it to know if this is like a skill that's like so strong that's pushing out a bunch of elites. Yeah, I can absolutely see the problem with Together is not that Together is as one is too strong, but that other Ranger elites are too weak. I can absolutely see that there being a very solid argument for that. So yeah, I don't know. Like, offhand, without seeing how the environment would change with other skills I propose, I don't know what I would necessarily do to that. If anything, I'd have to see how the rest of the environment shook out. I think most people know Seed of Life is a very strong skill. I wouldn't change Seed of Life. I think it's fine as a very strong skill. I like the healing seed effects. Selfless Spirit, on the other hand, I don't know. Does anybody ever use Selfless Spirit? I feel like Glass Arrows is objectively more pure damage, but has been beaten specifically by Together because of the AoE. Yeah, like, I could see it's one of those things where, like, Together is one of those skills where I'd keep an eye on it and be like, maybe this should lose the AoE. Selfless doesn't work. Like, I mean, the base idea seems fine, but yeah, it seems like one of those skills that's just I could see changing this to a maintained enchantment with a much shorter recharge that makes your, like, you no longer benefit from your Divine Favor bonus, but spells you target that you cast at target allies splash your Divine Favor bonus, like to adjacent allies or something like that. I could see something kind of like that as an interesting take on the selfless angle. I forget if I proposed doing something like that to an elite skill. I feel like I might have talked about doing that with, like, Healer's Covenant or something. It's been long enough since I've talked about the Monk. The Monk was... I don't remember if it was the first profession I talked about, but it might have been. So it's been a while, and I don't necessarily remember all the details. But I like the idea of this being something that, like, a maintained enchantment or something like that, that makes you not benefit from your Divine Favor bonus, but your Divine Favor bonus is more effective on allies. I like that idea. As it is, it's kind of a weird variant on Divine Spirit. Which I don't know if I have on this. Oh, I do, right here. Divine Spirit, which makes your monk spells cheaper. It feels like it's just trying to be a stronger version of that, and it kind of is. It's kind of not, and it's kind of not great. I think it probably technically functions. Like, it's not bugged and completely non-functional, right? It's just not a very useful effect, or not a super strong effect. I assume that's what you mean by it doesn't work. But yeah, so Selfless Spirit, I feel like I'd want to change this to be something like I was talking about. And it depends upon some of the other things I talked about Fallout as well. That brings us to everybody's favorite, Judgment Strike. So I actually kind of like Judgment Strike. I don't care about using it on primary monk, but I actually kind of like it on secondary monk, because, like, plus 13 holy damage ain't bad. Quick activation time, AoE attack that knocks down attacking foes seems pretty reasonable to me. This is one of those skills, though, that, like, if it were in Smiting Prayers, would immediately become a lot more appealing. If I were to do anything to this, though, to try to make it better, which I think is totally reasonable, I would have it splash a heal for each, like, attack target foe, attack target and adjacent foes. Each attack that hits deals plus 13 holy damage and knocks down attacking foes. Adjacent allies are healed for X health, where, like, it splashes a heal around you. Like, this is one of the things that I think is a little bit of a problem with the way we understand the word judgment. Is, like, judgment has a negative connotation in the sense that the thing that is being judged negatively. Judgment can be positive as well. It can be, like, a verdict can be guilty or not guilty. But it can, like, be both, right? Guilty or innocent. And so if, like, this is in the range of if an ally is in that area, I think it should actually heal the ally. And so it's like, oh, it's judging that ally positively and the enemy negatively, right? So the judgment you're rendering on your allies is that they should be healed. The judgment you're rendering on your enemies is that they should be hurt. And if they're attacking, they should be knocked down. I would like that direction for Judgment Strike if I were to try to like buff it to make it actually a better skill. But the effect is actually pretty strong, I feel, and is like reasonable to use on secondaries. So not the most exciting skill to use on secondaries by any means, but fine to use. So that's kind of where I sit on Judgment Strike. Necromancer. Oh yes, the skill that I use and the skill that I don't. Necrosis is a very powerful skill, and I wouldn't change it. I think it's fine. I like having it as a bar filler for Necromancer. Necromancer wants some sort of effect like this. They have so many like degeneration hexes that are so slow for PvE. Signet of Corruption. You can see that my Friend of the Luxon's title track is a little bit below my Friends of the Cursek title track. Signet of Corruption is one of those effects where, like, I don't ever use this. I feel like this is one of those skills that's probably actually better than I think it is, because I feel like it probably gives decent energy gains. Like, gaining 20 energy for each foe affected... For each affected foe suffering from a condition of hex. Yeah, but you have to hit 10 enemies to hit that cap? I think I would change this, like, at bare minimum. There's two ways that I could see changing this. I could see changing it to say, target foe and all nearby foes take 30 damage. For each hex or condition one of those foes is suffering from, you gain 2 energy, maximum 20. Or to change it to say, for each affected foe suffering from a condition or hex, you gain N energy, no maximum. And then change the N, have the N, of course, scale. I'm not quite sure what values. I feel like maybe it capping at 3, honestly. Because, like, right now to hit the cap, you have to hit 10 foes. And, like, having 10 foes stack up is not impossible in some areas, but a lot of the time you're going to be fighting groups of, like, 6 to 8. So a lot of the time, this is just not returning that much energy. It certainly is interesting on a secondary, but, like, I don't know. I feel like I'd want this to be doing something a little bit more interesting, though, than what it currently does in general. And being a weird energy management skill is just not exciting. I basically don't ever use this. I could see it working okay on some necro secondaries, but... What sort of effect would I want a Signet of Corruption to do? I feel like I kind of want this to be... I feel like I almost want this to be a lifesteal skill that steals health from target foe for each condition or hex that they're suffering from. Yeah. I'm not quite sure where the values would be, but at max rank, something like around 20, 25 HP. Steal 20, 25 HP, something like that, from target foe for each hex and condition they're suffering from. That might be too weak. I don't know. But if you put it at like an 8 or 10 second recharge at 1 second activation time, like that adds up to a decent amount of damage and life gain for you if you're really stacking stuff. I don't know. I feel like I would go with that base and then play around with the value some, but I like that idea and that direction for it. That brings us to Soul Taker, which is... This is one of those skills that is a lot of fun and opens up a lot of build potential and a lot of interesting things to try. So I think I would probably leave this skill as is. I could also see changing it up a little bit to more specifically be like, whenever you attack, you sacrifice some health, but your attacks steal that amount of health back with a hit. So that way it's like, oh, it costs you some health, but then you're able to recoup it if you actually hit. If I wanted to try to buff this, I don't feel like it needs any sort of buff though. I don't know. This is one of those skills that, like, this is a fun, interesting build around me. Realistically, anything that I'd want different to it would just be to give it a longer duration, so it's a little bit less tedious to try to keep up. Because I feel like when I'm running a Soul Taker build, I want to have like 3 or 4 enchantments that I'm keeping up, like Masochism, Soul Taker, and Dark Aura at kind of a minimum. Mesmer. Cry of Pain. This is a really powerful skill. If that foe is suffering from a Mesmer Hex, that foe and all foes in the area take damage. Yeah, the weird thing about this is it's not an AoE interrupt. It only interrupts your target foe. And then the effect only cares about whether or not there was a Mesmer Hex on that foe, not whether or not you landed the interrupt. So it's a very weird skill. I feel like I would expect this to be like interrupt target foe, like basically like Cry of Frustration that then applies the degen effect if you interrupted the skill, rather than like this AoE armor ignoring damage. But that just feels like a bad Cry of Frustration at that point. I feel like this is a skill though that I'd want to do some modification to. Good old Cry of Pain. What would I consider otherwise? I could also see something that's I don't know. Like, I'm thinking like an interrupt that then counts the number of hexes on them to deal damage to them based on that, or the other idea was kind of like counts skills of the attribute of the skill you interrupted and then deals damage to them based on the number of skills on their bar that have that attribute. Kind of like based on power block a little bit on that one. I don't necessarily mind that idea. Interrupt target foe. If that skill was interrupted, they take damage. That would probably be a cheaper, faster recharging skill as well. Like 5 energy on like an 8-second recharge. Spell, interrupt target foe skill. If a skill is interrupted this way, that foe takes like 40 damage maybe for each. I'm not sure exactly where that damage number is. Would need to be, but takes damage for each skill they have equipped that shares an attribute with that skill, including that skill. So they take at minimum that number of damage. But if they have like a bunch of fire magic spells, then they take a huge pile of damage. Making it something that's a little bit more like a quick recharge sort of thing that way is a bit more interesting to me. Aether Nightmare. This is a weird mass degen that can be a pretty strong degen. I don't know how much people actually like Aether Nightmare. It certainly seems a bit uninteresting to me. I would want the stats on this just feel a bit like I would want to set the health loss probably to 10 by the time you kind of get it maxed out. And I'd want it to be more like a 2-second cast time on like a 20-second recharge. Degeneration's not that great in PvE anyway. Let it be stronger. Let it get up to max. That's kind of where I sit on this. That brings us to Time Ward. I think this gets up to like 50% on both fronts. Here, I want to look it up so make sure I'm not thinking about this with incorrect numbers. You create a time ward at your location for roughly half uptime. Non-spirit allies in this area cast spells. Wow, this scales extremely slowly. I feel like this effect just needs to be like, I mean, it's a very weird effect. I feel like I'd want Time Ward to either have like straight up stronger numbers. Regardless, I feel like it should last longer. The big thing that I would want, that I would consider alternatively, is for end seconds, non-spirit allies in this area have their skills, or have their spells, or cast their spells faster and have their skills recharge faster, and foes in this area have their spells cast slower by that amount and recharge slower by that amount, where it's doing kind of a time dilation where it's like, oh, allies are faster and foes are slower in this area. That's a bit more interesting to me. I still feel like the number should go above like the 20% that it kind of caps out at, to be more like 30, 35%, 33, somewhere kind of more like there. And I feel like it should go up to more of like it caps out at like a 15-second duration. It's like a 50% uptime. I feel like I'd want it to go to more of like a 20-second uptime at higher fast casting. That's kind of where I sit on it. Of course, keeping in mind that I'd remove the increased or the improved recharge from fast casting in and of itself, so this isn't a 20-second recharging spell. Yeah. Elementalist. Intensity is fine. I'm fine with intensity. I could see dropping it to... I could see doing a couple things to intensity. One of them is I could see dropping its recharge to a bit, just so that way we can use it a little bit more often. The other thing that I could see doing is having it not be the next time, but just like probably more like a 10 energy cost at this, but for 10 seconds, whenever you deal elemental damage with a spell, or whenever you deal elemental damage to a target, you deal like 30% of that damage to other foes in the area, to where it, or like maybe nearby, it might need to go down a little bit with that, but basically where it's like, oh, if you spam flare, it's always doing an AoE. If you wand things, it does an AoE. If you attack with a conjured, like an elemental weapon, it does an AoE. Something like that, where it's like, oh, you're able to like constantly spew AoE off of this if you keep like, well, you keep this up, but it's not as intense, or it's not as strong for each. Something like that I could absolutely see. The other thing that I could see is having intensity make your next spell functionally have higher strike level. I don't know how you'd word that. The problem with it, this, like, the strike level is magic stack, by which I mean, like, it's one of those subtle, really important mechanics that, like, this is an integral part of how the game works, but it's one of those things where, like, referring to it is something you want to try to avoid doing, because it's going to be confusing to most players. So, like, I like the idea of intensity being something that functionally increases your strike level, because that would be really cool. But that's basically what it used to be, is like, oh, your spells deal 50% more damage, because that's basically what just increasing your strike level would be. And they decided it shouldn't do that. So for those who don't know, intensity used to read, when it first came out, for 10 seconds, your spells deal 15 to 25% more damage. And it was kind of terrible, because it was 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 45-second recharge enchantment spell that just like gave you a temporary buff. So they changed it to a skill. They removed the cast time and they decreased the recharge to 10 seconds, and they changed it to be the next time you deal elemental damage with a spell, all the nearby foes take some of that elemental damage. And that's a lot more exciting. And then they did some more tweaking from it from there, and they boosted it up a bit higher and things like that. But I kind of like sort of the idea of that original implementation, but something like for 10 seconds, the next time you deal elemental damage with a spell you deal plus like 50% damage. Something like that. Like, practically what I wanted to do is I wanted to give you 50% increased strike level, so you're functionally operating at like level 30 when you're at level 20. But I just don't know a good way to kind of word that for a description. Maybe just something like... because the thing is, it wouldn't affect Mesmer spells. It would affect Ritualist, like lightning damage. It would affect elemental lightning damage. It would affect Necromancer cold damage, but it wouldn't affect like armor ignoring damage. So it's like, how do you kind of, like properly communicate that to the player? And it's kind of like 50% more damage. It's not exactly that. It's I don't know. But I kind of like that idea of like for intensity. I just don't know of a good way to word it. So Elemental Lord. This is a fine spell that, frankly, I would decrease its cooldown to like 10 seconds. Your elemental attributes are boosted by 1 each time you cast a spell. You gain 1 energy for every 10 ranks of energy storage. I would probably also consider changing it from every 10 ranks of energy storage to every 8 ranks of energy storage. For 2 reasons. 1, it plays a little bit more friendly if you want to go lower on your energy storage. It also means that you get 2 energy if you have 16 energy storage, which would be really strong with the changes I'm proposing to energy storage. But and then just leave the heal percentage thing. That's cool. But I don't see a reason for this to have a 45-second recharge. It just makes it really frustrating when you're playing in areas with a lot of enchantment stripping, aka half the game. That might be an exaggeration. I don't know, but it certainly doesn't feel like it. And that brings us to everybody's favorite, Over the Limit. Over the Limit gets to like, what, 50%? Is that right? Again, this character can't actually check, and I don't feel like switching to an Elementalist to check. So the cast time gets to like 20% faster. The recharge gets to 50% faster. This effect is actually extraordinarily powerful. 50% faster recharges is very strong. The problem is continuously gaining Overcast is terrible. Yeah. I just checked the wiki, but thank you, Toa Pat. I would want the cast speed to also go up to 50%. I would, like, while you maintain this enchantment, your spells cast and recharge n% faster, where it gets up to 50%. Like, it's not a huge deal to basically have permanent half cast time on your Elementalist spells. Continuously gaining Overcast is a huge downside. If I wanted that sort of Overcast effect, I would have it be, but spells you cast have like some Overcast on them, and that's the direction that I think I'd go with Over the Limit. Or at least that's certainly like the first sort of thing that I'd try, because I do feel like Over the Limit needs a little bit of a bump. I feel like it's a little underwhelming, and part of that is just like the continuous increase of Overcast while you maintain it is a bit much. So I like the idea of making the cast speed synchronize up with the recharge, and then instead of continuously gain Overcast, but whenever you cast a spell, you gain 3 Overcast or something, or like 1 Overcast or 2. I don't know exact value, but I'd play around with a couple of values to see what felt decent. And that's sort of the direction that I'd go with Over the Limit, I think, because I do feel like it needs a little bit of a bump. But the basic idea is interesting, and like having a bunch of your spells recharge significantly faster is real cool. I mean, except that they're both elites. That starts to become a problem. Okay, so critical agility. Is this the first one that's this way? Like, Aura of Holy Might does not play really well for secondary professions just because of teardown mechanics are hard to use on non-dwarfishes from an energy standpoint. But they technically work. Critical agility, I think, is the first one of these that's like, yeah, no, I'm only going to work for primary assassins. This is one of those skills that I have. I feel like what I'd want from this is, I feel like I'd want this to be a 5 energy stance. Go with me on this one. Maybe stance isn't the best, but because there is stance removal, but stance removal is not nearly as prevalent as enchantment removal, and it's really annoying. So I'd want this to be a stance. 5 energy. I'm not quite sure the recharge. We'll get to that in a moment. So stance for, I feel like I'd want this to be like 7 seconds. Yeah, the Paragon has the same duration thing. I'll talk about that when I get to Paragon as well. But for like 7 seconds, you attack and move 33% faster. This skill recharges if you land a critical hit. Or whenever you land a critical hit, this skill recharges. So, the sort of thing where like it, in order to like keep using it, you need to be landing critical hits, rather than sort of this implementation where it just kind of like stays on itself and stays as the top enchantment because you're friggin' landing critical hits, and so it reapplies itself, so it goes on top and then gets removed with the first enchantment removal skill that you get hit by. There's a lot of places where I don't use critical agility because of that. I feel like this would be more interesting is the sort of like increased move and attack speed rather than giving armor as well. And that's something that would work with other professions, but less reliably because they would really want to be landing critical hits in order to be able to renew critical agility, whereas Assassin's a lot more reliable at that. Obviously, that plays well with Paragon and Go for the Eyes, and it plays well with Keen Axe? Keen Chop? Whatever. The 3 Adrenaline Axe attack that auto-crits. That sort of effect would work well with. But again, like, it just renews itself, so it would need kind of a longish recharge, and then renewing itself would mean that you could reapply it rather than being kind of like free. But it also means that it would be like easier to kind of get. If it were possible, so that way, like, I would have the skill not care about whether or not it was on to renew. Just like this skill recharges every time you land a critical hit, and just not like. Actually, that would be really cool. If critical agility was like the stance that I'm proposing, like a 5 energy stance with a 7-second duration that makes you attack and move 33% faster, and then like Resurrection Signet only recharges when you gain a morale boost, have this only recharge when you land a critical hit. But like whenever you land a critical hit, critical agility recharges. That would be really interesting, and I'd actually kind of like to play with a skill like that. So I would try something like that. How's that for an interesting idea? I think it's an interesting idea. You may feel differently. That's your prerogative. Shadow Sanctuary. I actually found that the skill is pretty decent for like help. I need some healing. I need to stop dying. I think it could maybe have more like a 20-second recharge though. I don't think it needs to be 30. I could see this going towards a slightly different thing that like is trying to protect you a little bit differently, but I don't know. I like this as is, but I think it could have a slightly shorter recharge. And by slightly shorter, I mean a 33% shorter recharge. Which brings us to my voice getting tired because we're going long by like an hour. Shadow Theft. Shadow Theft is the other one of these skills that I actually kind of like just fine on a secondary for a couple of reasons. It's a 20-second recharging Shadow Step, which is fine. Yeah, you don't really get the attribute steal, but compare this to Wastrel's Collapse? Yeah, Wastrel's Collapse, which is 5 energy, quarter second cast time, 20-second recharge, except it disables all of your non-dagger attack skills for 10 seconds, which is terrible. So I actually kind of like this just fine as a 20-second recharging Shadow Step, which tend to be elites. Of course, in the world that I'm proposing, it's a lot easier to get shorter recharge Shadow Steps. I really like this counting as a lead attack. I do not like the attribute steal effect. I think it's a potent effect. I don't like attribute manipulation like this. I know the Warrior 1 7 weapon stance is massive attribute manipulation, but that skill's also like fun and doing it in a different sort of way, if that makes sense. That like doesn't bother me as much for some reason, and I'm not quite sure why. Because it's probably the most egregious attribute giving skill in the game. It's just like, it's one of those things where it feels like okay, this gives you a ton of attributes, but it's like, you can't really make use of all of those attributes. Whereas like Shadow Theft is just straight up making all of your skills better in a very specific sort of way. It just feels very different to me for some reason. So I'm not quite sure what I'd want to do different than that. I probably... I probably would lower the recharge on this because I would want to lower the recharge on a lot of Shadow Steps in PvE. I actually kind of like the idea of this. Right. Like it's like objectively overpowered, but I really love the idea of a Shadow Step that counts as lead attack. That was an idea that I had for a long time, and I love seeing that here. And I was really thrilled when they came out with one. I feel like what I'd want Shadow Theft to do... This is kind of weird, but I feel like I'd want it to make the target, like, your attacks against that target are unmissable, kind of like the Assurance Scan effect. I'd basically want it to temporarily give you a Assurance Scan effect against the target that you Shadow Step to, and make all of their attacks miss for temporarily. I'm not sure for quite how long, not a super long duration, maybe like rank, scaling with your rank. But I kind of like that idea for Shadow Theft. Instead of this attribute thing, because I don't like the attribute thing. So I think that's kind of the direction that I would go. Ritualist. Vampirism. This is a fine skill, a fine binding ritual. It does a lot of heal and stuff. I would want to see the bug fixed. There's some sort of bug with this. Never minding that the icon should probably be different. It's just very unclear what it's actually trying to do. I think it's supposed to be a squirt of blood, but then they color shifted it in a way that's made a lot of meme skill template bars. And that's all the more I'm going to say on that front. There is a bug with vampirism. If I've spelt this correctly, where the Spirit of Vampirism's attack skill is a monster skill independent of Sunspear rank, unlike the progression of the other Sunspear skills after the update that made them hit their maximum strength earlier. Vampirism's lifestealing continues to follow the progression prior to that update. The maximum effectiveness is reached at rank 10 instead of rank 5. Even though the descriptions display 20 lifestealing from rank 5 to 9. So basically the lifestealing, the real lifestealing of this skill scales from 10 to 20. And so it actually does not hit the full steal until you get to maxed Sunspear. That should be fixed. So that way it hits the max at rank 5 instead of rank 10. But otherwise, otherwise I'd leave it. I've heard some people say Summon Spirits kind of breaks the like turret nature of Ritualist, and like I don't necessarily disagree, but I don't feel like I'd change the skill either because the setup time and everything is really tedious to deal with when you're doing a lot of stuff with spirits. It maybe does not need to heal for as much health as it does though. But until I saw the effects of the other changes that I proposed to the Ritualist today and how that affects its place in the metagame and all that sort of stuff, I wouldn't want to change this necessarily either, because it's the sort of thing where that heal could be very important for making the Ritualist bars actually have a place. So I'd be very hesitant to kind of do anything about that. And that brings us to Weapon of Three Forges. So this is a really fun skill. It affects minions and stuff. The biggest problem that I have of this skill, yeah, that's the thing. Like you said, Summon Spirits is broken, but Spirit Spam or Ritualist is unplayable without. That's exactly where it kind of seems to me. I could see dropping again the lifesteal. Weapon of Three Forges, aka Signet of Hammers. I'm not familiar with Signet of Hammers or what you mean by that, so I don't quite get your reference, unfortunately. Weapons of Three Forges is a skill that I found a lot of fun with, but I realistically would want this skill to curate the list of weapon spells that are in its list to exclude ones that have an end after end triggers. So what I mean by that is like Splinter Weapon ends after the next 3 attacks. Vengeful Weapon triggers the next time an ally like steals life from you, or the next time that ally takes damage or lifesteal from a foe. That ally, I want to get rid of the like lifesteal things, but whatever. But anyway, this triggers off of them taking damage, so that way they steal life from a foe, right? A Signet of Spirits for weapon spells. Oh yeah, I get you. Okay, I get you now. So some of these ones that like are kind of feel bad to hit because they end right away or end early, I would want to not have those in the pool of Weapons of Three Forges. Just that way it's because like you're able to get stuff on really long durations and stuff like that sometimes, and like it's fun. So I'd kind of want to go that direction with it, just to make it feel like, just to make it a bit more consistent and whatnot. I don't know. That's my feeling of it. Again, this is a really fun skill, and it works on minions, which is awesome. So that brings us to Paragon. So there's nothing to fear. As one of those skills that kind of like gets slotted on every Paragon player bar because it's good. Taking roughly a third less damage is great. I don't like it being linked to leadership. As I've already said, the other thing, and this is really, really important to remember, is that I proposed some serious changes to Paragon. And one of those changes was that shouts should, by and large, be single target, not multi-target. So what I would do with There's Nothing to Fear is I would have this just be a shout that's probably target other ally, so you can't target yourself with it. Has some percentage damage reduction for each foe adjacent to them, near them. I'm not quite sure the AoE size, but I'd basically have it be the more foes around that ally, the less damage they take. I'm not quite sure where the numbers would fit on that in terms of like number of foes. I feel like I'd want it to be around 15% at 5+ Sunspear per foe, like adjacent to them, and I'd start there. And I'm not quite sure where I'd set the duration. But I feel like I'd want to set the duration to like, I don't know, somewhere around the 6 to 10 second range with like a recharge that's around like 8 seconds maybe like a 10-second duration, 8-second recharge, 5 energy shout. Maybe the duration is what scales. Nah. Actually, you could have it just be a set, like 15% damage reduction for each adjacent foe. And then have the duration scale from 3 to 8. From 0 to 5 Lightbringer or whatever. Or 1 to 5 Lightbringer. Something like that. Or, no. Start at 5-second, go up to 10-second duration, 8-second recharge. I think I'd want to try something like that for There's Nothing to Fear. It's a very different effect, right? It's very different. In a very different direction. But again, I proposed a very different direction for the Paragon. And so I'd want to try something kind of like that for it. Spear of Fury is great. And I wouldn't do anything to it because it's great. It's ridiculously strong, but spears kind of feel like they need something like that. I don't know how it would fit in the paradigm of the changes that I'd make. So that would need to be evaluated a little bit, but it's been long enough since I talked about the Paragon that I don't remember those perfectly. Okay, and that brings us to Heroic Refrain, which I think is a terribly, like, I'd double the damage on Spear of Fury. What, to 80? Plus 80? I don't think it needs plus 80. Plus 40 is already really strong. If you wanted to increase the damage, drop the recharge. So Heroic Refrain, first of all, I proposed a very different model for refrains where it was like counting shouts and chants on them, I think, if I remember correctly, or something like that. It's been a little while since I did that one. Yeah, I recommend going, because when did you start joining and listening into these, Toapat? I don't remember. Or Topat, sorry. I suggested a pretty drastic overhaul to Paragon. Like leadership doing a completely different thing, for example. But Heroic Refrain, like, regardless, this is one of those skills that's... okay, yeah. I think a lot of people saw the Ellie first because it was posted to Reddit. Which, I appreciate the link to Reddit. It definitely boosted viewership. I don't tend to think about Reddit that much, so... Like, I don't visit it regularly or anything. But let me tell you, my analytics certainly noticed it was from there. The views are coming from there. But yeah, so I think a lot of people kind of discovered with that. Hope they've been enjoying these. But anyway, Heroic Refrain to me is like a really badly designed skill for two reasons. One, the effect is intrinsically really powerful. Two, it's really tedious to play with. And, like, just 3, boosting attributes is really way more of a Necromancer and Elementalist thing, buffing their own attributes. I don't like plus attributes like this, generally speaking. Like I said, 7-weapon stance is fun, and I make it a kind of an exception for that. Heroic Refrain, though, is, like... Yeah, it was less terrible when it was more broken. Like, the problem with Heroic Refrain is, like, if Paragon existed the way that it currently does, right, and I were to do something to Heroic Refrain, I would have it be, for whatever, allies in earshot gain +1. Like, I would not make you have to apply it to everybody one by one and spend a freaking minute and a half just setting up at the start of the map. And then, like, constantly spamming to maintain it is really annoying. Like, this is just not a fun skill to play with. This is just not a fun skill to play with. It's powerful, but it's just so tedious. And you kind of feel like you have to use it because of how powerful it is. Like, it really does supercharge things a lot. But, like, the design of the skill is just, in my opinion, is not a well-designed skill. It's not, like, it's the sort of skill that, like, you design it when you think about ideas in a certain way, in, like, a theoretical land, but then when you actually, like, go into practical, like, how are players going to actually use this, you realize that this is a skill that's powerful enough that players feel like, oh, I can use the skill to make everything more powerful, and then you're just making them waste so much time at the beginning of everything. So, like, Just literally just have this apply to all allies when you use it. Or rather, to all party members when you use it. Just doing that alone makes the skill significantly less tedious to use, but I don't think that makes it a better design skill. I think it just makes it less tedious. And that's, like, less bad, but fundamentally, I think Heroic Refrain should do something else entirely. And, like, I'm not entirely sure what offhand. I need to try to remember. I think what I'd done with what I'd proposed for refrains was having them count the number of shouts and chants on the person that the refrain is on, if I remember correctly. But it's been long enough that I don't really remember super well what mechanic I was proposing. I feel like I'd want this to be the sort of thing where you want to apply this to an ally, but you don't necessarily want to apply it to all allies. What would work? What would work for that? Okay, so some ideas that are bouncing around my head, like damage reduction for each shatter chance, but that doesn't seem like it'd be great for a lot of different reasons. Echoes are just such a terrible skill type too. Again, this is so distanced from when I was working on the Paragon. That's a little bit hard to get myself back into that headspace. Or working on the Paragon when I was going over the Paragon, I guess, is more accurate. Let's see. Man, this could be so many different things. Like, what does it mean to be heroic? What does it mean to be a heroic game? Are there other skills called heroic? You know what? Let's go spend some time on the wiki. Oh man, that just inspired the thought. Hero. Oh yeah, we have heroes. What if it made your heroes better? Okay, the only thing that heroic brings up is heroic refrain. Doesn't really give much of a sense of anything. Yeah, because I think I had it counting shouts or chants. Heroism? I don't... I searched for heroic, not hero. Nope. There's not a skill called heroism, or at least if there is, the wiki doesn't know about it. Hero title, hero AI, hero armor galleries, hero armor containing hero. Hero's insight, that's a scroll. Hero strongbox, the hero's challenge, second attribute quest and prophecies. Hero's ascent. Actually, you know what would be kind of interesting is if this like increased physical damage or like deals plus. Okay, so go with me on this journey. Deals +1 damage for each shout or chant on that ally per enemy adjacent to them. Something like that. To where if they're... Or like plus... Yeah, plus attack damage and maybe plus armor for each adjacent foe or something like that. Each nearby foe. So like it works really well on melee attackers. I don't know. I don't got much. I feel like this is a skill like again, I'd have to get back into the paradigm of what I had for Paragon. But I feel like this is a skill that fundamentally should be changed, that I'd fundamentally want to change. Fundamentally, I would make a different skill for the thing and not make an echo. I would have probably made a shout or chant, but I mean, this could be a chant. You could call it heroic refrain. It'd be confusing. Because that's just not a name for chants. But you could make it a chant. That does something. Not quite sure what. I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit like burned out in my brains. This is the last skill though. Gone through all of the other professions. So this is literally the last skill that I'm looking at, is heroic refrain. Let's see. Yeah. It's like, what feels heroic? What feels like what would be a fun skill? Let's never mind what feels like it might fit the name. What would be a fun skill? A fun effect. Rather than a tedious one. And that would also work under the counting shouter chants on your paradigm that I think I had going on for refrains. I apologize if I've just completely forgot what I was proposing with those versus finales. I couldn't even tell you what I was proposing for finales at this point. It's like long enough ago and I'd need a review. Just so much stuff since then, you know? Heroic. Fun. What would be a fun thing to do with Paragon? I kind of want something really wonky that rewards you for having a diverse team. So what would be a fun... It builds stacks whenever you refresh it, and whenever the person hits with any form of skill, it automatically crits and has an AoE-like intensity? Maybe? What I'm kind of liking is, like... allies in range, or like it applies to all party members, and they have I don't know. What I actually really like, and it kind of goes into the attribute thing that it does, is but like plus attributes if no other, for each attribute they're invested in that no other party member has invested in. Something like that is, to me, a really interesting idea. So like if it was to work under sort of the paradigm that I was proposing for refrains, and I'm not sure exactly if this is a great idea or not, but like each ally in earshot has +1 in each attribute that no other ally has invested any points into for each shout or chant on them. And it affects all party members for 60 seconds. At like 150. 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 50 second recharge. I don't know. Like, that to me is a way that I find acceptable for doing stuff with attributes, because it's like, it's rewarding you in a really weird and interesting way for doing it, and it makes for an interesting sort of game. And I kind of like that idea. And of course, like, it's not consistent because you need... I'm out of water in my cups, alas. I had 3 various glasses or mugs or whatever, different sizes, and I've run them all out. I kind of like that idea, though. Some sort of game where it's, rather than rewarding you for building, like, something that rewards you for doing a weird, diverse set of things is really interesting to me as an idea. That's a decidedly weaker skill than what this is, but I think it's a decidedly more fun one. Not sure about the, like, refrain effect, but, that's only if I was trying to maintain that sort of effect, and I feel like, again, because I would want to change how refrains behave. But anyway, triple shot, dual shot, needling shot. Together is one. So you use a fiery bow. Oh man, I never thought about combining ignite arrows with weapon battle standard of honor. That's a pretty good idea. Summon spirits just to keep favorable winds around. Alright, sure. This hates enchantments. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up there, I think. I like that sort of direction with Heroic Refrain. I don't mind, and it's one of those things where it's like, it's weird. I don't like boosting attributes, but when it's boosting attributes to reward you in a really wonky way that almost feels more like a flux, I like that. So, I don't know what that means, but there we are. That's something about me. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the stream here. I've gone over by like an hour and 15 minutes almost, by which I mean more than that. So I do need to be wrapping up. But I thank you all for joining me. I thank you for chatting with me, Toapat. I appreciate it. And again, this has just been a subjective exercise. It's been a fun exercise. I've wanted to do this sort of thing for a long time, and I'm glad to have finally done it and found kind of a good avenue for doing so. A lot of this stuff has all just been like, here's some initial ideas, and they need to be tested and verified and worked through and actually massaged into proper places. I do feel like Guild Wars 1 is one of those games with like a really good core concept, where there's a lot of things that, because it was new, they didn't really know how to handle it properly. And so they did things, and they tried to do the best they knew how to with the decisions that had been made. And I would make different choices with a bunch of stuff, but a lot of that's due to retrospect and learning from where they ran into problems. So somebody has to do things first. Somebody has to run into the quagmire, the landmines, whatever word you want to use for troubles, and other people can learn from it. So in general, I hope people have enjoyed this exercise, and I'd really love to see more games that use the sort of attribute progression, like build system that this game has, and learn from the things that this game learned from. It's one of those things where I hope to do that in the future. Like, God willing, I hope to, in the future, be able to make a game that takes a lot of ideas and inspiration from this one. But that's for the future to hold, and we'll see what happens when the future arrives. But that's going to go ahead and wrap up this stream and this particular sub-series within my Guild Wars 1 streams. The next scheduled stream is on Saturday with Divinity Original Sin. So continuing that playthrough, seeing where that goes, trying to uncover more stuff. The next Guild Wars stream is going to be is scheduled for Tuesday. So you can check the schedule to see when all that stuff's happening. Follow the channel to get notified when I go live. Don't 100% know what I'm going to do, but I'm probably going to play through one of my characters that has a need for making progress. So I'll figure it out sometime between now and then. I have some ideas, but until then, everyone, thank you very much for watching. And until next time, take care. And goodbye.